Good morning and welcome. You, of course, are watching ZTN Prime, coming to you from our studios here in Harare, Zimbabwe. It is a special day because, of course, remember the date, August the 23rd, 2023. You know what date that is. That is the date when Zimbabwe will go for the national harmonized elections. We're looking here at presidential, members of parliament, local authority elections all across the 10 provinces of the country, and thousands of polling stations, thousands of candidates, and millions of you voting for your preferred choice. Today is actually probably, people would say, the start of the elections. Why? Well, you need to know exactly what candidates are standing for what party and where and for what position. Today, of course, is a 2023 nomination court day. Today is the day when all candidates at all levels of the electoral process have to submit their documentation to the various courts. Presidential candidates have to submit their documentation to the High Court of Zimbabwe, just across the road from our studios here at Herald House. The local authorities may have to submit either at local magistrates' courts around the country, and even town houses around the country are being used as nomination courts. And of course, all the various documentation they require to take. But we're going to fill you in on all that because we have our reporters out on the streets, sitting at the High Court, sitting at Town House, sitting at the Magistrates' Court to give you feedback on what's happening. And we're going to have, during the course of the day, we'll be speaking to different candidates. We'll be getting impressions from our roving reporters, really to find out what's happening. Now, let me tell you the process, what happens, of course. First of all, let's talk about the election process, and I'll briefly look at this year's election timetable. So following the proclamation of the election date on the 31st of May by the President of Zimbabwe, Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, a series of activities are now lined up. The nomination court, of course, sits today. I think that's probably the critical element. That, as I said, gives you your candidates. This will be followed by the election of the Council of Chiefs on the 3rd of August, a very important thing, of course, because chiefs are our lifeblood of our country. Without our chiefs, can you call yourself an African or a Zimbabwean? The president and deputy of the Chiefs Council will then be elected on the 10th of August before polling on the 23rd. The next day, the Provincial Chiefs Council will convene to constitute the Electoral College. You see how important chiefs are. If none of the presidential candidates garner a majority vote, you know, in Zimbabwe it has to be 50 plus 1, otherwise you can't, 50 plus, otherwise you can't win the presidency. If you get 49.99, you have to have a runoff election. So any candidate that doesn't garner the majority votes, a runoff election will be held on the 2nd of October. That's the timeline. Now, as it stands, the president issued the proclamation, as I said, on the 30th of May. 2 days after that, parties were then legally allowed to start campaigning all around the country. But of course, you don't know who your candidates are. That now boils down to today, which is why today is so vital in any election process. It's nomination court day. Today's the date whereby parties have nominated their candidates, go in with all the required documentation. What do they get? Well, first of all, they get accepted. If their paperwork's in order, they get accepted as candidates. Secondly, they're then publicly named in all press, or they're named by the nomination court of who was successful, who wasn't, and why. That's critical, transparency. Thirdly, each candidate who's successful does get an electronic voter's roll to take away with them. Now, don't forget, to be a candidate, you also have to be on the voter's roll. Okay, and in certain constituencies, you may have to prove, for example, that you live there, like at local councils. You need to prove that you're a resident in the ward that you're standing for, and so forth. So there are different nomination criteria for different positions, okay, which of course our reporters and we will cover with you during the course of today, because you're with me for the next at least 5 hours. So we have a long day together, and of course it's my great privilege to be with you right here on ZTN Prime, covering 2023 Nomination Court Day. Now then, let's not forget, okay, please, I hope that you did go and make sure that you were registered to vote. But before we get into today, there's also a message that ZTN Prime is very clear about, and we're going to be consistently clear about this all through now, before, during, and after the elections. And that's simple. No to violence. So if I could put a hashtag there, hashtag no to violence. We don't want to see violence. Politicians, their supporters, leadership must clearly, of all parties, doesn't matter what party you are, send the message clear and straight to all your supporters, wherever you may be. Hate speech it must not happen. Degenerating other candidates should not happen. This is a fact because we do not want to go back to 2018 and previous elections where a loss of life. A single Zimbabwean losing their life for an election is not worth it. This is not why we fought independence. We fought independence for democracy and the right to choose freely our leaders. That does not involve violence. Otherwise, we're actually unbending our democratic principles, and that can never be allowed to happen in Zimbabwe. Now then, before I get in fact, we've got so many guests lined up for you. And actually, I have a guest in studio. I'm actually proud to introduce Trust Chikohova. He is the president of a new coalition called the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, or ZCPD. Trust, welcome to ZTN Prime.
Thank you, Andy, and good morning, viewers.
Trust, okay, first of all, let's start from the top. You have already submitted your documentation. You are now officially a candidate for the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, correct? You paid your $20,000. Talk to me about that.
Yes, we've been to the High Court just now. In fact, we submitted our application on Saturday.
Online, right? Yeah. Which is fantastic.
Physically.
Physically, yeah, because they said give the papers beforehand, and today's the date they decide.
Yes.
Okay.
You can still go today. But we went to ZEC on Saturday and we submitted. You have to do it physically because they need to check your original ID. They need to check your
Talk about the documentation that you had to take as a presidential candidate. I think our viewers would be interested.
You've got a form which is about 35, 36 pages.
Wow, okay.
It's got to have your details, who you are, your ID, where you stay, and everything. What your party is, if you are representing a political party. Like for me, it would be Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, the abbreviation ZCPD.
Right, we're going to talk about that coalition.
They want to see the party symbol. So you put all that on the nomination form. You have to stick the party symbol there so that everything is captured. Then for a
because that's what goes onto the ballot paper.
Yes. Okay. Then you need your passport size photos, which will be used for the ballot papers as well. And then you need to have nominations from at least 10 people per province in Zimbabwe.
10 only? Okay.
Yes, but you have to have 10 from
registered voters nominations.
Who are registered in that particular province.
Got you.
So you have 10 people from Matabeleland North, registered in Matabeleland North. You have 10 people from Bulawayo, registered in Bulawayo, Manicaland, Harare, etc.
Okay.
And they go through each and every name to make sure.
Comparing with the voters as well.
Yes, for that particular province.
Right.
If there's one name which is not there or which is not in that particular province according to their system, then you have to find other names.
Before the end of day to day?
Yes.
Basically?
Yes.
Okay.
So they say your application is still work in progress.
Of course. It's only as valid by end of day.
Yes. So we did that. And then you need to show your original ID, your original long birth certificate to prove that you were born here.
Right.
In
that you are Zimbabwean, born and bred.
Yeah, and then you give them the photocopies as well.
Okay.
Once they've satisfied with all that, then they give you authority to say you can now pay your nomination.
All right, so you haven't paid yet. It's only when they've accepted your documentation, they say, now you're all in order, $20,000, please.
Yes.
That's how much it was for the
Then you have to go to finance and you deal with that. Then you get a receipt which confirms that you have paid the $20,000. It is then attached to your form. It is then that they tell you that you are now duly nominated. Then they tell you, you wait for the nomination court on Wednesday.
Trust, I'll tell you what, keep your thoughts because I'm coming back to you. You're with me for quite a while. I'd like to now cross over to our reporter who's actually at the High Court where the presidential candidates file their nomination papers. Mercy, it's an exciting day for Zimbabwe nomination court, and you, of course, are standing where somebody who's there, who's putting their nomination papers, is going to be the next president of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Tell us, what is it like there right now? It's early 10:53. Explain to us what's going on. Okay, we seem to be having a bit of a delay there, but don't worry, we're just patching in. As you can imagine, we've got reporters pretty much spread throughout the city, and even some we're trying to get hold of outside the capital, of course, because this is happening. This nomination court process is happening all through the country. So while we get Mercy on the line, Trust, you were saying, so documentation all done. Now, you said that you have to, as a presidential candidate, go there in person. You can't send a proxy.
You can send a chief election agent to do all those things for you. It is possible.
It's possible. Yeah, because I wouldn't see the President Edi Mnangagwa going to the High Court to do all of this and going to pay money.
You can. But if you would want to be there as well, you go with your team. Like I would have gone, I went with my team. And we did that process. It
makes sense because I suppose as a political candidate, you want people to see you with the nomination and going through the process.
That's why I'm here right now, coming from the nomination court in the studio.
Right now, tell me. Okay, so Trust, if I can be honest with you, I mean, I've not heard before today that you were planning on standing for president of Zimbabwe, unless maybe I was in the wrong circles. But first of all, talk to me about this Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, or ZCPD. I mean, when was it formed? Do people know about it out there in terms of the general voting population? Talk to me a bit about it. And also, I understand that it was born from parties in Poland.
Yes, Andy, you might not have been aware yourself, but a lot of people are aware of it. You've talked about Poland. I must talk about that because we were in Poland since 2019.
Because you stood in the last election.
Yes. Well, my party, Coalition of Democrats Code, stood in the last election.
Okay, I
was not yet president at that stage.
All right.
So, because of that, together with other parties that stood in 2018, we were members of Poland. And the idea was to work for the development of the country.
Just as I said again, I'm going to be cutting you, and I do apologize, but we do want to cross over to our poll. All right, Mercy, good morning. So, Mercy, you are standing, I don't know what to call it, you're at the High Court. That is where candidates will be nominated for the President of the Republic, the highest office in the Republic in our great country, Zimbabwe. Tell us about it. It's a bit early, but tell us what's happening, the environment, because this is an important day, Mercy.
So what we are witnessing today is one of the defining moments in as far as Zimbabwe's electoral processes are concerned. The nomination court opened at 10 a.m. and this is going to then determine who is going to run for the country's top job. So right now we've got the updates that we've got. Professor Love Mo Maduku, who has filed his papers, and we also know that the President, Emmerson Mnangagwa, has also filed his papers. Then we've got Trust Chikohora of ZCPD, who has also filed his papers, and part of what he was saying is that there is need for an inclusive government so that the economy of Zimbabwe can then be revived. That's what he said. But we are also waiting for Douglas Mwanzora, who has also gotten in to file his papers. So what then happens is that the presidential candidate has to part with 20,000 United States dollars to then qualify to contest come August 23. And some political parties have actually been saying that these fees are prohibitive and exclusionary because one of the aspiring presidential candidates, Divine Hove of the Nationalist Alliance Party, actually tapped out of the presidential race, citing that he could not afford the fees. We also caught up with Linda Masarira yesterday, who was saying that she will not be able to participate in the polls because of the exorbitant fees. But then these fees sailed through Parliament, and so as it stands, they are low. We just tend to find out who else is going to be coming to file their papers. But this process is on until 4 p.m. and after which we can then say Zimbabwe would have drawn a step closer to the polls that are on August 23.
So, Mercy, it looks behind you there. There's a swarm of people. It looks like people, I can't put it the other way, they're excited to go there with their candidates. Talk to me about the general atmosphere there at the High Court. I mean, the candidates are coming in. It's a who's who of political heavyweights, all going, as I said, as you said, for the top position in the country, the president. What is the atmosphere like there?
As you can see, people are excited about this process because it's actually defining in as far as the politics of Zimbabwe is concerned. We actually have onlookers across the road who are just watching as the proceedings are going on. And each time a candidate comes out, then there is a lot of excitement because people can't wait to then see who is going to be running for president this year. You know, in 2018, we had 23 candidates running for president, but we then wait to see if it's going to be the same this year, given that some political parties are complaining about the nomination fees, which they say are too high.
Of course, I want to talk to you a little bit about that because, as you said, 23 presidential candidates in 2018. Already we've had Linda Masariro, who stood last year, dropping out. We've also had other smaller parties saying that they can't afford the 20,000. I mean, that's interesting. Does that change the complexion of the race? Do you think that with less candidates, suddenly it's going to be a lot more exciting in terms of presidential votes and presidential candidates standing?
We can never rule out drama in as far as the issue of elections is concerned, but I managed to chat a bit to Trust Chikohora of the ZCPD, who was saying that the nomination fees are not entirely bad, given that some people have to take Zimbabwe seriously. So Linda Masariro has just come out of the courtroom, and we just want to see if we can get to chat with her a bit.
Yeah, well,
right
what we're
now
going to be
she's,
also doing, of course, is trying to talk to candidates as they come out, and we'll also be trying to get candidates into the studio. Okay, Mercy, please go ahead.
So Linda Masariro has just filed her papers, and we just want to say what she has to say.
Priority to our local currency. The moment we give priority to a foreign currency, we are actually taking away our identity as Zimbabwean people and also discriminating against those who do not have access to the US dollar. It is said that most Zimbabweans want to pride themselves about this US dollar. But if I ask you a question, almost all the journalists who are here, very few of you actually earn the US dollar. And very few people in Zimbabwe actually earn even the nomination fees that have been paid for parliamentary candidates and the presidential candidates. So it is a cause of concern because our public offices are now a preserve for the rich, a preserve of the elite. And I should also remind the electorate that these very same rich people are the ones who have been involved in corrupt activities in our country, who have been running down the economy. And it is always the ordinary person who continues to suffer. I think sometimes when we raise such issues, we should also consider what the Constitution says. The Constitution of Zimbabwe states that every Zimbabwean has got a right to participate in governance issues in this country. It does not limit you on how much money is in your pocket. The moment we limit political participation according to how much is in your pocket, we will have the poor getting poorer, the rich getting richer, and at the end of the day, the ordinary Zimbabweans are the losers.
All the best, President.
Which funding you're filing?
I'm funding myself.
It's very interesting that. I think this debate is raged on. We've actually had presidential candidates here at ZTN Studios. And this debate of whether 20,000 United States dollars is affordable. We actually even had the Minister of Justice, Ziyambi, saying recently in a media report, he said that to be president of the country, you need deep pockets. And his argument is simple. Apart from the fact that you're standing as president, as a party, you've still got to campaign in all 10 provinces. You possibly have to put money up for all your candidates across the country, both MPs and councillors. Each of them has to pay a nomination fee. You've got to put rallies up. You've got to pay for security. You've got to pay for all sorts of other expenses that it takes to run a political party. All right, let's cut back to Linda Masariro. I think she's still back there at the High Court.
People love donor funding, love being given conditions, but at the end of the day, we should protect the country first before we accept these donations that have conditions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Right, Mercy, is Mercy still there? Mercy, Mercy, maybe I can get you back. Mercy, this discussion, as I said in studio, is raging about $20,000 and a lot of candidates are saying it's not affordable, it's elitist. And I did quote the Minister of Justice, who actually said publicly, he said, to be president, you need deep pockets. But it appears that from 23 candidates in 2018, because of that nomination fee amount, we could have way less. What are the general sentiments from the candidates you're talking to? Okay, well, all right, we'll get back to it because it's a good question. Now, in studio, I actually have one of the successful nominated candidates for President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Trust Chikora. He is president of the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, ZCPD. Now, ZCPD, if you didn't know, is a coalition of parties that has been put together. Some of them participated in 2018. In fact, they all participated in 2018, joined POLAD, which was a political forum meant to discuss dialogue with all parties involved, except, of course, for then the MDC Alliance, which had now turned into the Triple C as a separate party. But Trust, you were explaining. So talk to me about the composition of the ZCPD. Who is in it and how is it working? Because this is probably the first time we've probably had a broad-based opposition coalition in the country, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, certainly for this election, this is the only coalition. The other parties that are in the election are going it alone. So this is a coalition for this election. And so I was explaining earlier on that we were in Poland. My party, called Coalition of Democrats, was one of the parties in Poland, together with 16. There were 16 parties now in Poland, including ZANU-PF. The other 15 are the ones that are excluding the current ruling party.
So all the other 15 have joined your coalition?
No.
Okay.
I'm explaining about
go ahead,
Poland, since you said we're in Poland. So now the idea in Poland was to have a platform for political actors to discuss pertinent issues affecting the country, to see how we can help to move our country forward, even though we are not yet in government. And that's why we were in Poland. And we had even committees, working committees within Poland. One of them was the Economic Committee. And I'm in fact the chairman of the Economic Committee of Poland. So, through that, we were able to proffer solutions to challenges facing the economy. You may recall we did in 2020 what we called the Poland Economic Summit in February 2020. In 2022, in June, when there was a problem with currency, we had what we called the Poland Currency Indaba. So those are some of the interventions.
It's a forum for us to discuss openly and transparently the issues and come up with recommendations, suggestions.
Yeah.
Okay,
for government.
But talking Pollard though, talking Pollard Trust. I mean, surely you know the criticism made by critics, commentators, analysts that effectively it was a forum for losing candidates in 2018 to jump onto the gravy train.
But I'm talking about real issues. You understand, Andy, from having a financial background. In 2020, for example, when we did the Pollard Economic Summit, foreign currency had been banned in Zimbabwe. We were now exclusively Zimbabwe dollar. Things were going haywire in the markets. We sat down there, we came up with resolutions to say we need to go back to multiple currencies, and government did that. And we said even the auction system was not there at that time. And that was one of the recommendations coming out of the economic
So you're
summit.
saying it was effective?
It was effective. And these things affect the day-to-day lives of the people. And without such a forum, the ruling government would go it alone and we would not have a role to play. Talk about last year when the exchange rate started spiraling, when we did the currency indaba. The issue to do with 200%. That's where it came from.
The interest rate increase.
From the Pollard currency indaba. Because we said you've got to have real interest rates. You've got to have interest rates that are above inflation so that you don't have speculative borrowing.
Okay.
The gold coin came from the Poland currency index.
Right.
So,
now,
so I'm just saying.
Just giving me some background. Okay, that's good because it's
right.
important to get a background on
We do
Poland.
that,
And now, of course, when we get back, because we're
Yeah.
crossing over to our reporter Sharon, she's actually
Yeah.
at Town House. And when we come back, I'm still here with Chastiko Ora, the president of the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, ZCPD. Sharon, you're at Town House. Tell me, who is putting the paperwork in there? What's happening? What do they need to actually do to produce paperwork? You know, how many candidates have you seen? Have you seen any, if I can call them so-called heavyweights coming to be nominated? Sharon?
By an inspiring candidate from the ZANU-PF party. Can you please introduce yourself, sir?
Right. My name is Tongai Matsika, the candidate for ZANU-PF, Ward 26, as an aspiring candidate.
All right. Can you please take us through the process of what happens when you get into the nomination court in there? I understand you've already been inside. Can you tell us what happens in there?
Yeah, Shinu Janga Shakatome, when we start, especially during the primary election, Shinu Janga Shakaoma, but we managed to win a primary election. Yes.
And then if you do manage to be successful, what are you promising the people from your ward?
Right. Especially in my ward, Mangu, Ward 26, Greenville North. Chokutangisa ndula kwa promise kuti tinofana kuva tine mvura yakachena. Tapa mvura yakachena, tinofana kuva tine masuweji edu achishanda zvaaisiita pamakore apera before 20 years dzakagara dzine vanga vachitipikisa. Saka ndinenjira kuti panenge ndapinda tichakwanisa kubvisa marara, tokwanisa kuisa ma-street light mulocation, tobvisa magarbage mumadrainage edu, ndo zvandikuvapromisa. Tobvapo zvekare kana ndapinda tine yatinoti senior citizen nezvinezvi, vanhu vedu vakura, chembere dzedu dziri muno muHarare, tinotoka kana chembere kana ichinge yanzi yashaya, at least the price iwe yekuti gomba raanonochererwa kuti abigwe ngarive riri affordable, rikwanise kunge richibhadharika, nekuti inyika yedu ndo masenior citizen yedu, is where they can benefit again.
All right, thank you very much and good luck.
Right, so of course we do apologize for poor connectivity. As you can appreciate, our reporters are in the field. However, we will continue to be crossing over. Now, it's interesting about council votes because I believe that, and I've spoken to a lot of political commentators, that it is one area of the political elections, the harmonized elections, that actually probably should sort of garner a lot of citizens' interest in. Well, why do I say that? Well, because it's at local authorities who actually probably have more of a direct impact of your lives than anybody. Think about it this way. The president, of course, is up there. He's the ruler of the nation, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and, of course, the leader of the government. But he makes policy decisions really looking at the larger picture of Zimbabwe. You then have MPs who are looking at laws, again, more focused on the generality of what's happening in Zimbabwe as a whole, passing laws that may do with gender, may do with whistleblowing, that may do with crime and law and order, and even cybersecurity, etc. But who do you vote for? Who comes to pick up your garbage? Who do you vote for? Who puts up lights in your streets? What about the roads in your area? What about the water that's coming through your taps to deliver to your house? That's down to local authorities. And the question is this: who would you vote for in a local authority? Do you vote for a party, or do you vote for a candidate who knows your ward, who lives in your ward, who actually wants to help your development, that will stand as your voice in council to get things done? This is the debate that is raging. Andy's not saying this. This is coming out of residents' associations throughout the country who are saying, guys, maybe it isn't about a party anymore. Maybe it's about electing local authorities that care about citizens in their wards and can deliver on things like garbage delivery. I mean, things that every day of your life you suffer, right? The MPs aren't going to help you do a lot of that. It's local authorities, councils, all across the country, and all of them for election come August the 23rd. Now then, I've still got Trust Chikuhora here in the studio from the president of the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, ZCPD. Now, a quick recap. ZCPD is the coalition of parties, which we're going to get to just now with Trust, that came out of Poland. Now, you appreciate Poland had 15 political parties in it, including the ruling party, ZANU-PF, put together to talk transparently, to talk openly about issues that affected Zimbabwe, whatever it could be. It doesn't matter what it could be. It could be law and order, it could be the economy, it could be security. It doesn't matter. The idea was a voice could be heard in Poland for everyone to say their views and put ideas across, puts recommendations across. Some may be taken, some may not be, because of course it's the prerogative of the ruling party. But of course in that Poland, the main opposition party, if I can call them that, at that point MDC Alliance, now they're Triple C, were not part of that coalition. And at that time, of course, MDCT was part of the coalition. They also they actually did join Poland, interestingly enough, as MDCT, but not under the coalition. But anyway, I've got Trust to go ahead. Trust, so you were talking about Poland, and thank you for that background. Let's now talk about 15 political parties in Poland. Who then, how did it work now into your coalition? Explain that process.
Yes. So now, as we were coming to the elections, then we said, yes, we've been working together to try and improve our country in this dialogue platform. Now, coming elections, we need to go into our camps to actually compete for political power, even against ZANU-PF, even against each other. Yeah. What do we do now? But you find that even that process made us realize that actually we are stronger together. We are stronger as Zimbabweans if we work together. So that kind of thinking, we started talking amongst ourselves and said, if we believe that this is the way forward for this country, if we believe that polarization is not going to help us as a nation, what do we do? Let us create a vehicle that can start to bring people together, irrespective of their political parties, where they are.
An umbrella movement, so to speak.
Yeah. So we said, let's start to walk the talk. Let us create that vehicle. And that's when the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development was formed. Coalition, because we need to come together as Zimbabweans. Peace, because we need to build a peaceful society. We need to get rid of the polarization. We need to bring positive energy of the people together so that we can develop. Hence the name Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, which is available for everybody with the same kind of thinking. And to start off with, 6 political parties bought into the idea. One is the Coalition of Democrats Court, which is led by myself. And when we came together, we then allocated ourselves responsibilities. And I was elected to be the president and leader of the coalition. We have Mrs. Lucia Matibenga from PDP, People's Democratic Party. She was elected the vice president of the coalition. We have Reverend Chikanga from Rebuild Zimbabwe Party, RZP. He was elected to be the Secretary General of the coalition. We have Peter Gaba from UDPP. He was elected to be the Treasurer General of the coalition. And we have Pastor Philip Mugadza of UDM. He was elected to be the organizing secretary. And then we also have Innocent Netanyahu of Straight Black Pride Zimbabwe Partnership, which used to be called ZIP. He is our information and publicity man. Okay. So those 6 are what we call the founder members of the coalition. But this was done on the 16th of March.
Oh, so it was some time ago.
16th of March,
was put together.
2023.
Okay.
Here at the Holiday Inn. That's when the launch was done. Okay. 16th of March, 2023. And then we said, this is just a beginning of this journey of bringing people together and putting up a vehicle which can be used to bring people together. And we said, other parties, both within Poland and even outside Poland, are free to come in, as long as we share the same principles and values. Principles of peace, principles of moving our country forward together as a people. We are patriotic. We love Zimbabwe. And we believe Zimbabweans have it within them to build their country, but only if we work together. So then we said people can come in, not even political parties alone, even civic society organizations. We are open to working with them. Even individuals who may not be interested in political parties, but who are interested in moving the country forward.
And the message that your coalition is projecting.
Yes, they can also be part of the coalition.
Right.
And so that has already started bearing fruits. We have got 2 other political parties. I'm not going to mention them here because we haven't formalized the
Okay. They're still negotiating.
Yeah, who have pretty much applied to come and join. These are outside Poland. Some of them are actually fielding candidates under ZCPD today, as we are talking now. And then we have civic society organizations. We have residents associations. You were talking about them. We have candidates who are leaders of residents associations, who are not even in political parties, but who will be candidates of ZCPD in local authorities, like you are
I was talking about just now.
We have those people.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's talk about that, because
okay.
obviously the structures of power in Zimbabwe are clearly defined. You've obviously got the president, the highest officer in the land. You've then got your members of parliament. Again, all constituencies are open in the 2023 harmonized election, and then councillors at both local, rural authorities all across the country. In fact, every political office you can think about is up for grabs on August the 23rd. Now that is thousands of people. Talk to me about how effective you can be as a party unless you at least field, I don't know. I mean, you'd hope 100% of all those positions should be able to field a candidate from somewhere within the coalition. How is that shaping out for ZCPD?
Yes, so after March 16, we embarked on a journey going around the country. We went to all the 10 provinces in Zimbabwe, putting this message across, bringing our parties together, because we had our own structures, bringing them together to say, no, we are no longer CODE, we are no longer PDP, we are no longer this and that. We are now ZCPD. So we did that. And in those meetings, we were also bringing on board other people who may be outside the political parties. We were then identifying people who want to be candidates for the
for all of the
for
positions.
the coalitions.
Okay.
Those who want to be councillors, those who want to be MPs. Of course, we already had our presidential candidate.
You, basically.
Yeah. So and introducing the team. And so we did that in all the provinces. And so this is where now.
So you didn't have this formal nomination process like most of the bigger parties have, where they have primary elections. You didn't. You basically went in and selected. How did you select the candidates for each position? How did that work? Particularly as you are different parties.
Yes.
I'm sure there were guys vying for the same seats. It could have been quite damaging, I suppose.
Yeah. Actually, it went very well because we from the outset we said we would do things by consensus. First, even myself, to come out as the leader of the coalition, it was by consensus. And it was unanimously agreed that I would lead. We took the same principle to the provinces. And we said, show your interest. Where we don't have more than one candidate for a particular ward or constituency, there's no problem, right? Where we have more than one, then we build consensus. We say, basically, we want to win the election. Which candidate has the best chance to win? That was the biggest criteria. And people found each other. And we didn't have problems at the end. Everything fell into place.
So how are you then in terms? Do you have 210 members of parliament candidates? Do you have, I don't know, is it 2,500? I mean, I don't even know the number of local authorities, but I know it's big.
Yeah,
do you have every candidate to stand in every?
About 1,970.
Do you have candidates for all of that?
In the country. Well, work is in progress.
Oh, still in progress.
People are at nomination.
Today. Oh, I see. So by end of day or at least tomorrow, you'll know how many were successful.
How many were successful?
But did you send 1,900 people?
We've sent people in all the provinces, like I'm saying. So there's work happening everywhere.
Okay.
But I'll say something. Because of there's a financial issue you talked about as well.
Yes.
It's a big financial exercise. This
Oh, I
nomination.
mean, running an election for all those three layers of government is expensive. Let's be frank.
In this case,
yeah, it's
the
expensive.
nomination fees are steep.
It's
So,
expensive.
looking at that, actually, what we've decided to do, yes, we will have candidates across the board. We've decided to focus on two main areas. One is the presidency at this level, the high level, because we are saying this is where the direction of the country is set. This is where the broad policy of where we will be as Zimbabwe is defined. This is the leadership of the country. So we have a candidate there.
Okay.
We have to play in
Right.
that field.
Right.
So, and we've secured it. I've been duly nominated.
And you paid your fee and you're now an official candidate.
I've been pronounced the nomination court as duly nominated.
All right, so
then,
just give me 1 second. Sorry,
Yeah, okay.
we actually, you can see there's a bit of, we got some pictures there coming from Townhouse. We'll come back to Chustik Ora, he's the president of the ZCPD. But it's interesting, you know, I tell you what, one thing I've liked about the pictures coming through from everywhere we're covering is that there's a sense of joy. And it's really nice to see political gathering, different candidates from different parties peacefully going about their business, nominating each other. When they come out, their supporters cheer and clap, and there's hugs and cries. They're open to talking to the press, showing the press freedom that we have in the country. It's just great to see it. And I'll keep repeating this over and over. No violence, no to violence. And it's nice if we can look at what's happening today at all the nomination courts. And this is across the country. We're getting reports from across the country. Peaceful nomination courts, no issues. Candidates not really complaining about system, no one being stopped. In fact, candidates even put their papers in before today. They could have put them in a week, 2 weeks ago, so that by the time they came to nomination court, their paperwork had all been sorted out if they had anything to fix in it. That is how transparent and open the process has been. Not a single candidate has been banned without, of course, legal issues, for example, if they're criminals or in court, the usual things that any country in the world would put in place to disqualify candidates. That is how open and free this nomination process appears to be running. But I want to just emphasize that you can see the colorful people out there, the Zimbabweans, enjoying being part of the political process in our country. I mean, look, there's, I think Linda, is that Mahere? Fadzai Mahere, of course, the spokesperson for Triple C. You see her there in the picture. We have to, obviously, was Costa, our correspondent. She's filing her papers right now in the Harare Magistrate Court. She's running for Mount Pleasant councillor. MP for Mount Pleasant, my mistake. MP for Mount Pleasant, Fadzai Mahere, will be the candidate for Triple C, a Mount Pleasant Member of Parliament. She's filing her papers as we speak. Hopefully we'll be able to cross over and get an interview with her. We'll just find out, because, you know, some candidates are willing to talk to the press, others get in their car and zip away. But it just shows you that there's openness in terms of nomination. There's openness in terms of candidates that are going. And of course, you know, in fact, before I come back to Chustik Ora here, he's the president of ZCPD, let's have a look briefly, as I said, of some of the election timelines following the proclamation of the elections date on the 31st of May by Zimbabwe's President Edie Mnangagwa. Well, of course, he pronounces the election date. He pronounced it 23rd of August, and a series of activities are now lined up. First of all, the nomination court sits. That's number one. It sits today, as you are aware. We're looking at that right now. That's followed by the election of the Council of Chiefs on the 3rd of August. That's very important, and you'll see why. The President and Deputy of the Chiefs Council will then be elected on the 10th of August before polling on the 23rd of August. The next day, the Presidential Chiefs Council will convene to constitute the Electoral College. Now you understand how important chiefs are and who is nominated and who's elected there in that chiefs committee, how important they are to the fabric of Zimbabwe. If none of the presidential candidates, of course, garner a majority vote, that's 50 plus 1. If I'm not mistaken, a runoff election will be held on the 2nd of October. That is the process. So, in a way, if you think, even though there have been political parties, of course, Triple C, even ZCPD, I'm talking to Trust here, he said that they were in March, was it March this year, Trust? So, they've been around, but now, if you like, now you know the candidates. Now you know which each political party will be putting forward in your ward as your MP, who the presidential candidates will be. Now it's official. It's no longer just people telling you I'm standing for president, because once they've paid and they accepted and their paperwork is all in order, they paid their registration fee. It's now official. That means literally, if I can say this, seriousness starts today. Today is when you now know, who am I going to vote for in my ward? Who am I going to vote for as MP in my constituency? Who am I going to vote for President of the Republic of Zimbabwe? All through 10 provinces, all through the thousands of polling stations that are being set up all across the country. This is democracy in action, good people of Zimbabwe. This is what democracy looks like. People being free to go and vote for who they like without violence, without intimidation, without being coerced into voting for a party they do not want. That is what Zimbabwe fought all its war and got its independence in 1980. Trust, let's talk about this because you talked about the expense. I mean, it's expensive. So you said that you're focusing, you've got your presidential candidate. What's the other area then that you're focusing on as a party?
It's interesting you were talking earlier. The other area of focus for us is actually going to be the local authorities because that is where the people are. That is where day-to-day life is lived. And that is where the services are. People want water. People want a sewer system that works. The basics. Here in Zimbabwe, those things are now taken as luxuries. To have tap water running is now seeming like a luxury. It shouldn't be. It is a basic human
I mean, Mavuku
right.
hasn't had water for 10 years. I did a program on this. Even in my area, I haven't had water for, I can't even remember when.
But that is so basic. You know, these are things that were basic even far back in 1960. You know, the sewer system needs to work. And so we are deploying our people there to make sure that they get to do the work. What is happening now is not working. We need fresh people, fresh ideas, people who will come and make things actually work. Look at the roads in the local authorities. People are sending dozers to remove tarred roads and putting in dust roads and thinking that they are doing a good job by having replacing a tarred road with a dust road. So we are focusing.
You're focusing on local authorities, both rural and urban.
Yes. Okay. So we've got plenty of candidates there, and guess what? That is free. There's no nomination fee for local,
which of course cuts down this heavy expense.
Yes. But that is where the people are. Even for the presidential candidate, the votes come from the ward. They come from right there at the ward. So as we are doing the local authority, we are also feeding into the presidential candidate.
But wouldn't you have an issue there? I mean, just hypothetically, you win presidency, you win some seats in local authority, but you don't win anything in the Parliament of Zimbabwe. Would that not be an issue for you as a hypothetical president?
We will still have some candidates in the parliamentary, but I am giving you our key
thrust. Right.
Our thrust is on the presidency.
Got you.
And on the local level. That's in the circumstances, from a strategic point of view, that is what we are going for. You are bringing now the hypothetical issue.
All right, let me come back to you. Of course, we've got live pictures there from the High Court. And now the High Court is where presidential candidates file their paperwork. Now, as we heard from Trust, he actually took us through we've got Linda Masawiwa now talking. Let's cross over.
Inside the nomination court, and the nomination fees in the other TGS are 138,531,528. So I'm just going to look for about 28 million more, and then I'll successfully file my presidential nomination today.
You have up until what time?
Pardon? I've got friends. I've already put out word to them that I need extra money for my money to get off to successfully file my presidential.
What do you think of the 20,000 for presidential candidates?
I've been clear that the 20,000 is too exorbitant. It is discriminatory in nature. It violates Section 56 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, which speaks to non-discrimination and equality before the law. And the 20,000 USD or the 138 million is way out of reach for most Zimbabweans. Even employed people cannot even afford these nomination fees. So at the end of the day,
you heard it, 138 million Zimbabwe dollars or 20,000 United States dollars. Now, we had heard earlier from our reporter Mercy there, who is peculiar situation where people have to be
very rich or have to go and get funding from the west or the east for them to be able to run in these elections. And that is a real cause of concern because there's no free lunch in politics. Whoever gives you money wants something back in return. And that is how we are sabotaging our own country. I hear a lot of people always complain that ZANU is subcontracting our mineral resources to China and etc. etc. They also get funding from China. So at the end of the day, if us ordinary Zimbabweans don't fight for equality before the law, don't fight for reasonable nomination rates, we will continue being the losers. Because when the elite get in, they're just interested in their businesses, they're just interested in capitalism, and it is always the ordinary Zimbabwean who suffers at the end of the day.
I heard Linda Masario, she put the two amounts into perspective for us. It's either 138 million Zimbabwe dollars or 20,000 United States dollars. That is what you have to pay if you want to be the president of Zimbabwe. And of course, those aren't just numbers taken from nowhere. Those are numbers ratified and actually approved by Zimbabwe's parliament before, of course, they were then obviously dissolved because parliament gets dissolved before an election while we elect new members. Now, Linda says, we actually had thought that possibly she had dropped out of the race because of the high level of fees. But she's then stated that she's 28 million Zimbabwe dollars short. She says that, and don't forget, she has until 4 p.m. That's still what? It's 11:30 now. So we've still got some time. Now, as you can see, we're crossing back there. That's some live visuals now from the High Court. You can see candidates still milling around, people talking, understanding what the nomination is. Now, let's talk about this fee because a lot of candidates have expressed concern about the amount. Trust, I'm with you. Now, we will continue talking about your party and the structures because I have got more questions for you. But your view on the 20,000 US dollars. Oh, hang on. Are we okay? I think we're. In fact, hang on a second. Wait. No, sorry, Trust. Let me just. We're crossing over. Oh, okay. Trust. Talk to me about this 20,000. I mean, people. You can see opposition. 20,000, 1,000 for MPs, $500. I think those are the levels. What are your views on this 20,000? I mean, you heard Linda's strong views there. She says it's elitist, discriminatory. People don't earn that amount of money. So in a way, it's kind of restricting the political field, it's not making it a level playing field because particularly for those parties that may have got political funding through the last election, but you're here probably talking ZANU, MDCT, probably Triple C. What are your views?
Yeah, it is steep. It's not easy, especially if you put into perspective that you've got 210 constituencies at 1,000 each, and then you've got the 20,000 for the presidential. Then you've got your party lists, which need to be 4 per province, which are 200 each. So that's 800 per province, probably 8,000 for the country. So you're looking at close to $250,000 just for nomination alone. That if you are to field every single candidate. And that is very difficult if you are not already getting political party financing. In this case, it's just been MDC and ZANU-PF that have been getting that.
From the last 2018 election.
So it's very difficult, and I can understand where Linda is coming from and where other
I mean, she's 28 million short to stand as president. But of course, on top of that, as you've highlighted, are all the costs. I mean, I'll give you an example, and maybe this is something you could also comment on, because one area that it's important to have during any election, particularly a harmonized election, is polling observers. It's critical. These are people that go to the polls, they make sure that everyone is voting peacefully, there's no intimidation, no coercion, there's avenues for them to complain to things if they see any polling officers or boxes unattended, boxes not sealed properly. That's what the polling agent is. And every political party technically should have a polling agent at every polling booth across the nation. Now, we're talking thousands of polling stations in all provinces, some deep in Kumusha, deep in the countryside of Zimbabwe, because of course everyone can vote. That means that all polling stations should be within access of every Zimbabwean citizen to be able to vote. So, oh, hang on, sorry, Charles, I'll come back to you, Charles. But this way, let's Fazai Mahere there. You can see her. She's, as I said, we just had pictures earlier. She's standing for Member of Parliament for Mount Pleasant under the Triple C political party movement, and she's just filing her papers there. Now, interesting, and I'm sure we will cover during the course of the day some of the heavyweights that allegedly are not standing. Like I think I read a report yesterday of Tendai Biti from Triple C losing out in the primary elections to Rusty Markham, who used to stand, of course, in the Borodale area. Now he's standing for MP of Harare East. So there are some heavyweights that I believe. Also Ziambi, of course, he lost in his primary elections as well in his area for ZANU PF. But that also shows democracy, doesn't it? You know, it doesn't matter if you're heavyweight or not. The fact is, the people have the option, have the vote. They have the voice to elect you or not elect you. Also Mwanzora and so forth. We can go across the country. I understand I can call it Honorable Coupe now is not standing anymore in Bulawayo in the constituency where Tuli Ngube is standing for ZANU PF. So there's a lot of interesting competitions that will be playing out over the next 2 months or so, because think about it. It's the 23rd of August. We're now, what, the 21st of June? We've only got 2 months and 2 days, roughly, before we are all going at the polls on official election day. So there's only 2 months. So we're going to be following you here at ZTN Prime for our extensive election coverage, covering all political parties. Doesn't matter whether you're ruling party, Triple C, ZCPD. We're going to be covering all political parties to give them an equal voice and opportunity. Let's listen to Ziambi.
For now is 4 o'clock, so that we will know who will be contesting with. But all our papers are in order. We are ready for the elections, and we just wait to find out who the other contestants are.
Some potential candidates are saying the 20,000 is too much for them. What do you make of this government?
Yeah, but if you want to be entrusted with the affairs of a country and you cry over 20,000, surely you are not serious. Rights and responsibilities go hand in hand. Mapepa a president vedu Dr. Mnangagwa taaendesa aonekwa akanaka, saka iye zvinotamirira kuti kana 4 dzachaya toziva kuti vakwanisa kunge vachisa mapepa kuti vange vachikwikwidzana nesu ndivanani.
Mungati process yange yakadini?
Aiwa, process yakanaka chose, hatina kuwana zviminga mpinyo pataenda kunoisa mapepa edu.
Vari kuchema nemari imuri kuzviona sei?
Isu maonero edu ndeyekuti kana ukange wada kuti upiwe basa rakakura sezvakaita rekuti unge uchitonga nyika, wobva wachema kuti 20 yakawandisa, ukazenge wane mutoro wenyika yese unozougona uchichema kuti 20 yawanda. Saka tiri kuti 20 haina kuwanda, inoratidza kuti munhu akadaro anokwanisa kubvisa 20 anokwanisa kuti azotungamirira nyika asingabe.
Mamwe madzimai ari kuti zvavavharira mune zvekutongerwa nyika, sajustice minister muzvitorawo sei?
Madzimai emuno mukatarisa pasi rese, Zimbabwe yakaedza zvakanyanyisa kusimudzira madzimai kuti vapinde mupolitics. Vari kuti vavharirwa, handisi kuziva kuti vakavharirwa kupi.
Nenyaya yemari iyoyo vari kuti access to resources.
Zvino kana usina access to resource, wotoda mutoro wekuti unge uchitungamirira nyika, hamusi kuona kuti muri kutaura zvinhu tu zvakati pesane. Munhu ari kuti ndiri kuda kutungamirira nyika asina handina maresource, unozozvibatanidza sei?
And Honorable Mr. looking at the candidates that are there, how confident are you as a party going to this election?
We are waiting for the final list, so I can't comment about candidates because I'm not yet sure which candidates are there, unless if you tell me which are the candidates that are there.
Professor Maduku has confirmed?
I'm not aware of who has confirmed. Let's speak about it at 4 o'clock.
Right, well, there you have Ziambi. Ziambi is Zimbabwe's Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Now, as Charles Chigora, who's in the studio with me, the president of ZCPD, said, you can actually send a proxy to put your votes in. ZANU-PF actually had already submitted their paperwork online, because this year, in line with international standards, candidates could submit online. However, of course, it made sense for a candidate's proxy to go, or even the candidate themselves to go on nomination day, which is today, go to the court to make sure everything was in order, make sure their name was in, just in case, you know how it is. It's always better sometimes to go physically to prove something has happened. So you heard there his views about the 20,000. I mean, his argument was simple. He said it, and I'm quoting. He said, if you're arguing about 20,000 United States dollars and you want to be president of a whole country, then you're not serious. In other words, the amount is technically so small if you want to be president that actually, why even mention it? Of course, the opposition parties are saying, well, by the opposition leaders, some of them are saying, well, the fact is this, by making it 20,000, are you not making the position elitist? Are you not making it about money? And therefore, if you get money from different sources, particularly from outside the country or from foreign donors, that could also sway the way that you then govern. This is what opposition parties are saying. And you heard Linda Masirio being very outspoken about that very issue. Now, there is one more thing that I think is important to note, and I will be coming back to Trust Chigora just now, but one thing that's important is, of course, this was reported in our sister publication, The Herald, this morning. And the headline was ZEC Gazette's Local Authority Women's Quota. Now, I want to talk about this in a bit. And in fact, Trust can join. In fact, me and Trust are going to be jumping up and down as we talk about his party and what's happening, but also getting his views. Gender equality in politics is important. It's important that we follow our own constitution, which states that 50% of all elected officials technically should be women. Okay, that is a fact. And unfortunately, Zimbabwe has not actually attained what is constitutionally down. In other words, we are in ourselves not following our own constitution. Now, what ZEC has done is ZEC has gazetted the actual numbers of additional councillors at each local authority to meet the 30% of the total membership of each local authority now reserved for women party list councillors in accordance with the constitution. 30% of every local authority must be women. So all you political parties out there, you've got until 4 o'clock. You better make sure that you have women candidates who you are putting forward to nomination. Trust this is important, because when you look at our census, 54% of Zimbabweans are women. In fact, one of the jokes is that women are running out of men in Zimbabwe because there's so many more of them. So how important is it, even if you look at your own party, to put forward candidates who are women at all levels, local authority, members of parliament? I mean, presidential is you, but how important is it your party? And are you adhering to that constitutional requirement and just basically common sense, to be frank?
Yes, it's very important. As I've said earlier, our vice president, my deputy, is a woman, very seasoned woman for that matter, a former minister, Mrs. Lucia Matibenga.
Matibenga, yes.
So we're demonstrating that. Then at the local authority level, we are quite, when I talked about the strategic focus on local authorities, we are making sure that we have those party lists for women candidates at local authority level. In addition to the individual candidates who we have been promoting to bring forward as many women as possible, especially at local authority, because they bear the brunt of these issues. They have to fetch water. They have to make sure the household is clean. Everything is going on
Even
well.
economically, they're supporting families in today in Zimbabwe.
So we believe the women can actually provide those services better than the men, because they know what it really means to go without water. They need to make sure everybody has bathed. So this is the message that we've been giving to the women, that come forward, especially in the local authorities, come in, first past the post, and also the party list for the women candidates. We are doing that at local authorities. So it's important.
It's important. Now, before we crossed over to see some of the visuals from the High Court, we were talking about how important it is for each party to have polling agents. And that is one area that I think, apart from ZANU-PF has polling agents at literally every single polling booth. In fact, more than one across the country. In fact, they're already training thousands of polling agents from their own internal structures to go and do this. It's important because that also, if you have polling agents at every polling booth, no one can turn around and say, this election was rigged, this election was stolen, because you were actually there, you saw the numbers, you know exactly what's happening, they're tabulated, that they're polling station based. Now don't forget, in Zimbabwe, votes are counted at the polling station and the results published at the door. Okay, so you actually know what the numbers of votes are. But however, you're not allowed to then declare that I won or my party won, because why? They have to be then sent to the central election office here at ZEC in the capital, where then ZEC is given, I believe, up to 4 days to announce the results of the various constituencies and various things. And that's where there can be disputes and so on before the announcement. Don't forget, this is all supposed to be a very transparent, open process in our democracy, and it is a democracy. But the idea, before I do take a breather, the concept is this: every political party should have a polling agent at every single polling station, because that way then they can't say, well, that polling station was corrupt or they didn't count our votes, if they weren't there to prove it. This is where this disputes of free and fair elections come in. We want a free and fair election which is signed off by everybody. We don't want to hear that the election wasn't free and fair. We don't want to hear that there was violence. We don't want to hear about intimidation. We don't want to hear about political parties unnecessarily being disallowed to have rallies and so forth. These are the kind of things that really make a free and fair election. And the president himself said this. He said, observer countries, doesn't matter who you are, as long as you follow Zimbabwe's law, apply to be observers, and we will not turn you away. That was the president's own words, as long as they follow Zimbabwe's law. Anyway, it's time for us to take a breather. I'm still with Chashikova. He's president of ZCPD, which is a coalition of parties which will be standing. He's already filed his nomination papers. He is now an official presidential candidate for Zimbabwe's harmonized 2023 elections on August the 23rd. But don't go away. We're continuing our coverage all the way. I'll be with you all the way until 4 p.m., if not later, this afternoon. Don't go away. ZTN Prime, our 2023 nomination court sitting coverage. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching ZTN Prime, and we're broadcasting to you from our studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. I am Andy Hodges. Today is all about the 2023 nomination court sittings. Now, let's go through the process. Candidates have been able to, before today, submit their documentation to the courts for 3 major election positions. First, of course, is the main one, the biggie, so I can call it that. That's the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Those candidates must put their nomination papers in at the High Court. Now, the process there, of course, is that you can submit, you can pay, and your paperwork is accepted. However, only at 4 p.m. this afternoon will they then announce the candidates who officially are okay. They officially have been processed and accepted. That's at 4 p.m. So as much as we say that Chashikowa, he's done his documentation, it's all been accepted, he's paid his fees, okay, so technically I can say he is a presidential candidate for ZCPD. But officially, that will only be announced at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Now, presidential candidates have to pay a 20,000 United States dollar nomination fee, or 138 million Zimbabwe dollars. Yes, you heard me right, 138 million. Linda Masario, of course, is 28 million Zimbabwe dollars short. she has only 110 million, is it? 118 million. So she needs 138. So $28 million short. We had thought that she had pulled out or that she had tapped out because she couldn't afford the fees. But we were having interviews with her live from the High Court of Zimbabwe, and she said that she's got until 4 p.m., remember? As long as even at 10 seconds to 4, if she can bring in her 28 million Zimbabwe dollars and put that money and pay it, she can still be a candidate for president. In fact, I lie, 1 second to 4. There's a countdown clock. Right, so that is for the presidential candidate. Now, already I can tell you that ZANU-PF have put in their documentation. They did it online. I understand that Nelson Chamisa, president of Triple C Party, has also submitted his name. Lavmo Maduko, I understand, has also completed his process. Of course, we've also got Chashik Ora from ZCPD. He's also completed this process. So already on my hand, that's 4. And if Linda comes in, that's 5. But confirmed who have put their papers in, paid the fees, now waiting for the official announcement at 4 p.m. is 4 at the moment, 4 candidates. Now remember, 2018, how many candidates were they? 23 candidates stood for the presidency. So it's very interesting. So I tell you what, we're gonna cross across to Triple C, Amos Chibaya. Listen to what he's in Gweru. Listen to what Amos had to say.
The process now started, but we're expecting that the process was going to start at 8 o'clock, but it was a bit delayed with 2 hours. But however, the process already started. In terms of what is my anticipation, Zakafane Muchato ngoida waperekedza. Saka panapa vo tidambo chate yedu tifara tosiri pamwe chete vanowina vanongosikama. Ndakanangana zvikuru sei nemushango womukoba haiwa. Zvinoita welcome all those people vachandiperekedza kumuchato. Gozo muchato vaviri uye kufumba gondo vaviri. Saka dziri nyaya dzokukunda hai. Zvingori pachena, the writings on the wall. It's known kuti mukoba notes ndiye achibaya. I can't complain at the moment. The only issue that I've raised regarding the starting time, we were supposed to start at 8 o'clock, but the process was delayed, and it started at 10 o'clock.
That was Amos Chibaya. Of course, he's a sitting MP for Mukoba North and the organizing secretary for Triple C. Very confident Amos is there in Gweru, but also as well, you can hear from what he's saying, things are going smoothly. I did tell you that ZTN Prime will be bringing you updates from all across Zimbabwe. It's the only station you should be watching if you want to know what's happening around the country. We're going to tell you which heavyweights are in, which heavyweights are out of all the parties. Now, again, let's also talk about the National Constitutional Authority, NCA. The president of that, of course, is Professor Lavmo Maduku. We actually caught up with him here at ZTN Prime, and he was there at the High Court. He had just filed his papers. Listen to what Professor Maduku had to say.
I'm just coming out of the nomination court. I came to witness the opening of the nomination court. And as you know, under the law, when they are opening the nomination court, they indicate those nomination papers have already been accepted. And so my name is among the nomination papers that have already been accepted, including that of the President, Advocate Nelson Chamisa, and Trustee Shkowora. So there are 4 candidates whose papers have already gone through and have been accepted. So we are happy with that. Already, because that has been announced, it means we are duly nominated. My party is the NCA, so I'm presidential candidate for the NCA. My complaint is the huge high nomination fees, which have not allowed us to fill national assembly candidates all over the country. We have a selected few and councillors around, but that will not handicap us in them to our campaign. We expect that Zimbabweans will make a choice and choose us as the next campaign.
So that was Professor Lavmo Maduku. He is the president and leader of the NCA party. Now, he then said that he clearly laid it out, and I'll repeat. What happens is presidential candidates submit their documentation, their paperwork. They can do it prior to that. They can do it online, which some parties did. Then, of course, today, they physically would probably go there just to be safe, to make sure. And the court has said these are the official papers that we've received and accepted. That doesn't mean yet that they're official presidential candidates, okay? Because that will only be made official at 4 p.m. when the names of the accepted candidates are announced. So I can say that the papers have been accepted, fees have been paid. However, I can't say that they are officially presidential candidates until 4 p.m. this afternoon. Of course, there are other people we've heard from. We've heard from Linda Masavira, the president of LEAD. She, of course, still has a 28 million Zimbabwe dollar hole in her nomination fee. So at the moment, her papers have not been accepted until she goes and gets that money. Then, of course, we're talking about councillors all across the country, local authorities. They also are out there throughout all of the cities, all of the magistrates' courts, wherever the official nominated magistrate was, they are there putting their paperwork in. MPs doing exactly the same. So here in Hawaii, we got coverage from Town House, we got coverage from the magistrates' court, our reporters there, and of course from the High Court where the presidential candidates are. Trust Chigora, the leader of ZCPD. So, Trust, it's interesting. You heard there, Love Maduka, you've heard LEAD. Of course, again, we were not going to overspeak about this, but this issue of the 20,000 is obviously a topical subject today. And you heard ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF clearly saying, hey, if you can't afford 20,000, then you're jokers, you shouldn't be running for president. I mean, these are the views expressed by the politicians, the leaders of our country.
Yeah, so I've said, when you put it into perspective, in terms of all the nomination fees, of $250 million.
It's a lot of money, 250,000 US just for all the nominations.
And it's just for nomination because you've still got a whole campaign to run. So in that context, when you take it as a full package, it's on the steep side. Yeah. But so I can understand where everybody is coming from. So.
Let's talk about your parties, ZCPD. I mean, you're the presidential candidate. It's nice for me to speak to presidential candidates because it's important for voters to understand the different platforms that parties are standing on, the differences or similarities between the parties, why they should vote for individual parties. So here on ZTN Prime, in our election series, we started last week. We had 3 presidential candidates up. We had a debate about them. Unfortunately, we did invite to that MDCT. They didn't pitch up, unfortunately. That just shows you, if people are serious, come on ZTN Prime and talk about your policies. You'll hear, the voters will hear you. So let's talk about your pillars. What are the pillars that your party are standing on, your main pillars?
Thank you. In Zimbabwe, as I said earlier, we are not working together as a people. We are deeply polarized. To be quite frank, it has been a state of polarization between the ruling party and MDC or CCC, if you want, now. And people have been like that. And to be quite frank, at the moment, ZANU-PF has been running the country at national level. CCC has also, and MDC have also been running the main local
authority level.
So they've been in power, both of them. One at national level, one at local authority level. But we all know that things are not working. You know, the economy is not working in Zimbabwe. For us, that is the key issue. At local authority level, services are dysfunctional. There's no water, there's no sewer reticulation. The basics are not there. So for us, that is our main thrust as ZCPD. We need an economy that works. We need service delivery that works even at local authority level. So for us, we pitch our campaign on the economy. We pitch our campaign on harnessing the energy of Zimbabweans to bring Zimbabweans together to work together. We even set it out at the outset that at this point in time, we believe Zimbabwe needs an inclusive government. So even if we win, we will still take on board people from across the political divide, people who are not even in politics, people who are the best that Zimbabwe has to offer to move us forward, so that we can harness all the energy in this country to move forward. So that is our pitch, and we believe we are the only ones who are pitching it at that
So we're talking about economic transformation, if I can call it that,
yes.
and of course people transformation at local authorities. In other words, looking after the people where it matters in their own homes, in their backyards, on the roads in front of them, the rubbish collection. So those will probably be your main manifesto plan. And of course, all of the policies will flow from those two main pillars.
Yes, and bringing people together. We believe we are the ones that can do that.
Now you heard me, of course. You heard how strongly I feel and ZTN Prime feels about no violence. And of course, you are a political leader. You're leading a coalition of parties. You're standing for the president. Hopefully at 4 p.m. you'll be officially confirmed as a candidate. Yeah. Please talk to me. And what would you say out there to not to your own voters, but to everybody, every voter that can vote? What is your message about violence?
For us, that is a no-no. Peace is essential if we are to build this country. In fact, the name of our coalition is Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development. You can only have this development that we are talking about, economic prosperity, economic progress, if you have peace. Without peace, you have nothing. So for us, peace is a cornerstone. That is why
this hate speech. You know, I mean, we've seen it in other elections where politicians stand up in front of crowds and demean others, insult others, threaten violence on others. I mean, that should have nothing to do in our political space. Would you agree with that? You should be focusing and get elected on your policies and what you are willing to sell to the people.
Exactly. So for us, we call upon all Zimbabweans to go through this whole process peacefully. Because we are all brothers and sisters. We are all Zimbabweans, first and foremost. Elections come and go. After elections, we will still be Zimbabweans. We will still need each other. Whoever you may be fighting with is somebody else's brother, somebody else's parent, somebody else's child. We all need each other. What people will win on are the policies that they are selling. It's not a boxing context.
I equate it to a football game. Now, when I mean a football match, is that you all go to watch your favorite club. I mean, you know what mine is, of course. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what I lie. It's Caps United. But if you all go to a football game, whoever you support, Dynamos, Highlanders, FC Platinum, Caps United, even Division 1, Division 2 teams, you sit next to a guy who supports your team, right? You don't ask him what political party are you from. You support the team that you're going to watch. Then why would you then walk out of the stadium, suddenly one of you is X party, one of you is Y party, and you're fighting? It doesn't make any sense. You should be campaigning for your candidates in freedom, in democracy. Yes. People should have the right to vote who they want to, without any violence, without any intimidation, and that should be the message from you, which you're giving right now, and all leaders.
Yeah, that is what independence is about. Independence is about one man, one vote. It's about freedom to have self-determination. And we express it through this electoral process. Freely. We should be able to express ourselves freely. And the ones with the best policies that resonate with the people should prevail. And that is what we are saying to everybody. And this is where we are saying everybody should call on peace. We call upon the church community to also call on peace. Everybody, most Zimbabweans go to church, you know. These are the same people that are also contesting politically. These are the same people that are going to vote for different candidates. We are one people. At the end of the day, we all need each other. And I'll put it to you, Andy. Whatever happens, win or lose, Zimbabwe will never move forward unless we begin to work together as a people.
This takes me to a very good point. And this is the concept of winners are winners, losers are losers. It happens. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole idea of a competition and a contest, isn't it? Some win, some lose. But it appears as if, and this is something that commentators, analysts have said about Zimbabwe's elections, it appears that losers don't accept losing. And I think that what is your views in terms of the transparency of the process, in terms of people being accused of rigging the vote, about the process that ZEC has put in? Because ZEC has received a lot of criticism from political parties, particularly in the opposition, about who stops it, how they carry out the election, how they do this, how they do that. What are your views about that transparency and the ability of, let's be honest, the ruling party to hypothetically rig the election? In your view, is that possible?
So far, like I said, since March, I've been to all the 10 provinces in Zimbabwe. We've interacted with police. We've been seeking for permission to hold our meetings. We've not had a problem.
Okay, all right.
In all the 10 provinces, different police stations.
No problem.
No problem. We've gone to ZEC This morning they've announced our papers are...
No problem.
No problem.
All right.
So
Look,
so far,
happy.
So far, we are happy.
And you believe that this will be a free and fair election based on up to now that you've seen free and fair, and really there shouldn't be any contestation. Or if there are, it will be minor things or things that you can physically prove, which happens in every election.
I'm saying so far.
Okay, so far.
So we
so
hope
far.
that we will continue up to the end of the elections in the same vein.
Trust, hang on there, because I want to also talk to you now about the police. After we've crossed over to our reporter, I want to talk to you about the police and some of the accusations of the police, and I'll tell you what Paul Nyati, the spokesperson of ZRP, said right here on the Chase on ZTN Prime. Now, we crossed over to Town House. Now, Town House, of course, is where aspiring councillors, particularly for Harare, are filing their papers. So Memory is there with us, one of our reporters up. Sharon, sorry, apologies. Sharon is there at Town House. There's so many reporters across the country. Sharon, interesting. A lot of councillors are putting their papers in.
We are here now joined by another aspiring candidate from the ZANU-PF party. Can you please introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, how are you? How are you, everybody? My name is Stephen Manda, and I come from Harare, South Churu constituency, Ward 6. I'm representing ZANU-PF.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's Sharon. Hang on, let's see. Okay, we'll be coming back.
Ward 6, Churu constituency.
All right, so I understand before the delimitation exercise, your ward was under a CCC councillor. So how confident are you that you can be able to be successful in this election?
We are not going to hesitate anyone. Now we are going to win this election under what circumstances? Because as from the day one, he nominated to be a councillor. I didn't do anything to our ward. Now we are ready. We are geared to challenge Sose. I am going to win this election under what circumstances? All 3 wards, we are going to win those 3 wards.
All right. So if you are successful today, what are you promising the people of your ward?
Yeah. If I get successful today, what I'm going to promise to my candidate, to my ward is this: we are going to collect, we are going to rehabilitation for roads, water, schools, creches, and whatever in my ward.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, sir, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
You know, it's interesting. I said this earlier when we started our coverage, that you look at the 3 races, the presidential race, the members of parliament races all across the country, and of course, local authorities. Of course, every race, every electoral election for those 2 positions is going to be exciting because we all need to know who's going to win, which of our candidates that we support as voters, we voted for is going to win, and so forth. But I have a feeling that it's local authorities, that vote for local authorities across the 10 provinces, that could be the most critical for Zimbabwean citizens. Well, why do I say that? Well, because when you wake up in the morning, it's the garbage outside your house is local authorities. When you're walking home at night, and there's no lights in your road, okay, that's local authorities. In some cases, of course, in most cases, you get onto a road, if you're driving, there's potholes. That's local authorities. You want to turn on your tap and get water in your homes, you turn it on, there's no water. Local authorities. So you can understand what I'm getting at here. The president and MPs, of course, are vital institutions that you have to go and vote for. But I have a feeling that local authorities is going to play a big part in the election this year. And don't forget, the opposition parties have run most urban local authorities for at least the last 22 years. So it's an interesting conundrum that voters are faced with. Political party or councillors that can possibly fulfill, doesn't matter what political affiliation they are, can fulfill the needs of your constituents. Trust Chikora, he's president of ZCPD. Trust, you said this. You said that your party is focusing on local authorities, and I believe it's probably for the very reasons that I'm talking about, because me and you live in urban areas. Yes. My relatives live in other rural local authorities. Yes. We're the ones, all of us, yes, including leaders, who suffer from poor service deliveries.
Yes, that's true. And so people are, I believe people are tired of not having services. And as we were moving around the country, you could sense it. People work. You know, we want basic services that work. That's at a local level. And at a national level, we want infrastructure that works. We want our major roads to be working well. You know, we want you know, in air services to be working well. Electricity. We want to be able to have electricity most of the time.
As you said, some things people seem to regard as a luxury. You know, having water is a luxury. How? It's a human right.
Yeah, electricity. When you have it, it's as if it's something special. We should have electricity most of the time. So these are basic issues that affect people's lives, and people want something better. Talk about the economy. Talk about the exchange rate. You don't know what it will be tomorrow. You know, you can't plan. You know, people need a stable economy so that you can invest and you can create employment and you can have functional systems. When our children leave school, when they leave universities, they need to be able to find something to do. The small scale businesses, the SMEs, need to be able to operate well. We need to have funding for them. You need to have enterprise happening. Our agriculture, yes, we've taken farms, you know, which is good. They are more evenly distributed across.
And they're working now.
Yeah. But productivity needs to increase. You know, we need to climate-proof agriculture, to have dams, to have irrigation, so that drought or not drought, we will have agricultural production. We need to have value addition in manufacturing, in terms of agro-processing, to have, you know, locally produced goods on our shelves, dominating, even being able to export and generate.
Because the African continental free trade area
generate
coming on
the
board.
much needed foreign currency, mining, you know.
Right, Trust Chikora. Now, I know President Zimbabwe Coalition Peace and Development. I know you have to dash out. I know you've still got nomination courts all around the country and candidates to talk to. Sir, I wish you well, like I would every other candidate.
Thank you very much.
And we'll obviously be watching you, and hopefully we will be back at ZTN Prime to talk about your manifesto in more detail. And I look forward to our economic discussion.
Yes, ZCPD is the only vehicle that brings everybody together. That's the only coalition for this election. So let's push and vote for ZCPD.
As I said, good luck to you and your coalition, as I would to every other political party. Now, we now cross across to our Magistrate Court to pay Patience Yambora. She's actually, that's where the aspiring members of Parliament are filing their nomination papers. Patience. Happening there? How many numbers have we had? Have we had candidates come? Tell us about the general view. Are they having no problems when they go into nomination court with their papers? Are there no hiccups, so to speak? It seems as if it's very smooth and a very free, democratic and transparent process.
Well, Andy, it is a very busy day here at the Harare Magistrates Court, where the nomination court is currently sitting to register aspiring candidates for the national general elections to be held August 23rd. Now, right here at the Harare Magistrates Court, the process is still a bit slow. We are being informed that some of the candidates are having problems with their paperwork. They came with some of the paperwork missing. So we're seeing a lot of them running in and out of the courthouse to get their paperwork in order. But to just take notes, the first aspiring member to file his papers was Alan Rusty Mackham, an aspiring member for Harare East, standing in for the opposition. It's his first time after he beat Tendai Biti in the primary elections. Second to file behind him was Fadza Mahere for Mount Pleasant constituency. It is her second time running. First time she ran as an independent candidate, and now she is representing Triple C. Also, we are being told that for some of the candidates, they had filed their paperwork prior to today. So some of them are still coming in today and are getting into the court 3 to also file their papers.
Patience, it's very interesting because you mentioned some of the names. I mean, we've heard, for example, the heavyweights that may have fallen by the roadside in all political parties. I think one name that struck me there was Rusty Markham, who apparently took out Tendai Biti, a very stalwart opposition member, one of the longest-serving opposition members of Parliament. I mean, it seems as if there are a few surprises from some of the candidates that we can expect in the election, particularly from members of Parliament in Harare in particular.
Well, Andy, as I said earlier, it is a busy day, but for the members of the opposition, especially the Triple C, we are being informed that most of them have not yet fully submitted their papers as they are having issues with signatures. So if you can see behind me, most of them are still outside trying to figure out a way forward and how to get all their papers in order. So we haven't yet spoken to an aspiring candidate who has fully submitted all of her paperwork.
The paperwork that's required. I mean, I heard the presidential candidates, they have something like 36 pages to fill in that goes to things like party logo, details, addresses, and also, of course, voters who back them in all of the different wards or constituencies where they're trying to stand. Talk us through that process, please.
Well, Andy, for aspiring candidates who are coming here at the Royal Magistrates Court, one has to have 3 passport-size photos in full color, original birth certificate and also a copy, original ID and a copy, nomination fees as stipulated by ZEC, 2 signed copies of the Code of Conduct for political parties and candidates, endorsement by an authorized party representative, is that if they are sponsored by a political party. It is not an automatic process, Andy. There are also reasons for disqualification if one candidate is on a party list in more than one province, also if a candidate is on more than one party list, and also if a candidate is standing as a candidate as a constituency member of a National Assembly or as a councillor. So these are just some of the requirements that the candidates are to meet when they are filing their papers.
You know, Patience, one thing I've noticed when we've spoken to all our other reporters at other centres around the country, even here at the High Court and at Town House, is the general sense of peace that's prevailing there. In fact, in a way, I can even call it joy. It appears as if Zimbabweans are happy. It seems nomination court day is a happy process for candidates, for supporters, because at least now, and also they're all standing together, their friends sit together, something that we'd hope will continue into the whole election process.
Well, Andy, it is true. If you are to see some of the representation that is here, most of the aspiring candidates have also shown here with their family who are here in solidarity to stand with their family members as they file their papers. But I think hopefully we will see most of the joy and the excitement when most of the members have successfully filed in their papers.
So just recap for us then. So obviously candidates can bring in their paperwork. The nomination court goes through it and finds if there's any holes or anything that needs to be done. The candidates then can go away and be back by, what, 4 p.m.? Maybe just talk us through that whole process again, Patience.
So, Andy, right in the morning when we came for some of the candidates that had already filed their papers prior, there was a reading and confirmation of names. And for the candidates that are coming in now, they are leaving in their papers. And I think just around lunchtime, they will take a break and we will also go back as they also announce some of the names of the candidates who would have successfully submitted their papers. But I think we're basically just going to be here most of the day as we go through all the processes.
Right, and as you said, candidates have submitted, but you haven't yet heard of anyone who's actually sort of said our papers were accepted, and of course we have to wait until 4 o'clock, but no council, no MP yet can say our papers are accepted, they've accepted our papers, we paid the fee. And also another question, Patience, are there any rumblings about the fee? It's $1,000. It appears that that's not a problem for the candidates.
Well, Andy, for some of the candidates that we have seen, it seems money right now is not the problem. The situation or the problem is on the paperwork. We have seen them paying their monies on the clerk who's collecting the money, but the process or the situation that's getting tough for them is when it comes to submitting their papers. That's where they're having paper issues with some of their paperwork missing. But in terms of money, it seems the money situation has been taken care of.
Great, thank you, Patience. We, of course, will be crossing back to you periodically over the next few hours for updates. And if you have any information for us, we'll gladly jump across. Thank you very much there. That's Patience at Town House. Of course, that is where aspiring members of Parliament are filing their paperwork to become candidates, official candidates. Now, just to repeat, each candidate does go with their papers. It's quite an extensive paperwork because, remember, you have to prove that you are in that constituency, you live there. You also have to prove which party you are. You also have to come with votes or names of people that have supported your candidacy. And it's to be frank, it's a big day for a lot of candidates. I mean, you know, to stand for Member of Parliament is an important thing. It's an important position. So it's taken with great seriousness. Now, also the candidates themselves, we will hopefully be able to give you the candidates later, because at 4 p.m. the courts will then say these are the candidates that put in their papers that we've accepted and are officially nominated for a position. Until 4 p.m. we cannot say that because it's not official. We can just say this candidate did some of his papers, they were accepted, they paid the fee, but we can't really we really don't. Now let's look at some what we call trivia of elections. It's something that at least, it's a serious day, but as ZTN Prime, we also need to smile, don't you, during the course of the day? Let's have a look at some trivia. Welcome back. You're watching ZTN Prime. And of course, we're coming to you from our studios in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, Zimbabwe. August the 23rd is the date that all of you know. It's ingrained in your brain. It's the day that Zimbabwe goes to the harmonized national elections. The president of Zimbabwe, all members of parliament positions, all local authority seats are up for grabs. Exciting times. And today is what I can call probably the start of that journey, which is only in 2 months, 2 days from now, or around there, we're going to the polls. But today is nomination court. Now, at the nomination court, candidates will go, whether it be presidential, which is at the High Court of Zimbabwe, just down the road from our studios here in Harare, and of course, Townhouse, again, just across the road, and the Magistrate Court in Rotten Row. Now, Townhouse is obviously councillors. You've got Magistrate Court, where members of Parliament and nomination, and High Court is where the presidential candidates are. Now, what we have heard, of course, is, and I'll brief you on who has applied, but before I do, I'm joined in studio by two guests, Blessing Makwara, ERC Programs Manager. Blessing, welcome to ZTN Prime. And Takunda Sunga, ERC Senior Legal Officer. Takunda, welcome. It's good to see you, gentlemen. I know we've had dealings in the past, but interesting to now we're here. You guys, electoral resource, I mean, you do elections, you breathe elections, so it's now we're here. We're now starting the process. It'll be interesting to get your views. But before I do bring in my guests, I want to cross across to Mercy. She is there at the High Court, where, of course, presidential candidates are putting in their nomination. Mercy, I understand you have an update for us. So, Mercy, it's interesting to understand there what's happening. As you know, we've been with you there, where we've had Lavmo Maduku talking. He said his papers have been submitted. We've also had Linda Masirira, who's still looking for 28 million Zimbabwe dollars to make that what she calls, in her words, an elitist amount of money. And of course, we have heard that the ruling party's candidate, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, submitted his documentation. We heard from the Minister of Just Legal Parliamentary Affairs working as a proxy under the party, of course, not as a government position, but as a proxy for his party, explaining there that the papers have been submitted. We've also heard that Nelson Chamisa, the president of Triple C Party, has also submitted his documentation, which probably has been allowed. Mercy, so, I mean, you know, you're on the ground there. Tell us what's happening.
So right now, I can inform you that Linda Masarira came through to file her papers, and sadly, she hasn't managed to do that yet because she doesn't have the money. She still has to raise $28 million, which she said she will come back with. And you know, one of the requirements is that you have 3 passport size photos in full color, and hers were not clear enough. So that's one thing she has to rectify before coming back to try and file her papers for the top job in as far as August 23 is concerned. Then Minister Ziyambi also passed through, and he did confirm that President Emmerson Mnangagwa's papers are in order. So people were then asking him whether or not the nomination fees are fair for other political parties, given that everyone has the constitutional right to be voted for. And so he was saying that if one cannot pass with 20,000 United States dollars, then they definitely cannot take the big responsibility of being a whole leader of Zimbabwe. Then we also heard that maybe the Triple C leader is going to be coming through just to verify his papers later on.
Mercy, that's interesting there. I mean, we have had discussions about that nomination fee. I mean, let's just recap. Obviously, for presidential candidates, it's 20,000 United States dollars or 138 million Zimbabwe dollars. As you said, Linda Masarira of Lead, the president of Lead Party, doesn't have the money yet, even though she does have until 4 p.m. Maybe just recap about the opposition's strong views about that amount of money. I mean, they've been quite direct and, in their views, honest about what they feel, Mercy.
Yeah, the political parties have been very honest about their feelings towards the gazetted 20,000 United States dollars for the top job. So, you know, Divine Hove of the Nationalist Alliance Party actually tapped out of the presidential race, citing that the fees are way too exorbitant for the ordinary person. So he then said he will field as much councillors as possible just so he gets his foot in as far as politics is concerned. And then the National Constitutional Assembly of Professor Love Maduku also said that the nomination fees are exorbitant, but they will also capitalize by fielding as many councillors as possible. So it all goes to show that if one has to contest for the presidential candidacy, they really have to have deep pockets, and if not, then they cannot run in this election. You know, in 2018 we had 23 candidates running for presidency, but I doubt we'll see the same this year, given that $20,000 seems to be too steep for many candidates.
But Mercy, on the other hand, of course, the ruling party, ZANU-PF, speaking there through the president's proxy, who went and also made sure that the current president, or should I say now, in fact, before I say this, he's ZANU-PF's first secretary, E.D. Mnangagwa, who is the candidate of ZANU-PF for president, submitted his papers. He was very forthright. He said, if $20,000, if you can't afford it, but you want to be president of a great nation like Zimbabwe, well, then you're not serious.
So yes, that's what was said. But I know that Trust Chikohora of the ZCPD is also sharing the same sentiments, that if one is supposed to be running for presidency, then they have to be serious enough even to raise that $20,000 so that they run for presidency. And speaking of Chikohora, he was also talking about the need for an inclusive government here in Zimbabwe if ever we are going to recover as a nation as far as the economic crisis is concerned. So those are some of the sentiments that he shared. Then, interestingly, Andy, there is a guy who said he is grandson to Simon Muzenda, and is also trying to run for presidency. He hasn't raised the $20,000 yet, but he said that he has actually started some crowdfunding of sorts, and people are trying to send him money via EcoCash just so he files his papers. So we are waiting to see if he's going to be able to file those papers by 4 p.m. when the nomination court closes.
Now, Mercy, we've heard, of course, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, Nelson Chamisa, Lavo Maduku, and, of course, Tavaza Chigoas from ZCPD. But I haven't heard sight or heard yet of Douglas Monzor, MDCT, of Morgan Komichi, of United MDC, and others who indicated that they would stand for president. What are you hearing there? Have you seen them? Have you heard from any of their representatives? Where are the other opposition politicians who said they would run for president?
Oh, so Douglas Monzora of the MDCT did come through earlier on, and he did confirm to us that his papers are in order, but he didn't say much in as far as giving us more details is concerned. But he did say that his party is going to be holding a presser this afternoon at 4 p.m. So it just goes to show that we really are in interesting times, because elections really are ahead of us come 23 August, and we just now want to see who is going to be sailing through for the presidential race, because we know that the month of July has been set aside by ZEC to ensure that they procure equipment as well as create the ballot paper, which is going to be used on the 23rd of August during the elections.
Now, Mercy, one signal of a free and fair and transparent election is the smoothness of the nomination court process in terms of candidates submitting documentation, how quickly they can fix it, how things are done smoothly without hindrance to candidates. I mean, talk to me about that, because from the reports we're getting across the country, it appears candidates of all political parties appear to be endorsing the nomination court process and saying, you know what, this is painless, it's easy, where they're picking out our mistakes. If we fix them, the courts are accepting it. I mean, what is the general view you're getting from candidates or candidates' representatives there at the High Court about the process of the nomination?
Okay, it seems like the process is quite thorough and cumbersome, and everyone who's going to be filing their papers has to have their house in order, really, because like I said, for Linda Masarira, she had to go and fix photographs because they were not clear enough. You need to have 3 photographs in full color and in passport size. So they are very particular about those details. But the candidates that we spoke to, the aspiring candidates that we spoke to, are okay with the general process. The only issue really that seems to be a cause of concern is that of those nomination fees. But we know that these nomination fees were gazetted by ZEC in 2022 through SI 144, and if people wanted to contest them, I'm sure they should have somehow done that earlier if they wanted these fees to be changed. So that is the main cause of concern, the issue of 20,000 United States dollars to run for the top job. But we know that these fees sailed through Parliament, and so that means they stand as law, Andy. And whatever happens, if one is going to run for presidency, they should part with 20,000 United States dollars.
Now, Mercy, before I let you go, just paint for us the scene there. I mean, there isn't any supporters hassling other candidates. There isn't any intimidation going on. In fact, it looks from the pictures, the visuals that we're seeing, a very happy day for lots of candidates. We heard from patients at the Magistrates Court that even some of the candidates there for MPs brought their families with them. Explain to us, paint us a picture of what it's like there, the feeling of what's happening there, because this is democracy in action, Mercy.
Indeed. So as you can see, this is a beautiful day, Andy, to have a beautiful day. And as far as the nomination process is concerned, everything is going on well. We actually have onlookers right across the road, or rather by the island there, who are actually watching on, which means that Zimbabweans are actually free enough to watch on these processes as they happen. And it's good that these things are happening, because sometimes we are scared of actually observing these processes, when in actual fact it's our constitutional right as Zimbabweans to ensure that we observe these processes. So as far as I can see, the process is going on well. Journalists are working without being disturbed. Everyone is going about their business well, and it shows that the nomination process is going on well. What I can just say is that we will then continue to be giving you updates as they come. Like I said earlier on, we heard that Triple C leader Nelson Chamisa may be coming through at around 12:30 or so. So as soon as that happens, we will then be giving you updates. Then, of course, the grapevine is talking about Xavier Kasukuwere wanting to run for presidency, and we have reports that he is in the country. We are waiting to see if that is true, because we are here waiting to give you updates, and if it comes true, then you'll be the first one to know, Andy.
Thank you. That's our reporter Mercy at the High Court. Of course, the High Court is where presidential candidates have to put their papers in. And she said something interesting at the end there, because it's true. It appears the social media is blowing up. Will Xavier Kasukuwere, who apparently is in the country, will he stand for president? Will he go and put his papers in? But what I can tell you, of course, is that 5 candidates at the moment have said that they put their papers in and have been accepted. We can't verify yet who they are, because of course they can say they put their papers in, but only at 4 o'clock will we be able to know the official candidates as they're announced. Now, just in a bit, we will be crossing over to Professor Ntuli Ncube in Bulawayo. He, of course, is standing as Member of Parliament for Cowdrey Park, if I'm not mistaken, in Bulawayo. He also is having to submit his paper. Remember, you submit your paperwork as a candidate in the ward or the city where you are standing. You can't submit your papers in Harare for somewhere in Gweru, or for somewhere in Bulawayo, or for Gokwe, or Mazarabani, wherever you may want to stand. You have to be at the nominated court by ZEC, where the nominated post where you can submit your documentation. And you have until 4 p.m. this afternoon. If by 4 p.m., by 4 and 1 second. All right, now then, we cross over now to Bulawayo, where we have Professor Ntuli Ncube. He, of course, is Zimbabwe's current Minister of Finance and Economic Development, but in this case, he's a ZANU-PF candidate for members of Parliament. It's interesting to see who, if anyone, he will be standing against in his seat. I understand that he would have been standing against Honourable Cooper, who's a member of Parliament now, but I understand that she may be withdrawn, but I don't know. This is why it's exciting, the nomination court. We don't know who the candidates will be. Let's go now then.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, we are here at the nomination court. What does it mean to you?
Well, this is a necessary legal process for us to contest in the upcoming general election. So I come to file my papers. Then I'm ready for battle. I'm already ready for battle.
And then what is the promise?
Oh, development. In the constituency that I've chosen, which is Cowdrey Park. I enjoy working there, working with the people, and enjoy serving the people. I enjoy serving the people.
Well, there you go. That was Professor Ntuli Ncube at the court in Bulawayo, putting his documentation. Remember, everybody has to put in the same documentation. Everybody has to go to the nomination court process. Everybody has to be vetted and looked at, so all their paperwork is in order. Everybody has to pay their fee without fear or favor, and only then at 4 p.m. they can say their papers are accepted, but only at 4 p.m. can we know who the candidates are when they're officially publicly announced. You even have until 1 second to 4. If you can jump in there 1 second to 4 with your documentation, you can still meet the deadline. And then only by the 4 p.m., the nomination courts close countrywide on the dot. There isn't any leeway there. and only after that will the assessment be made, and hopefully shortly after 4 p.m. we'll know who the official candidates are. And I must be honest, I'm excited. I don't know who's standing where. I don't know who wants to stand for who's going to be accepted. Who will you be voting for in the next election? What are the candidates in your ward at local authority? Who are the candidates for members of parliament? Who are the candidates, of course, for president? And there is one issue that I'd like to also highlight to you, is that today, if you look at the Herald newspaper, it's all about ZEC gazetting local authority women's quota. This is very important because, as you know, constitutionally, Zimbabwe has a constitution that prescribes how many women should stand in positions of power. And ZEC has now gazetted the actual numbers of additional councillors at each local authority to meet the 30% of the total membership of each local authority now reserved for women. Party-less councillors in accordance with the Constitution. The President, Edie Mnangagwa, gave assent to the Judicial Laws Amendment Bill, which seeks to provide for virtual court sittings in both civil and criminal proceedings and other provisions of judicial laws to the Constitution. But the important thing there is the fact that we are hopefully now moving to satisfy our own Constitution, which we haven't done up to now. With a population of 15 million, 54% are women. It just makes logical sense that if you think it through, 50% of our leaders at whatever level should be women. Of course, we're going to get there, I hope, but 30% at the moment is the actual number at the council level. Now, I also want to just recap for you exactly what happens in terms of the process when it comes to once the president has proclaimed. So let's look briefly at the year's election timeline following the proclamation of the election date on the 31st of May by Zimbabwe's President Dr. Edie Mnangagwa. A series of activities are now lined up with the nomination court sitting today, of course. You're watching ZTN Prime's live coverage of that, followed by the election of the Council of Chiefs on the 3rd of August. The President and Deputy of the Chiefs Council will then be elected on the 10th before polling on the 23rd of August. That's D-Day, if I can call it that. The next day, the Provincial Chiefs Council will convene to constitute the Electoral College. That's very important in any democracy, the Electoral College. And if none of the presidential candidates garner a majority vote, 50+1, a runoff election will be held on the 2nd of October. So that is the timeline, so to speak, of what happens once the president is proclaimed. And of course, parties cannot start campaigning officially until I think it's 2 days after that proclamation on the 31st of May. So in essence, if you think it through, we've now proclaimed the election. It's now nomination courts where you as voters will know who you can vote for, who is now legally registered to be a candidate at president, at members of parliament and local authorities. Who can you vote for from your parties? And I believe that probably from tomorrow, once we know the full names this afternoon, after 4 p.m. this afternoon, pure, serious electioning will happen. But again, let us reiterate this, and I will be doing this all day for the next 2 months and 2 days. Simple message. It has to be clear. Hashtag no to violence. We don't want violence. We don't want to see any violence, whether you're campaigning, wherever you may be, whether you're pre, post, or after the election. You must not. You must not. Now we're gonna actually cross across again to Bulawayo. Before I come to my two guests, I've got my two guests here now, but we are going to cross over to Bulawayo. We have a candidate, Trust Mukwamani, who's in Bulawayo. Let's see what he's Zapu in Bulawayo. Let's cross over there and hear what he has to say.
Ngiceda kufaka i-nomination papers zami to stand as an MP for iPhumula constituency.
Okay.
Okwakade sikho khona kuphela nje.
Maybe ngathi process yakhona ihambe njani in your view? Ithatha isikhathi singakanani to file?
The process wasn't slow, ibingcono, ibe right, ihambe kuhle kodwa ke ngibe nje lokuyimisepho uncane. I just whispered to somebody, then I was arrested. Right now, as I'm talking, a policeman is waiting for me. Just for whispering something. I don't know. They said I was disrupting court.
I'm not sure what the story is behind that, him being arrested. But anyway, I'm sure that we will find out from our correspondent who's based in Blow what exactly that's about. But to be honest, looking at all the other nomination courts that we are covering, we're not seeing that, experiencing that. We're not seeing police harassing anyone. We're not seeing political party activists harassing any candidate of a different political make. We're seeing what I can frankly say is an open, transparent nomination process. Candidates are moving freely in and out. They're going to get their paperwork sorted. If they do, it's being accepted. There are no hurdles being put in front of any candidate. That I can say with pure confidence, because we're not, in fact, it's not Andy who's saying it, it's the candidates themselves who are saying it to you here live on ZTN Prime. Now, I want to cross over to my guest. As I said, Blessing Makwara, ERC Programs Manager, that's Electoral Resource Center, and Takunda Sunga, ARC Senior Legal Officer. Blessing, I don't know. I can only call it an exciting day. I mean, you know, it doesn't matter whether you like politics or not. It's the day when the leaders of our nation, or at whatever rank they are, put their paperwork in and officially get pronounced, and we now know who we can vote. It's exciting, come on.
It is, and it is. And also, I mean, the most important thing for me is that this is a litmus test of our democracy, be it as political parties internally, because for us as ERC, our work is to be able to observe, research, document, and try to see how we can improve electoral excellence. And the starting point is how organized aspiring candidates or political parties are. So if one is able to, I heard some we've already submitted days before today, just to ensure that there's order, there's no pressure, it's very exciting, Andy. And just to also emphasize this thing that nomination is very important to us to observe, because it shows you, number one, how generally the electoral environment is faring. Are people free to actually come in and submit their own papers? And it also tells you how much confidence that candidates do have. And also, this is important because some people, we knew them as our MPs, our councillors before, but now in this 2020 election, this is a phase to say you don't know who is there until the nomination has gone through, until they have been vetted and they have been endorsed by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission.
That's what I'm saying.
It's very interesting.
There's this excitement because I don't know who at 4 p.m. will be my councillor, who will be my MP. The list of candidates for my ward, the list of candidates for my local authority, the list of candidates for who I want as president. I don't know. Only at 4 p.m. will I find that out. And you're right. I mean, what about the vetting process? Let's compare this, say, to 2018. It appears as if the nomination court, ZEC, has put in place serious vetting to ensure that, you know, like we've had the examples before where some candidates didn't have any, they just put an address, it was fake, they didn't even live there, and it was all proven after the election. Talk to me about the actual vetting process, and do you see an improvement from previous years as ERC?
I think on that one it's very important for us to emphasize that there seems to be a progressive, improvement in how ZEC is able to conduct. I think they are also a learning organization. Some of our observations, they're taking them on board to see how they can improve on the process, because what is important is the credibility. People must begin to see from start that I think there is some credibility there. I'm sure Takunda can add more in terms of some of that experience so far.
Takunda, you heard the question. I mean, you're the senior legal officer, ERC. I mean, this whole legal basis is very important. I mean, because it also highlights to not just Zimbabweans but international community that Zimbabwe's elections in 2023 are free and fair. And I think that is all we want, isn't it? We want the ability to vote for who we want without intimidation, wherever we may be in the country, and of course, no violence.
Yeah, I think the nomination court, it's an important process in that it realizes people's political rights. Political rights come in twofold. One, the right of citizens to be able to vote, and also the right of citizens to be able to be voted for. And I think this nomination court is an essential step towards the realization of that right, because it sets the grounds for the qualifications and disqualifications of candidates who want to participate in the 23 August harmonized election. So I think that this is a very important step. And I think it also, it provides as a yardstick in terms of ZEC administration and how they are administering these electoral processes, how they're being receptive to the political parties and to individuals and citizens who want to participate in these processes.
Now, I know ERC, we've had interactions throughout the whole year working with ZEC. We've had workshops where I've attended where you've been there with ZEC, with other civil society organizations, with ministries, Ministry of Legal and Justice and Parliamentary Affairs, and you did raise some issues about 2018 and how you hoped with some of your recommendations, 2023 could be improved upon. Maybe, I know it was quite extensive. I know it was a whole day's conference. I know we can't cover it in a whole day today, but maybe just highlight some of the concerns that possibly ERC had about the previous elections and whether you're seeing any change in that now, whether you're seeing some of your recommendations taken on board, whether they're accepted, or whether some actually, weren't relevant to the time.
Yeah, I think in 2018, following the 2018 harmonized elections, the ERC submitted various electoral recommendations to improve the conduct of elections. And I think we can basically collapse them into 5, which is the administration of elections, which is the role of the media, independent media, the role of state security, the role of traditional leaders, and the independence of the Electoral Commission. And
Let's go through them one by one. Go for it.
Yes. So when we're speaking of the independence of the Electoral Commission, we are speaking about their ability to exercise or carry out their mandate without interference from government, from state institutions. And
how is that?
I think what we've seen was progressively after 2018, there was certain improvements around the conduct or the independence of the commission. They were now administering elections in an improved manner from the 2018 harmonized election. However, what we've witnessed over the last couple of months has been a slight regression. I wouldn't say there's been a total infringement of the conduct of the commission, but there have been 1 or 2 elements where questions have been raised around the conduct of the Electoral Commission.
But if you had to say out of 10, what, you're 7-6 kind of thing at the moment. No, it's important sometimes because, as you say, people sometimes can strive for something but not achieve it 100% as long as there's the will to do it. I think that's critical as well and important. So you're saying ZEC still hasn't hit that bar of yours, but they're making improvements to get there, in your view.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's always room for improvement in terms of the way in which our state institutions conduct themselves. And I think this brings us to the second element, which is around the administration of the Electoral Commission. I think the biggest concern following 2018 has been accessing the voters' roll. The Electoral Commission has raised concerns around the security aspect of the voters' roll, which have been noted by a lot of electoral stakeholders. However, there hasn't been proactive engagement between the Electoral Commission and political parties as to the steps that the Commission is taking to ensure that the political parties will be availed the
Well,
voters' roll.
I heard that every successful candidate will get an electronic copy of the voters' roll. I heard that this morning. So I suppose that may just sort of help you in a way of saying now the voters' roll is available electronically.
Yes, according to the Electoral Act, once a candidate successfully submits their nomination papers, they must be availed. So it would be a massive step in the right direction towards the realization of credible elections in Zimbabwe.
And also,
so now,
just as a follow-up, and I think for us as the RC, one of our other efforts we are doing right now is just to generally observe this whole process. So we are hoping to get updates.
We'll come back to you. You're not going anywhere, you two. I've got lots of questions to ask you. Now, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission Chief Electoral Officer, Sly Ngwana, is actually walking right now into the court there. I think it's a high court, which is interesting. I'll see if we can get some visuals of him there. Now, that is the man who, how can I put it, he's the election kingpin. He's the guy that runs the administration, the actual vote on the day, the one who mobilizes the polling stations, the booths, the marshals in the polling, the people who are going to get your vote, the ink, the pay, everything is going through this electoral command center, which he runs. A very important person when it comes to elections. And in fact, a man that, in fact, if you watch The Chase tomorrow night, Thursday, right here live on ZTN Prime, 6:30 p.m., I will be interviewing him one-on-one. So if you have any questions for the Chief Electoral Officer of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, all send them through to our social media platforms, Zim Papers, TV Network on Facebook, and of course Twitter at ZTN Prime. And I will try and endeavor to get your questions answered. You know what? Let us ask. Let us show our voice. This is a democracy. We vote for who we'd like to vote for, irrespective of who the party is. We should do that in free and fair way without being intimidated. We should do it with no fear in our minds or hearts about violence, whether it's before, during, or after the election. Winners must win. Losers must lose as long as it's free and fair. And there are, of course, avenues for any loser to dispute any of the elections. They are set out in the Electoral Code, which I will be talking to my ERC guest just now about. But the point is this, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are now in the rundown to the 2023 harmonized national elections. I tell you what, I don't know if you're excited. I'm excited. I want to know at 4 p.m. who I can vote for. I want to know who the candidates are for president, who are the candidates for councillors, who are the candidates for members of parliament. I want to know that. Why? Because I can then start interrogating. Will I vote for them? Will I not vote for them? What do they stand for? What are they promising me? What is their manifesto? Is this the person I want to take leading my country forward, leading my streets of my city, cleaning up the streets? Will they deliver on the promises they make? Will they be held accountable by the electorate? This is what elections are all about. We're a democracy, a free and fair democracy. And I'll keep saying this. We fought a war of independence for this. We fought a war of independence for the right to vote. And that's exactly what we are doing on the 23rd of August. So, gentlemen, I'm sorry I cut you off there about this, but please continue with your thought pattern.
Oh, yes. I was just contributing to the fact that it is very important to hear that the voters' roll is going to be availed to successful candidates. I think that's very important because it will then also help the candidates to see the length and breadth of their wards, their constituents, how they can organize themselves, and even to interact with the constituencies. Because what is key from our research is that politics in Zimbabwe is often personalized. It's often about which party do you support, which region are you coming from. But it's not about issues. So our interest, as we see this nomination going through and then the subsequent candidates is then to see citizens engaging with those nominated candidates on issues. What are the issues? How are you going to resolve these issues? Not just to say, I'm not against this party, I'm against this person, but what are the issues?
You're right. I said this earlier, and I'm going to repeat this. And it is a view that is being shared around by residents' associations, and it's just being shared now by my guest Blessing. I mean, the point is this. You know the president. Sure, you have the president. You can vote for him, his party, his manifesto, and that's okay. MPs, I'm sure it's at the national level. They write national laws that do affect us, but that's national. I think that the battleground is at council, at local authority level. Do you know why? Well, because they're the ones who, when you wake up in the morning and you want to have a bath, they're the ones that are supposed to make sure the water's coming through the tap. Yeah? When you drive out your garden and your gate, or you're walking down the road and you're walking into potholes, you twist your ankle or you break your tires, local authorities. If it's dark at night when you're walking home, particularly ladies coming late from work, going home, and suddenly you're pounced upon by unscrupulous individuals, no lights, local authorities. You get my point, right? So the question is this, is who at the council level, who will be able to deliver for you, the voter? That is the question at all levels, is it not? Whether it's president, MPs, or councillors. I think who will deliver? Who do you want to lead you going into the future? It's now up to the political parties to convince you to vote for them or not. So Blessing's point is 100% valid. Now, you talked about the administration. So in your view, before we move to the next pillar, your view, good or improvement or not in terms of the administration side? I mean, you guys, this is what you do for a living, don't you? You monitor elections.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's important to note that there were improvements taken by the Electoral Commission post-2018. For example, the posting of the voters' roll 2 days before an election. that was an important step aimed at achieving credibility in the process. However, what we've witnessed over the last couple of months again was a regression in the conduct of the commission in terms of ensuring credibility in electoral processes. And
some examples. Oh, sorry, before you give me examples, we are expecting the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edie Mnangagwa, to appear at the nomination court any minute now, so I may cut off my guest and cross across if we do. And we are expecting Nelson Chamisa, the President of Triple C Party, to also be appearing at the court later in the afternoon, possibly around 4 p.m. Right, so give me specifics. When you say some retrogression, what are you talking about?
So in terms of retrogression, there were concerns around the delimitation report that was submitted by the Electoral Commission. There was not enough stakeholder engagement around the delimitation process. There have been concerns around the voters' roll inspection exercise, where citizens have been systematically moved from one polling station to another, and unfortunately the Electoral Commission did not take the extra step to inform citizens of these movements to polling stations. And this has the potential to create election day confusion, where citizens go to existing polling stations thinking they're voting there.
To be fair, ZEC has said that they are still continuing to engage citizens. Is that a true statement? They said that they will be doing education, they will be going out still until, I believe, close to the actual date, August 23rd, to notify. This is what they said. And of course, I'm going to ask him that tomorrow night. Thank you for my first question.
Yeah, so I think our concerns mainly surround the timelines that we're working with. We are 60 days away from an election, and we have to inform basically 6.5 million people of the number of their polling stations. So I think these are the concerns that we are working with, that there's not enough time to holistically inform citizens of any changes or movement to the polling stations, unless ZEC carries out a comprehensive voter education exercise working in partnership with civil society organizations and political parties.
I will say, though, if you are able to, and I know, of course, some people in rural areas can't, but if you're able to, you can log on to the website or even go through, I believe, an app. There's an app number and a short code where you can see whether your voters roll, what polls, what is it, star? Star 265 hash. You can go to that. It should give you where you are, your polling thing, your data. So those who can. But I think my colleague, my guest here, Takunda, is making a good point, is that if you're not able to access that, or you don't have the money to access data and so forth, it can actually be quite confusing. So education is key.
And also, I think, just to add on to the Star 265 platform, ZEC has availed a number of toll-free lines. So currently ZEC is using the 08080265 toll-free line. You basically call the number and you verify your registration status. And they've actually taken the extra step to actually call back when you call them to inform.
So you're highlighting some improvements.
Yes, as you said, some improvements, but also some concerns as well.
Right, now let's go to the third pillar. And I know that this is one that international community, civil society always jumps on. This is security services, correct? Is that the third pillar that are we onto that one yet? That's the one, right?
Yes, definitely. I think in terms of state security, in terms of the security pillar, there hasn't been much improvement in that. There were recommendations made by the Moshante Commission following the unfortunate August 1 shootings in town. And what we have witnessed is that there's not been active uptake of the recommendations made by former President Kgalema Moshante. There have been also accusations of state-led repression in the 2019 riots, in the initial phases or initial stages of the COVID-19 lockdowns. And I think there always remains an aura of concern or uncertainty around the role of the security sector.
Takunda, hang on a second. Now, we are seeing visuals now of Linda Masaviro, the president of Lead. Remember, she had a 28 million Zimbabwe dollar deficit. Her total amount was 138 million she had to pay, or 20,000 United States dollars. I'm sure that's at the official rate. She now had to rush off, try and raise that balance of 28 million. And we're seeing her walking into the High Court, where she had already put her nomination papers, and now hopefully she hopes that she has raised enough money now to finally pay her total balance, her balance outstanding, and she should be able to then get her papers accepted. Now, before we come back to my guest, because we have still got another couple of pillars to discuss on ERC's views of the election to ensure that we have a free and fair election in Zimbabwe. Let's cross over to Bulawayo. Let's see what's happening there, because of course candidates all across the country, thick and fast, are filing their nomination papers.
Well, the nomination process started smoothly this morning here in Bulawayo, where candidates for Member of Parliament, Council, as well as Provincial Councils, which is under the devolution, have been trying to file their papers. So far, everything is going smoothly, and some candidates have already filed their papers. However, it is alleged that members of the Citizens Coalition for Change have failed to submit their papers for now, as they are said to be still en route from Harare, as their party is alleged to have withheld them. So we are expecting that they may submit their papers probably soon after lunch. Some of the notable candidates who have arrived for nomination proceedings include Finance and Economic Development Minister Tuli Ngube, who is vying for a seat in Country Park, as well as former Minister David Coltart, who is vying for a council seat. We are still seeing some other notable faces who are still arriving. We have seen Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Raj Modi, as well as some current ZANU-PF party officials, including Elifas Mashaba.
Reporter Andile, based in Bulawayo, giving us a rundown. Now, you saw the names of candidates that have come through to submit their paperwork. Of course, just to recap, each candidate must put in nomination papers. The nomination papers are extensive. For example, we were speaking to the leader of ZCPD party earlier, who said that the presidential one was 36 pages long. It has things like your name, address, your party logo, who you're representing, the amount of people that are backing you. It's dependent, like in presidential case, it's 10 voters per province, and every province have to be there. They even physically check that that person who nominated you is actually on the vote as well. It can't just be anyone. It has to be someone who's a registered voter who backs you. Then, of course, once they've gone through your paperwork, and even it's down to if the color of your picture that you have to submit is wrong, you have to go away and get another one and come back. Now, once that's all done and they've accepted your paperwork, you then pay the fee. Presidential, 20,000 United States dollars. Members of Parliament, 1,000 United States dollars. And I believe councillors, I think they've made that free, or I think it's around there. It's free as councillors, right? And then once the paperwork is accepted, you then leave. Then only at 4 p.m. does the nomination court then publicly announce who are candidates and who are being accepted for nomination. And then the only word I can use is game on, because now you know who the candidates are. You know who's going to be on the ballot paper on August the 23rd. You now know where you're supposed to put your X against who, whether it's an individual, whether it's a party, at president, at members of parliament, or at local authority level. Now, Takunda, you talked about the pillars that ERC noted in the recommendations, and we were now on to what some would consider a critical aspect, bearing in mind our memory of 2018, and that, of course, is the security services one. Now, please, I'd interrupted you. Please continue.
Yeah, so I think in terms of the issues around state security, the first step would be to address the recommendations that were submitted by President Kgalema Moshante in the Moshante Commission. I think that is the first step that needs to be taken in terms of addressing the role of the state security in our electoral processes.
Okay, I appreciate that at a higher level. Here we're talking about no to violence. Remember, I'm going to keep saying this. I think you're going to be sick of me. 2 months, but I tell you what, every leader, every national leader, every politician, every candidate, every activist, whoever you may be, whatever party that you belong to, it's simple. No to violence. Hashtag no to violence. Put it on your social media platforms. Put it on your Facebook. Tell your friends. Put it in your WhatsApp groups. We do not want to see violence. We want an election that's free and fair and transparent, where every Zimbabwean citizen can go and vote without intimidation, without fear, without harassment, and they can put their X, they can put their mark on the candidate of their choice. Now, let's talk about the actual, if I can call it, security services process in the run-up to the election. Here I'm talking about principally the police. We had Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati on the chase last week, the week before, 2 weeks ago, where we spoke about this. We spoke about if the police force was biased, about how the police force would give permission for certain parties to have election, to have rallies, and when they said no to them, and some of the excuses that political parties, particularly opposition, called flimsy, like we don't have enough manpower, yada yada yada. And one of the suggestions was, of course, why not let political parties, they should know where they're going to be campaigning, right? I mean, you should know, shouldn't you? You should know that next week I'm in Cholocho, next week I'm in Gokwe, next week I'm in Mutare. So why not all political parties submit their plan? The police can approve it. If there's a clash and negotiate, it makes it more smooth. It also makes this issue of accusations of the police being biased disappear. And also the police have set up an election committee, if I can call it that, under the leadership of the Commissioner General, Matanga, whereby they can allocate where resources go and also stamp down on violence. So talk to me about what ERC sees now, and also this perception of this biased policing, this police that allegedly, and I say that allegedly, supports the ruling party.
Yeah, I think and this is important to also note that the Assistant Commissioner spoke about what they are doing this time around. Because for us, the important point is not always to refer to what happened in the past, but to begin to say, so what is happening now? What are the plans?
That. Exactly. What's the future?
Yeah, so we're going to work together, just to be each other's keeper. We are saying, okay, police, this is what you said. You said you're going to be open, you're going to give equal treatment to someone. Where are we?
And he said it on record, so we can even show him to the chase.
Yes. So this is why the role of society becomes important. Just to play that watch, that supportive role where we can help each other to stay accountable. It's very important. And also it's an appeal even to political players that where there is just due process to be followed, let's see how best we can be able to follow through that so that we don't put at risk our supporters or even just passers-by who will be walking or at least in that center where you are trying to do your own political rally. So it's very important to work around that.
I want to talk about the legal argument here. Okay, now, and this is important to understand going forward into these elections. Okay, you have the police force, which is mandated for crowd control. They are the ones trained to dialogue, to control people, okay? The army are not trained to do that. The army are trained for one thing, and that is to protect our nation in times of strife and war and chaos. And that's what they do, and that's what they're trained for. So it's very important to understand what allows the Commissioner of Police to call the army in, okay, or not. And I think it's important that Zimbabweans understand this, because if the town is burning, as a famous Bob Marley song goes, if I'm not mistaken, obviously you're not going to keep quiet, are you? You can't just let your house burn around you and say, I'm not calling the fire brigade because they're not supposed to be here. All right, so maybe legally explain this. The police do have the mandate to control, to police, to man polls. I know they have 2 policemen at each polling station. It's quite extensive how many police are out there, as well as, of course, investigating murders and car accidents and GBV cases. It's not like policing stops. Explain that process to Zimbabweans.
I think in terms of election day, it's actually right to acknowledge that it's a massive logistical nightmare for the Zimbabwe Republic Police. Currently, we are working with an election day process that may have approximately 12,500 polling stations.
Wow.
So I think...
At two police at each?
Yes.
You're already talking about 50,000 policemen. Yes. Okay, forget about the rest of the stuff they're having to do.
Yes.
If you're robbed, you have to go to the police.
Yes. So I think in terms of the security aspect and the issues around election-related violence, I think we need to firstly address the root causes of the violence itself and issues around disputes. And the issues around disputes, the potential for violence, it all emanates from issues around the credibility of processes. Once people feel like their vote has not counted the way in which it was supposed to, once people feel robbed of an administrative act of the commission, once they feel robbed that the electoral process was not deemed or done in a proper way, that is when the disputes arise. That is when there's an increased potential of conflict. So I think it's important for us, while to note that the Zimbabwe Republic Police has a duty to maintain peace and...
But I want to ask you this, and it's something that actually concerns me. I mean, what concerns me is a political leader or political party saying, before the vote, we've won. Right? In other words, they're already telling their supporters, we've won, and if we go to the ballot and we lose, it's rigged. So in other words, you're already brainwashing your supporters to believe that you've already won the election, and if you lose, it must be rigged. And I have a problem with that. Because the people may speak, right? And you may be wrong. In fact, if you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. And that, I don't know what to call that, but I have a feeling that it's about the vote on the day that matters. What about that? I mean, because that can rile up supporters to lead to the violence that we're talking about, particularly post-elections.
Yes, I think there's a very thin line between political banter and the political brainwashing you're talking about. But I think while political parties need to ensure or motivate their supporters to ensure that they also have a belief that there's an expectation they'll win the political elections. I think it's important for us to take note of issues around result management. I think the Electoral Commission, in its duties of voter education, they could actually extend voter education on the result management process to citizens.
So we understand it.
So that our citizens also understand that even though a political party may come out and say that we have won the election, the proper result management process is from A to Z. And there's only one entity or one body that can legally declare an election, and it's the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission.
That's the law.
That's the law.
Yeah, whether you like it or not.
Yes, that's the only entity that's legally allowed to declare an election as.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, before we move to your next pillar, let's talk about, as I said, there are times when, and it's done everywhere, I must be honest. Don't look at Zimbabwe as an exception, where the police can call on other security forces to help them if things have got out of control. I mean, that is also legal. There's nothing wrong with that in terms of the law, correct? So, I mean, okay, obviously tragedy in 2018, but I mean, we're talking to the Assistant Commissioner of Police. It appears that the police have learned. And it looks as if they're really clear in their focus about how to manage election violence and what they can do and how they're going to mobilize it and how they're working with other security forces. Talk to me a bit about that process.
Yes, I think it's, as a departure point, we need to remember that citizens do have the right to protest. They do have the right to demonstrate. I think what's concerning is the reaction of state institutions to protests and to demonstrations. But when I think,
but you don't have absolute rights, do you? I mean, you have rights to protest, but exactly, you can't then burn a car and say, "Hey, I'm allowed to."
You need to respect the rights of your fellow citizens.
Exactly.
And I think what is lacking in the current electoral environment is engagement between the police and political parties, political leaders who are normally at the forefront of calling for these demonstrations. There needs to be an engagement process between the Zimbabwe Republic Police and political parties.
Hasn't there been a committee set up under ZEC? I know ZEC is part of it. They're not running it with different ministries and political parties involved. Isn't there some electoral committee? I forget the name of it, but I know there is one.
Oh, yeah, there's the multi-party liaison
there we
committee.
Go. That's the
so
one.
This committee is there to be able to try to raise issues of concern and then find consensus before taking maybe the route of getting to the cause. So that's a very important step within our preparedness to have that active. But then what is important is maybe through that platform, the police can also be able to engage those parties to be able to clarify, also explain the law and share together, because sometimes the law could be saying one thing, but the practice on the ground
and politicians are saying something different.
Something different. So we are concerned to see how these structures, which are supposed to be there, are then going to be working to try to prevent this. I know that there's also the media committee, which is also going to be watching how access to media for all parties is concerned, and through that there's monitoring of language. We don't want to be able to continuously, like you're saying, certain words, they seem light, but some of them are inciting.
And they're taken seriously by supporters.
Yes. So you'd want to see, that's why even in the past when there were other political parties alleged to have been able to use certain slogans that were kind of like motivating for violence, there was a serious concern that we even registered also as an organization, say what is going to happen to people who say such kind of words, what is the police doing? Unfortunately, we haven't seen much then happening, but we are hoping now that the full campaign period has come. Let's see the actual action to stop and curb.
Right, Blessing, we're going to come back to the studio to my guest, because we've only done what? We're now on pillar 3. We're talking about security service. This is ERC's recommendations and opinion about what they saw could be improved from the last election to now. But let's cross over to Sharon. We're crossing over to see an update on councillors at Town House, because that is where councillors are putting in their nomination papers. Sharon, it looks like it's been I don't know what the word is, busy, happy, exciting day here in Zimbabwe. It's nomination court day. And where you are, of course, is where councillors are coming in to put their paperwork in. Very important, I believe, in terms of citizens. I think the council fight is going to be quite tight, because people now, citizens and local authorities, want their councillors to deliver. So tell us, what has been happening there? Have you seen how many more councillors have come? Have you had any confirmation on councillors that their paperwork has been accepted and they've paid? Obviously, we can't say they are official yet until 4 p.m. But what have you been witnessing?
So we are here joined by an aspiring candidate from the MDCT party, who is actually hanging his boots in the local authority, and he has a very interesting story to tell. Can you please introduce yourself, sir, and tell us your story?
Okay, my name is Wilton Janjazi. I was the councillor before for the city of Harare from 2008 to 2018. I served for 2 terms, and thereafter I then decided to hand over the baton to the other person.
All right, so now you want to contest as an MP?
Yes, I am going to contest as an MP in Kwazana West constituency in the coming harmonized general elections under the banner of the MDCT.
All right, so local government and parliamentary elections, they're definitely not the same thing. Are you in any way shaken? Are you scared about taking this big step?
Well, I am not in any way shaken. I am very confident of what I am going to do as a member of parliament. The advantage for me is that I have also served as a councillor. I know the business in council, and that is going to give me an advantage to be a member of parliament.
All right, thank you very much, sir, and good luck.
Aspiring MDCT candidate for members of Parliament of Kwazana. He has there put his nomination papers in. Again, I stress, we can't tell you the final list until 4 p.m. when then it becomes official, when the names of those accepted for nomination are actually produced publicly for all of us to know. I don't know about you, but I am excited. Now, of course, we know what's happening at the High Court. That's where the presidential candidates are coming in, and we cross back there to Mercy. Mercy, things are happening thick and fast, not just where you are, but all across the country. What's happening?
His whereabouts, I cannot divulge, but he's going to be available to campaign for himself, because as you know, if you're a presidential candidate, you need to hit the ground running. You need to meet with your electorate and sell them your ideology, your proposals, and get them to vote for you. So he's not going to campaign outside the country. He's going to come. He's going to be around for that.
Are there any legal issues that probably could hinder his campaign, given that we've heard that he could be arrested for some things?
There are no legal reasons that could affect his campaign, and he is going to be campaigning.
Your full name and title, ma'am?
Jacqueline Sunday.
Sorry?
I'm the chief election agent for Xavier Kasugwele. Jacqueline Sunday.
Position?
The chief election agent for Xavier Kasugwele.
There you go. Now, of course, that was the message. The question was will... Oh, let's go back quickly.
Papers on behalf of Mr. Xavier Kasugwele, which means that he's going to be running for president come 23rd of August 2023. tabudirira kuti tifile mapapers enomination Mr Saviour Kasukwere vachange vachikwikwidza ivo pasarudzo dziri kuuya dzekusarudza president musi wa23 August.
Kune nyaya dziri kubuda dzekuti vane mhosva vanogona kusapikidza muchina
ini pari zvino handina mhosva dzandiri kuziva dzavangange vainadzo dzavangatarisana nadzo dzingavamisa kukwikwidza.
Asi ivo vari kupi
ivo zvavo pari zvino handina kusunuka kuti nditaure kwavari, asi ndiri kuziva kuti vachange vari muno vachifamba mukati menyika ino yese vachitsvagawo kuti vanhu vavavhotere.
What made him stand?
As a citizen of the country, he's well within his right in terms of the democratic space in our country. It allows any citizen to stand up and campaign for president. So it is well within his right, and he has decided that he wants to vie for presidency. And it is up to the citizens of this country to choose him or not to choose him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was Jacqueline Sunday. Of course, she says that she is the Chief Elections Officer for Saviour Kasukwere. Now, that was one of the stories. I told you it would be an exciting day. You know, you think nomination court, oh my goodness, I tell you what, it is exciting. Those of you who care about voting, who care about our nation, who care about the candidates, this is the exciting day, to be honest. Well, it's now official, according to Jacqueline Sunday there. Saviour Kasukwere has submitted his documents, his papers, to be nominated to register as a presidential candidate on August the 23rd. Now, of course, I cannot confirm yet that he is a candidate. That can only be done by the nomination court at 4 p.m. No one else can pronounce the official candidates to stand. But if it is true and he is accepted as a candidate, we have, whoa, I don't know whether to call it the first surprise because we've had so many. And I'm sure later on at 4 p.m. when we do eventually announce the winning, the accepted candidates, okay, there may be a few more surprises in store for us. But let me come back to my guests, Blessing Makwara and Takunda Sunga from the ERC. Now, we were talking about the 5 pillars that ERC had discussed with various stakeholders and recommendations made. And just recap the first 2, and then we were on to the security services pillars. What was the first one and the second one?
So the first one was independence of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. The second
so some
one,
progress was made in that regard.
Progress was made. The second one was the administration of elections. By
Again,
the
progress.
Yes. And
not
then,
bad, you said room for improvement.
Yeah, room for improvement.
Okay.
And then the third one is state security.
State security.
Yeah.
Here we're talking about we're talking security pre, security during, security post. We're talking about how they react, possibly how they don't stop rallies or ban rallies or manpower and so forth. I mean, it's a mammoth task, ladies and gentlemen. You think about it. I think we said, what, 3,500 polling stations? 12,500 polling stations, of which 2 policemen are at each. All right? Think about that. Then on top of that, if you get burgled or something happens to your car, or you have an accident, the police also need to be there countrywide. Okay, so think about how many policemen have to be out there during election period. It is a mammoth logistical task, and the police have put in place an elections committee chaired by the Commissioner General, Commissioner Matanga, to look at exactly this, to make sure deployment of police is carried out smoothly. They also have people on that committee. It's not just the police only. I understand they are liaising with political party representatives as well. And also the police Assistant Commissioner Nyati, speaking here on The Chase 2 weeks ago, assured the nation that the Zimbabwe Republic Police is going to treat everybody. It doesn't matter what party you're from, what candidates you are, they're going to treat everybody fairly. You have got this on record. They're going to say that they will not ban rallies for unnecessary issues. They also call upon political parties to come forward early with their requirements for rallies and so forth. You know, because some political parties apparently can come a day before and say we want to have a rally in Chidungwiza. Now, that obviously cannot be approved. You can't put up a rally one day and say we're going to do that. Also, the police called on political parties to ensure they have marshals at their rallies, which is is actual a legal requirement, by the way. Also, they need to make sure that they've got the permission of the grounds where they're going to hold the rallies. They need a written permission from the owner of that ground or wherever they're going to be, that they've been allowed to have a rally there. There's all sorts of conditions that must be met. And I think it's important, and I think my guest was saying this about another issue, education. We need to educate people so that they understand these things, because it's very easy for someone to say our rally was banned and not explain to you why. It's very important, this, okay? But if you know some of the things that need to be required from a political party, then you can understand why possibly a rally is banned, and in fact it's down to the political party for not getting their houses in order to get it done. Okay, so then again, you know what? I'm not going to get into that issue because that's between political parties and the police. But let's talk, so that part, so there, what have you seen? What about your conclusions about that pillar of security? What have you witnessed? Do you believe, again, we've learned from 2018 and this year, because, you know, words like rule of law, they keep coming up. But frankly, I just want a free and fair election. You know what I mean? I want people to be able to go and vote without intimidation, without fear, without favor, vote for who they want. Results come out, we like them, we're happy with the integrity of the election, and we accept the winners or losers. That is a free and fair election.
Yeah, I think in terms of the conduct of state security, particularly the Zimbabwe Republic Police, what we've witnessed is that there's no longer overt violence, which is the actual physical beating of citizens or members of political parties. I think the kind or type of violence has transformed to the use of law, or what they call lawfare, where what you have raised, where there's the use of legislation to actually restrict the constitutional rights of citizens and political parties, where there's been a systematic denial of political parties the ability to participate in campaigning, to carry out campaigns. There have also been a systematic use of the law to arrest political...
Right. You're going to continue from that because it's important that we discuss this. Now we cross over again to Townhouse. Sharon, our reporter, is there to give us an update on exactly what's happening.
And we are here joined by another candidate from the ZANU-PF party, a woman this time. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Nos Posbanda. I come from Heathcliff constituency from Ward 42, from party of ZANU-PF.
All right, so I understand you're coming in as a candidate under the council women's quota. How do you feel about this new chance that women have that they didn't have in the previous elections?
To me, it's a very great achievement. As women, we are being honored by the government of Zimbabwe. This post was not there for a long time, but now we are being recognized, and we are going to prove that as women we can do it. We are just equal as men. We can do something better, and we can prove the country, can prove the community. We come from the families, so why not to be a leader? So I'm happy with the government of Zimbabwe, especially with the president of Zimbabwe, our president Emerson Mnangagwa. He's proving that he has faith in everyone. He's leaving no one behind. So we are going to stand and we are going to conquer as women. And we are going to prove that as women we can stand. And we are going to prove that we will do it. It's only that we are going to participate as women. But if we were going to be given a chance to have a time to have a race with men, we are going to do it as women. And I'm proud of it.
All right, thank you very much and good luck. Thank you.
I tell you, it really is good to understand about the gender balance that needs to be required in terms of political office. And just to reiterate, Zimbabwe Electoral Commission has gazetted the actual numbers of additional councillors at each local authority to meet the 30% of the total membership of each local authority now reserved for women party list councillors in accordance with the Constitution. You all know the statistics. Latest census, I think 52 to 54% of our population are women. I always say the joke is that the women in Zimbabwe are running out of men. That's what a woman said to me once. But anyway, the fact is this. Obviously, it's clear that women should have at least, people say 50-50. That's the Constitution is clear about the proportion of women that should stand at all levels, MPs and councillors in particular. So it's excellent that we at least are starting and going to get to at least that level or make progress towards hitting those percentages. Now, of course, as you know, I'm in studio by two of my guests in studio, Blessing Makwara and Takunda Sunga from the ERC. Takunda, we were talking about the fact that you said that in your view as ERC, the police had moved from overt violence towards citizens to more law and statutory instruments or laws that have been passed to do what? Please continue.
So basically, it's the use of statutory instruments, it's the use of law to restrict on the rights of citizens. Under the guise of implementing the law. So this is a major concern because on paper it seems like they are within the confines of the law, but then it's done in a very discriminatory manner. It's done targeting various or specific political parties with the eventual aim to silence dissent, to stifle political participation, and to create...
But do you think that this is enough to stop a free and fair vote or stop people going to vote? I mean, that has to be done on a massive scale to achieve that, wouldn't it?
I think if you look at over the last year, the Election Resource Centre has been tracking the number of police bans, and we have witnessed, I think, over 60 bans, be it national, district, or at a ward level, where there have been over 60 bans of political parties, not necessarily specifically tied to CCC. We've also mentioned, we noted bans of the United Zimbabwe Alliance political party, where they also had their training workshops and rallies banned. And I think overall, this is a massive concern in terms of the openness of the electoral environment.
But I suppose now, as you said, I liked it going forward. You've seen what's happened going forward. We have to take the police and judge them on what the Assistant Commissioner Paul Nyati said, is that they aren't going to ban rallies if they don't, on flimsy reasons. They will explain why they are banning them, and they even said they may even publicly explain it. They will try not to restrict things like that. Of course, they will clamp down on any form of activism, violence by any party, as they should, whether it's ZANU-PF or any opposition party. I think that is what the police are there for. And of course, they remind us that not all rights are absolute. You know, you can't say we have the right to peaceful assembly, which is true, you do, and then go and burn a building. Obviously, you can't. Or throw stones at policemen, or throw stones at security forces. That isn't your absolute right. Your right is to peacefully demonstrate. That's what the law says. Right then, let's move on. That's your third pillar. Fourth pillar.
I think the fourth pillar touches on issues around the role of traditional leaders in an electoral environment. The Constitution is clear. It states that traditional leaders, which includes chiefs, headmen in rural areas, I think the Constitution is clear. It states that they cannot participate in active politics. They cannot further the political interests of a party. And I think what we've witnessed in 2018, for example, the Election Resource Centre took Chief Charumbira to court around partisan comments he made before the election, where the High Court deemed that the comments made by Charumbira were unconstitutional, and he was given a specific time frame to withdraw those comments. Unfortunately, he continues to defy that court order, even though efforts have been made to ensure that he complies with the court order. So I think the role of the traditional leaders...
Okay, let me clarify this. So you're saying that, okay, every citizen has a right to vote and pick their own political party.
Yes.
But as a chief, you're not supposed to articulate that.
You're not supposed to.
You can go and vote for the political party you want, but you're saying that under the law, a chief is not allowed to articulate that I'm going to go vote for. What are you saying?
I think
because obviously he has a right to vote for who he wants.
So every citizen has the right to vote. I think that's a departure point. Every citizen has the right to vote. I think the traditional leaders, the reason why they are not allowed to further the the interests of a political party is the amount of influence they wield in rural communities. I think we know the way in which our community systems work, especially in the rural areas. Traditional leaders wield a lot of influence. Therefore, they have the potential to skew the political will or the fairness of the electoral environment in rural communities. So that is why this provision was put in the Constitution, to ensure that the rural communities, there remains a free and fair electoral environment. So active participation of traditional leaders in these various sectors, or more politically supporting a particular party. I think it has
and going to rallies and speaking on behalf of a party, telling their villagers who to go and vote for on election day.
To skew the political will.
Well, I'll just give you an idea about how important traditional leaders are. I mean, let's look briefly at this year's election timeline following the proclamation of the election date on the 31st of May by President Dr. Idi Mnangagwa. A series of activities are now lined up. Of course, today, you know this because you're watching us here live on ZTN Prime. It's Nomination Court Day 2023, elections on August the 23rd. That's today. Now, this will be followed by the election of the Council of Chiefs on the 3rd of August, right? Now, why is this important? Well, the president and deputy of the Chiefs Council will then be elected on the 10th of August before polling on the 23rd of August. The next day, the Provincial Chiefs Council will convene to constitute the Electoral College. Now you are starting to understand the role of traditional leaders in our lives. Of course, they're very, very important, okay? And they are. If none of the presidential candidates garner a majority vote, of course, 50+1, that's the law, that's the constitutional law. The runoff election will be held on the 2nd of October. So that's really the thing on that. So, okay, so chiefs as well, they obviously need to not support any political party, whatever it is, opposition, or that's the law. We're not just saying this just to stifle them, but of course, when they go in that ballot box, who they vote for, what they do, that's completely up to them as a citizen. They're now citizens when they vote. All right, so that you think you believe as ERC that hasn't yet been sorted out?
No, I think over the last couple of years, we have been following a number of by-elections that have taken place, especially the 26th March 2022 by-elections. And what we witnessed is that there was a systematic effort by traditional leaders to mobilize their citizens, or mobilize their constituents to actually go to polling stations and to vote for particular political parties. And I think that is an issue of concern, and that needs to be clarified. I think the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission must also take the extra step to actually engage traditional leaders.
But there are forums where, if you do notice that as ERC or any other political party or civil society, there are forums where you can raise it with ZEC. Is there not there right now?
Oh yes, there are platforms for raising, but we are saying that it's one thing to raise, and then it's the responsibility of those who receive the comments to then act upon them.
Okay, but you know, I always say sometimes it's on record, and then you can hold them accountable. I think it's important. If you keep quiet, then you know it's like what do they say? Asking for permission only after you've done it. So anyway, it's important. So okay, so let's talk about the chief's role in elections and monitoring of that. Carry on. Next, is there another pillar?
Yeah, I think the final pillar is the role of the media. I think,
Let's talk about that, because here we are. You're talking live on ZTN Prime. You want to talk about the role of the media? So here we are. And I believe at ZTN Prime, we talk to everyone without any bias, fear, or favor. We're like the election should be, right? Please continue.
Kudos to you, and we hope that other media houses and agencies.
But it is a case that opposition have said. They have said consistently that access to media, particularly to state broadcasters, let me be frank with you. They say that it isn't fair, and the ruling party gets most of the coverage. This is what opposition parties have said, and they've said this for as far as I can remember. It's not even just 2018.
Yes, I hope this time they will say it differently when they look at the response from the media. So it's just also part of our observation, our plea that as we go into these harmonized elections now, may there be that consistency within the media, state media in particular, to be able to just give equal coverage. This is what the law talks about.
Right.
So we need just to be able to walk in the spirit of the law to say, okay, let the political parties also, it is their responsibility to communicate to the media houses when they are covering or when they want to host their events or parties. So you can also have an idea where to go. You don't just wake up and covering everyone without knowing where people are gathered. So it's also a call.
There's one thing I need
political
to
parties.
clarify, and I think it's important that this is clarified. It isn't ZEC. I know this for a fact. It isn't ZEC that ensures political parties get equal coverage. It's this media.
Yes, there is a committee.
Right.
Yes, there's a committee that is there which involves the media
Media
commission, ZEC itself, and stakeholders.
And I think it's important to note this because a lot of people say ZEC is not allowing us to get equal coverage. They should do something about it. It actually isn't. ZEC. This is what I'm being told. Talk to us about this.
It is the comment.
Yes, talk to us about this. And it's got other stakeholders on. I mean, this is a fact. Maybe explain this or tell me I'm wrong. I'm open to being told you're wrong, Andy.
Chagunda, you can step in here.
I think what's important to know, or the departure point should be, the Electoral Commission is the body mandated to ensure free and fair elections are conducted. They are the body mandated to ensure that the environment is conducive for free and fair elections. And I think the Constitution empowers them to hold any state institution, any public official accountable for their conduct, be it conduct that is partisan or that does not ensure a free and fair electoral environment. So there's, for example, using the case of ZTN, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission could actually write a note or try to engage with the ZTN to ensure that the ZTN, where the ZTN has failed, that the ZTN improves its conduct in ensuring free and fair elections. But in terms of the elections, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission actually has a role. There's a media oversight committee that is established before elections. I think there was a note, I think a couple of weeks ago, where the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission stated that they had already established this committee. This committee works in tandem with the Media Commission.
Right. And doesn't the Media Commission also issue, if I'm not mistaken, they also issue statistics and they go through each broadcaster, whether it's radio or TV, and they state, so you've done 50%, 20%, and they actually put it out publicly. I know once long back I was at a radio station where they did that, and they even say, well done, you've been the best broadcaster to cover all political parties.
Yeah, so like you stated, it used to happen. And then I think it's one of the positive steps that the Electoral Commission has taken. I think after the 26 March by-elections last year, they actually published a media report on the conduct of state media, which was a positive step. And they also raised concerns around the partisan nature or the lack of free coverage of state institutions. Unfortunately, there have been no mechanisms that have been put in place by state institutions.
I want this clarified for myself, okay? I've followed elections all around the world in various countries, and let's look primarily at the United Kingdom, okay? Elections. You have newspapers, you have TV channels that come out and say, we are supporting, we are backing that person, right? We are backing that conservative leader, we are backing Labour, and they said publicly. In other words, that is about as biased and partisan as you can get, okay? I mean, it's a fact. You go to America, the New York Times endorses X person, the Washington Post endorses Y person. I mean, these are what media do all around the world, right? Yes. So are we saying here that media can't endorse someone? A newspaper can't endorse a candidate like they do in the UK?
Not necessarily for the whole of media. The law talks about the state media.
Okay.
Yeah, so our emphasis is on the state media should be able to live up to the expectation of the Constitution to give equal coverage to anyone.
All right, because everybody's paying their taxes towards that.
That's the burden of being a state-sponsored platform. But for other independents, they can do as they choose.
They can endorse anyone they want.
But also in the spirit of trying to promote, a fair process, we also engage with the media to say, in as much as you may want to have a bias, but the important thing is be seen to be fair. Even when you're commenting about the other part, give fair coverage. So it becomes part of that culture.
Even though you endorse Y, be fair about X.
Yes, let there be that. Because
let there be this debate.
You are not necessarily the paper of a party. You are a paper of your interest, but also show that sense of being part of the community. Right. And cover others. And I'm so happy also that now we have got community radio stations, and we are also hoping to see that community radios giving a fair share of local councillors, local MPs within their constituency, also being given space to come, be there to share, to sell themselves, being there to engage with the possible electorate. So all these are avenues where we are hoping that as part of progressive realization of what is in the law, let's begin to step up. We are all committed to have supporting a credible
I think what's
process.
also important, of course, is that it doesn't matter if you're a councillor from ZANU-PF and Triple C, which of course are allegedly the top two most supported parties in the country. You could be from a party that only gets 200 votes, but you should also get equal coverage. That is the law, correct?
Yes, that is the law. The law, in as much as some may feel like, why should we give space to those who have got very little support? That is what the law says. It tries to show fairness because it is a right for citizens to hear what someone who is purportedly hoping to be their leader tomorrow. So you need to give them space for them to engage, and then people can then be informed to say, no, I've heard you, but I'm choosing to vote for this particular party or candidate. So it is just that space we are saying, as part of our efforts to deliver a credible election, ZEC, as the election management body, has its oversight roles, and we're also saying civil society has a role to play. That's why part of our programming is to engage with the media houses. We do a bit of training around electoral cycle.
I was going to ask you about this education.
Yes.
Because there has been a lot of, debate about voter education. I mean, now it's done because the voters' roll is closed, but the role of civil society in voter education, some being accused of illegally voter educating, but also, as well, as you said, education to the media, because we are also humans. Agreed. We also have political views, I'm sure, some of us, and it can come out in our reporting. It happens. It's normal. It's nothing unusual. It's not being done maliciously. It's just the fact that's the way it is. Okay, so you also explain to us about this training for media to ensure that media are, at the very least, unbiased.
I think the starting point is that we know that there's a code of conduct for media practitioners when it comes to electoral reporting. So part of our emphasis is to say, let's just go through it together. Do we all understand it? Where there's need for clarity, we invite even the Media Commission to actually come and assist in terms of that regard. Someone also really gave this testimony that sometimes you expect us journalists to write professional writing about elections when we are not necessarily trained in that. Sometimes you ask us to give an opinion or to comment, but because I just need to write something, I quickly get whatever gossip is there. I don't do fact check, I don't do background checks, so that's why sometimes the information is compromised. So we do facilitate that kind of empowerment around what does the law provide for when it comes to, for example, the electoral cycle. What are the events around the actual election? Then when you are able to then report using even language that is language of an election.
I'm going to come back to this because it's important. Now, we do have an update. In fact, as I said, we are all over the country. Unfortunately, we may not be able to cross over to reporters there, but we do have our reporters on the ground pretty much at most of the major centers in Zimbabwe, at least in all the provinces. And we're getting a report here, last minute rush. An independent National Assembly candidate is actually in Gwanda Magistrate Court. We've actually got the picture of them. I'm not sure if we can put it up there. And this is how important this is. They're sitting on the floor because it doesn't matter where you sit, does it? It can be a chair, it can be a Mercedes-Benz, it could be a Mashika. The fact is that you want to get your nomination papers in. So they're frantically sitting at the nomination court outside Gwanda Magistrates Court. They're sitting on the floor, sorting out their nomination papers. But what's interesting is that we're getting reports from our correspondent there that no MDCT candidate has so far turned up at the nomination court. That's at Gwanda Magistrates Court. Now, that's an interesting development. I did tell you that come 4 o'clock, when we eventually do hopefully get some of the names trickling and results of who is standing where, president, member of parliament, local authorities, I think we may be quite shocked to see what parties have managed to field enough candidates. Have some parties managed to field candidates in all positions? Have some only focused on areas like ZCPD? We're talking about focusing on councillors. I think the National Constitutional Assembly, Professor Maduka also spoke about that. They're putting a presidential vote, but they're also now looking at councillors' positions. So anyway, we will be giving you these updates as we continue going on. I really want to talk about the media because, okay, I need to understand this, and don't worry, we're going to come back to continue finishing the pillars. Right. I need to understand when Zimbabwe is accused of not holding a free and fair election, okay? And this is, and I must be honest, I think a lot of Zimbabwean citizens need to get their head wrapped around this, okay? Because international communities have said in 2018, yeah, we had an election, you have African Union endorsing us, SADC endorsing the election, other African countries individually endorsing the election. Then you had the international community saying it wasn't free and fair. And so I need to understand, what do we need to do? Okay, I mean, you've seen the nomination court. Candidates are going in and out. Political players are saying up to now, they're happy with the freedom and the process of it. No one is being harassed. People can put their papers in. What do we need to do to ensure we have a free and fair election August the 23rd in the eyes of everybody?
Thanks, Eddie, for that comment. I think what I seem to pick is to say there has been so much focus on the event of the election. Where everyone is going to be talking about what happens on the 23rd of August. And in our experience in observing this work, you find that on the day of election, it is one of those peaceful Sunday mornings.
It's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day.
I stood in a queue for 2 hours. We had drinks there. And my friends were chatting to me.
So usually when you then look at an election and you look at only that day, you are bound to say, what are you talking about? Everyone was voting peacefully. No one was stopped from voting. But our emphasis as a think tank and the resource entity around promoting electoral excellence is around the issue to say elections must be taken in their holistic cycle. It's an electoral cycle phase. So we look at events before the actual event of an election. So I'm happy that today we're talking about the event of nomination. But before there was nomination, there were processes, internal party processes around primary elections. One would also want to be informed how a political party was able to come up with a list of candidates that they are bringing for nomination. That already speaks to whether that process was free, was fair. Were the members of that party free to also stand to be
okay,
counted?
I'll tell you what, let's
Let's
take these issues one by one as you raise them, I think. Otherwise, I'll forget most of them. Let's start with this one.
Right.
Let's look at two parties in particular that had public primary elections, okay? ZANU-PF and Triple C.
Right.
Okay, so ZANU-PF had their normal primary election where candidates were nominated, got the required, just similar to, I suppose, in a way, to the national election. They then had a vote. And even at those primary elections, some bigwigs fell by the side. I think Ziambi, the current Minister of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, is a good example. He isn't the only one. But let's look at that. So, of course, hang on a second. Let me come back to this question. Let's see who's arriving. That is the High Court. It's the Vice President, retired General Constantino Chiwenga, I believe, is arriving at the High Court. Oh, there he is. That, of course, is where presidential candidates must submit their nomination papers for vetting and approval. Again, as I stress, only at 4 p.m. this afternoon will we know who successfully put in their papers and was accepted. But there he is. Let's see if we're getting any audio. Are we getting any audio from there? No, well, anyway, there we go. There's the Vice President. But you can see, you know, that all political players are coming out. I tell you guys, this is an exciting day. I don't know whether you can hear it in my voice, whether you can feel it. This is an exciting day for our country. This is the day when all those back in, oh, hang on, have we got a, all those what we fought for in 1980. This is the day that justifies and proves to us why we fought for our independence, the ability for us to freely vote. So let's listen to what's being said there. There we go. Well, hopefully we're trying to get a comment there, but you can see the Vice President, retired General Chiwenga, in a jovial mood, and I think that's the general spirit that's happening around the country. It appears that people are going there with smiles on their faces. Doesn't matter what political party they are. Today's an important day. It's nomination day. It's a day when candidates for president, for members of parliament, for local authorities submit their paperwork. And as I said, and I'll keep saying it, it's an extensive process. You need to fill in forms, you need to bring pictures, and if the pictures aren't the right color or the right size, you have to go away and put it in. You have to make sure that even the people that nominate you to stand, you know, you have to, like in president, you need 10 people from each province. They have to be on the voters' roll in the provinces that they're nominating you from. If one of them isn't, well, your papers are thrown out. They cannot be accepted, and you have to rush off and fix it. Now, don't forget, candidates whose paperwork doesn't actually hold water up to now still have, what, 2 more hours. They have 2 hours. It's now hitting almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They have until 4 p.m. this afternoon when the nomination courts close. They close on the dot at 4. So if you're there at 1 second to 4, you should technically be able to get your paperwork in and hopefully get it submitted in time. But 4 o'clock is the time. And only at 4 o'clock can we tell you definitively which candidates have been officially accepted as nominations for MP, for president, for local authority. Only at 4. All I can tell you now is, yes, such and such a person had their paperwork in and it was accepted. They paid the nomination fee, but I can't tell you whether they are officially candidates. Now, for example, the presidential candidates, already we have heard that the ZANU-PF First Secretary, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, has already had his paper submitted and accepted. The president of the Triple C party, Nelson Chamisa, has had his document submitted and accepted. Lovemo Baduku, president of NCA, has had his documents presented and accepted. Also, Trust from, if you look at me and my names, Trust Chikoora from the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, ZCPD, has had his paperwork submitted and paid his fee and been accepted. And of course, we heard that possibly Linda Masawira from LEAD, she had a 28 million Zimbabwe dollar deficit in her nomination fees. She said she rushed out to find that, and we then saw her entering the High Court just about an hour ago, hopefully with the rest of the balance. So she also, hopefully we haven't heard yet to confirm this, but she also possibly has had her paperwork submitted and accepted. Now, let me put it in perspective. 23 candidates in 2018, and now, of course, who knows how many? We know already it's 5, okay? But I have a feeling it won't be 23 candidates. Now, what's interesting is what's happening now. Oh wow, there's a last minute. Where am I now? Last minute rush. We're talking about what's happening there. You can see the different political parties and their candidates. You see there you've got different candidates who have been nominated there. It's an interesting bag. And also, you know, it's a combination of heavyweights. It's a combination of new entrants. It's a combination of first-time politicians. I don't know. You know, I tell you what, it's nice sitting with you too, because you do this for a living. Elections are exciting. Oh my goodness, they really are. And all we need to do is make sure the steps are done properly, it's done in a legal way, people can free to vote, and you know what? Then we can get behind any leader that we put up. So those are the candidates there that have put in their paperwork, if I'm not mistaken. And you know, I tell you, as I said, everybody, 4 p.m. is D-Day. And obviously that's when we wait to see the official. Now let's continue this discussion which I cut you off on. Please continue what you were saying.
Yes, and I was just trying to speak about the need to look at the electoral cycle holistically for us to come to a conclusion. Or a statement that says the election of 2023 was credible, free and fair. So we're looking at the ability for us not just to look at the election day on the 23rd alone, but let's look at events before the 23rd.
Right,
so
now let's talk
about
let's candidacy primary elections. Okay?
Yes,
so
yes.
I said let's compare the two.
Yes.
You've got ZANU-PF, which has had a traditional primary election. Names are submitted, candidates, and they go and have a vote, ballots amongst district DDFs around the country.
Right.
They vote for somebody, that person is then nominated as their candidate. Then you've got Triple C,
right,
which has gone, I wouldn't call it the opposite, they've gone on this consensus vote for a candidate, right? Where we've seen Rusty Markham beating, for example, Tendai Biti in this consensus type of thing, okay? Now, so how do you compare? I mean, those aren't apples and apples. So how would you say the primary election side then feeds into this free and fair? Because you've had two mainstream political parties that have fundamental differences in how they select candidates.
I think before Tagu comments, what we seem to understand is that you know, each party can then look at the different modalities. But what is important is within that party, is there a sense that whatever process was free and fair, was it credible? Because that is where the first sign of saying, if disputes were there in an internal party process, how were the disputes resolved? Why is this important for us? It's because if the internal at a micro level is not well managed, the chances of their behavior at the macro level, where they can't then handle disputes at the macro level, it becomes very high for them to use.
I suppose you also like violence.
Forms.
You're saying if there's violence in primary elections, it can
then the
translate to
chances,
violence
because it becomes
the
part of the nature of choosing leaders. So this
your
is,
DNA.
So this is what we are trying to say from our evidence. We're trying to preach against. We're trying to say this cannot go continue.
Let's get your comment on this. I'm still going on about this free and fair, because what I want is August the 23rd. I want it to be declared free and fair by everybody. I think that is what we want as a country.
That's what we all want.
Comment on this issue that you is talking about.
I think there are two main fundamentals when it comes to internal politics of a political party and candidate selection process. Number one, do the participants know of the process itself? I think that's an important step to ensure inclusivity. So do the political party members know of the process? And I would say both ZANU-PF and CCC, each member of the political party, they were clear guidelines on how the process was going to be carried out.
So you're going to finish, but I tell you why I'm cutting over, because as I said to you, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Edie Mnangagwa, who is a candidate for the ruling ZANU-PF party, let's separate those two issues. He is the President of our country, but today he's being nominated, putting his papers in as the first secretary of ZANU-PF and the candidate for ZANU-PF as their presidential candidate. That's his motorcade. He's now arriving at the High Court, which, funnily enough, is right opposite his office. I think if he looked out of his office window, he'll be able to see the High Court. As you all know, Munimatapa building. The Vice President, retired General Chiwenga, is there already waiting for him, I believe. But the President is coming because as much as ZANU-PF did put through their paperwork for Dr. Edie Mnangagwa to stand as their candidate, and you heard earlier Ziambi. In fact, hopefully later on we'll be able to give you that clip again of Ziambi speaking. But the point is that ZANU-PF have put in their papers that they have been accepted as the Dr. Edie Mnangagwa as their candidate for president. Of course, I cannot confirm until 4 p.m. this afternoon whether officially he or any other candidate is officially in the race for president. Only the nomination court can do that, not us, not anybody else. No media, no political party, no one until 4 p.m. can do that. So we're waiting for that. We can only speculate and assume that if the paperwork is in and they paid the fee, hopefully there would be candidates. But anyway, let's wait until 4 p.m. to verify that. But obviously, President Edie Mnangagwa, look, to the end of the day, you know, people I'm going to ask people, you know, at some point in our discussion here at ZTN Prime, because we do have a whole series of electoral shows that we're going to be featuring, particularly The Chase. Like tomorrow night on The Chase, we're talking to the Chief Elections Officer of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, 6:30 p.m. tomorrow night. I'll be interviewing him. And don't worry, you know me, I ask the hard questions. I want to know. Because why? Because it's important. It's important that Zimbabwe has free, fair, and democratic elections. It's important that we have them, not just by mouthing, but actual rules. So, in fact, we're actually going to go there and see the president actually verifying his papers. It's interesting, the process. As high as you are, you still have to do this. Let's cross over and have a look at that. Okay, well, we'll get there. Sorry, we are going to get the footage. You know, hey, I tell you, there's so much happening. I'm not sure if I'm in Gwanda, if I'm in Bulawayo, if I'm in Harare, whoa. But I tell you what, isn't it exciting? Right, let's continue. Let's go on with your thought. You can lose your thought process in this. It's so fantastic. I love this. It's fantastic. Isn't it great to be Zimbabwean today? Please continue.
Yeah, so speaking in terms of
people knowing the rules.
Knowing the rules of engagement. And then secondly, I think it's around whether the process is open to all. That's an essential tenet or essential element of the conduct of political primaries for political parties. Are each and every candidate or member allowed to participate in the process? Are they allowed to contest at the various levels of the political structure? And I think this is an important tenet when it comes to assessing whether political parties have conducted their primaries in a free
Again,
way.
I must be honest. I need clarification, because you have, say, ZANU PF that did, as I said, did their primaries in one way. You had Triple C that did theirs in another. You then have other parties that just appointed people. You had other parties that just didn't hold them at all and just went and said, this is the person from this and that. So I'm confused about, I'm still back to this this free and fair thing. And what do we need to, someone said, I mean, I tell you what, I don't know what we need to do to get people to, an analyst said to me once, I don't know what to do if we want to get someone to admit that we're free and fair. So I'm trying to get this from you. What do we need to do so that people can say, Zimbabwe had a free and fair election?
What we need is now, we were talking about the...
Well, before you carry on, there was another point. You said that the people voting and the candidates need to know the rules.
Yes.
Then that's a primary.
Yes, I think those are the two main issues around the credibility of internal process.
Right, now, let's internal process. So before we move on, are you happy as ERC with what's happened in internal processes? Do you see that what you've just defined as two of the major yardsticks, were they met?
In terms of internal processes, yes, but there are a number of concerns that we have across the political divide. A number of concerns around women and youth inclusion in political processes. There were incidences of politically motivated violence within all the political parties, if I may say, and obviously these concerns need to be addressed, especially the women and youth inclusion in politics. I think political parties must take an active step towards ensuring women and youth inclusion. And I think today...
I think men must give up power, guys.
Yes, and I think today...
I say that with all honesty, yeah.
And I think today is a very important day, as you have repeatedly said, because once the nomination court closes at 4 p.m., I think we will be able to assess the way or the level in which political parties have included women.
That would be an interesting number, won't it? Because we do want to see, I'm not sure if we'll hit 50%, but I'm hoping that we're more than we were last time, which was, I believe, under 20 or something ridiculous. Yes. So obviously that number is too low. And now, of course, with the 30% at local authorities, hopefully we can hit 30, 40% in national election. I don't know. But let's hope, right? Because don't forget, there's a difference between putting a candidate in as a woman and them losing. People forget that.
Yes.
Because you could put a candidate as a woman to fight against a man and she loses the election. Right? Which is another interesting, it's possible. So quota-wise you've hit it, but you can't say we haven't had the quota in Parliament, because you did, but they lost. Anyway, that's a different discussion for a different day. Right, let's continue now. Remember my overriding bugbear.
What do we need to do?
What do we need to do? Because I'm so tired of our elections being held. As you said, Sunday is great. I'm sure there's violence, but then we're told they're not free and fair. And I baffle my mind about...
And just to say, and it's not only your concern, I'm sure the recent conversations around our debt clearance process as a country, some of the issues around how we conduct elections...
Exactly, we're part of debt clearance.
Yeah, imagine debt and elections. So this is why we're saying it's very important. Elections is not only for power. Elections also sets a trajectory for development. So we need to be able to do all we can within our constitutions, within the SADC protocols that we have been able to be part of. How do we conduct elections? So I spoke about the internal party processes, but we're also looking at now the more public ones, now where we are at the stage where we are at now, to say how has ZEC as a body been able to conduct itself to ensure that it is a fair referee. So this is why we keep on saying, ZEC, please, can you demonstrate, because people's perceptions matter. I remember that...
The perception becomes true.
Yeah, perceptions become true. I remember also in their own strategic document, at some point when they were rewriting another one, they did mention that the public perception is that we are not credible. So the point is...
They admitted that themselves. I know, they've told me that that's what they see. So and they're trying their best to change that.
Our support is then to say, so let's help each other do that which helps you end that credibility.
I want to ask you a question
about
about
that's part of what
ZEC.
they're doing now.
Let's look at ZEC. I want you to continue, because this is a very important thing, and I know we haven't exhausted this yet, and I want us to, because it's important.
Right.
One of the arguments was that ZEC had too many military people in it, military people in the secretariat and so forth. And of course, the discussion leads to that even though you are ex-military, doesn't mean that you can't apply for a job and get one. In other words, you can't say because you're military, you can't be in ZEC, okay? Because at the end of the day, when you leave the military, you're a normal citizen. You can apply for any job you want and get any job you want. So that was the argument, that through that ZEC then became biased, okay?
Right.
But my other thought was, but how would that be possible if the processes and procedures and regulations are such that it doesn't matter? You understand what I'm getting at, right? It doesn't matter if I believe I'm a staunch whatever party's aboard. It doesn't matter if I'm ex-military. If the regulations and rules are clearly transparent and clearly defined, so what? So explain to me about who. Maybe you want to take that one up?
Yeah. I think it goes to the question of the independence of the commission. I think there are concerns among stakeholders, especially political parties, that where a commission is filled with former military personnel, will the ordinary civilians be able to administer their duties in a
Your assumption being that any former military person is the ruling party. That's what
you're making
an assumption.
Not that assumption.
Okay.
Not the assumption that they're of the ruling party.
Okay.
However, there's a belief, or there is a belief, and it will be quite ignorant of us to try and run away from it. There's a belief that soldiers are accountable to the state.
We're going back to the High Court. I think President Edie Mnangagwa is there right now. Let's have a look at some of the images coming through. Important day. Every candidate needs to, well, they don't need to, but they want to go to the High Court to show their faces, to show they're putting in their paperwork. Well, unfortunately, we're trying to get a proper shot there of the president because it is important. And of course, later on, we'll hopefully see the president of Triple C, Nelson Chamisa, also arriving. We understand that he's expected to be at the High Court around 4. All right, so let's continue where we were talking about, if you don't mind, Takunda, the perception that ex-military staffing a ZEC secretariat, the perception that they will be, well, they won't be independent, I suppose. They will be controlled.
I think the question around soldiers involves around their loyalty. Who are they more loyal to?
Sorry, I keep cutting you off. Okay, let's cross the course. I think we've got a good shot now of Zimbabwe's President Edie Mnangagwa arriving. Of course, he's the ZANU-PF candidate for president. There he is. There's the president, Dr. Edie Mnangagwa. But again, let me stress that today...
Practice is the one who processes my papers, but I made sure I should respect the process. So I came over here to honor the work that they are doing and to show that I submit myself to the constitutional process. And I've been told that my papers have gone through very well. And so far, I understand there are so many citizens who are standing for the presidential post. Some have been cleared, some are in the process of being cleared. And so far I'm told that countrywide the process is going very, very well. I'm happy that Zimbabwe is now a mature democracy.
Your words to the people of Zimbabwe as well now in election.
I would like to say to them, this process is so peaceful. This is what we want. We should continue now, during the process of campaigning, during the elections, post-election. This is the peace we want. This is a mature democracy. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. That was the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Edie Mnangagwa, and of course the ZANU-PF candidate, nominated candidate for president for August the 23rd, in the harmonized elections as the presidential candidate. And there was one thing he said, and there's one thing that here at ZTN Prime we've been encouraging all political parties, all leaders, whether national, rural, wherever you may be, whether you're chiefs, headmen, whatever, activists, whatever you are. the preaching of non-violence. It's important because what we've seen today all around the country, what we've witnessed at all of the nomination courts countrywide has got to teach us a lesson. The lesson that we can do things without being heavily polarized. We can have opposing views and opposing candidates and opposing parties that we vote for without resorting to violence. Because why do you think that hitting someone or beating up someone is going to change their mind about who they vote? Just think it through. Yeah, think of it in your own home. You think you're going to beat your child mercilessly? Hopefully you don't, because you'll be arrested. But if you did, you think there suddenly would be better. But anyway, the point is this: is that no to violence. Now there's some great shots coming through there. You can see from that's the president leaving the High Court. But what I liked is that he also he respects the constitutional process. Even though Ziambi, as the electoral officer of ZANU-PF, submitted his paperwork, okay, he still felt that to conform to what the process is, the Constitution, he wanted to make an appearance to show that he is a candidate and he's there, just like all the other candidates for president have done. So that actually is a move, and it really does show. And his words were clear about what he expects, and also the reports that he is getting about the peacefulness and the way that the nomination court process countrywide is actually is happening smoothly, which is great news. And we can verify that, of course, through our reporters on the ground, that there seems to be no real issues happening at any, maybe minor issues here and there, but really from a nomination court process, things are moving, candidates are putting their paperwork in. Right then, I'm back to this proving that we have a free and fair election. I know I've got to, because you know why? At the end of the day, isn't that what we want?
Yes, Andy, that's good.
Oh, okay. Sorry, let me. Sorry. Oh, you know what? I keep cutting you off, but you know what? You're not going anywhere, are you? Right. Let's talk about Gwanda. Remember, I did say earlier, but I want to emphasize this: a last-minute rush, because a last-minute rush is happening. I think countrywide. It's now what, 2:20. There's only like an hour and 40 minutes to go before you have to have your paperwork in. In fact, 4 o'clock is D-Day. 4 p.m. this afternoon is when the nomination courts close, and no candidate paperwork after that. Sorry, you're out. So you have to be there before. Now in Gwanda, we have some interesting footage from our reporter there. An independent National Assembly candidate sorting out the paperwork outside the nomination court, sitting at the Gwanda Magistrates Court. They're sitting on the floor. Remember, sometimes there's no time for dignity. You need to get your paperwork in. And today is, I tell you what, is the only day you have, right? If you don't do it today, you have to wait until 2028. It's a long time away. And of course, but one thing that is interesting that we're feeding reports, candidates are still coming in. Remember, until 4 o'clock, they're allowed to trickle in, but MDCT candidate no MDCT candidate has so far turned up for nomination court. That was the latest reporting from Gwanda. Maybe it's changed since then. That was about 15-20 minutes ago. But we'll still get updates, of course, from across the country. Bulawayo earlier, we heard from the Zimbabwe's Minister of Finance, current Minister of Finance. He's standing as a ZANU-PF candidate in Bulawayo, Kadri Park. And now, of course, let's cross across. We now have ZANU-PF aspiring candidate for Kadri Park, William Kondo. I think we have him in Koba North speaking to us here at ZTN Prime.
Nenyaya yekuti mukatarisa mukoba constituency yanga iri under opposition for the past 23 years. So tiri kuti vanhu, they are now tired of those people vasina ability vasiri kugona kukwanisa kumanage maconstituency avo at House Assembly point. Saka isusu se-ruling party ZANU-PF tichitarisa madevelopments aitwa nemutungamiri wenyika Baba vedu vaMnangagwa, zvese zvavaita kugadzirwa kwemigwagwa, madhemu, zvikoro, maklinika, ground zviri kudavira, vakuona kuti uko taingofarira ng'anga yaibata mai. Pari zvino zviri kuratidza kuti vanhu vese vari kudzoka kumusha kwavo, musha weZANU-PF, ende tiri kutenda zvikuru nekuti nevadiki mayouth chaiwo ari kutisapota panyaya yekuti Mukoba North idzoke mumaoko eZANU-PF.
You have another aspiring candidate, obviously knowing what his party stands for, what he's promising residents. And it's interesting, to be honest. I keep saying this. I think the local elections are, I think that's where the battle may be, to be frank. I know members of parliament, of course, are important. Of course, voting for the president is also critical. That's where you put your votes. But I also think local councillors who service delivery, sewage, lighting, garbage collection, water, the things that daily when you wake up in the morning matter. I have a feeling that that vote, we'll have a look at that. We're going to be following that closely. Right, let's get back to our free and fair elections question.
Thank you, Andy. So we have just started by looking at just the internal party processes that they need to be able to be approved by the members of that political party as being credible. Obviously, as observers, we also have a say, which we often give as feedback when we observe from a distance. But then beyond the political part, that's where we then get into the processes of now ZEC itself now then giving a roadmap. So when a roadmap is given in time, very clear, it also enhances the confidence.
Roadmap to what?
The roadmap to the D-Day, to the election, and even the announcement of the results. So that is what we are saying. It's very important that ZEC becomes very proactive, not always should be reactive to say when people are knocking too much, want to hear what is the plan, for example.
Have they not issued a plan?
I think they have now.
They have?
Yeah, they have.
Okay.
So I'm just overall looking at the whole cycle in terms of the benchmarks.
Okay, so let's go through this. No, it's important. Let's go through this.
Yes.
So, do you believe that primary elections held at most of the major political parties, people knew about them, the candidates knew, and the citizens did have a free... I mean, I saw heavyweights falling by the side. Do you believe that?
We do believe
Number
that.
one, it's fine. Yes. So that's that. Number
that.
two, do you believe that ZEC now has issued a roadmap that does clearly define what's going to happen up to the election date?
Yes.
Okay,
believe
so
they
that's
have
done.
done that.
Right. Now let's move to number three.
So number three now is there where we are now talking about the actual environment of campaigning itself.
Okay.
Where we then begin to look at how political players or aspiring candidates or leaders are they experiencing any difficulties?
This is what we talked about earlier about rallies being banned allegedly, etc., etc. So that is still to happen.
That is still to happen.
Okay.
So we are busy observing that, looking at just that environment. How is that? Are there any complaints? Is there any redress being actually given when such issues are happening?
Okay.
That's very important. And also a sense that people have got access to these meetings is also very important. That's why we're talking about the freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom to access information. This becomes critical indicators within the cycle of saying, are people actually getting enough to them for them to make an informed choice?
So
it's
this
not
is
just
still
about a choice, it must be an informed choice.
Right, and this is what now is the monitoring from now until the 23rd.
Until the 23rd,
okay.
Yes. So we're looking at that. That's where we are then also talking about whether there was also equal access to the media, state media. That's what we've already mentioned. It's part of what we look at before the actual election. And when it comes to like right now, with the delimitation and the voter registration being closed, we are also expecting to then get to have a sense that polling stations will be known. I'm sure by law, they say, is it a week or
3 weeks?
3 weeks.
Explain this.
Yes.
Please exemplify. Please continue. Tell us what does this mean?
So I think like he had touched on. I think from now to election day, there are specific yardsticks that we measure. The credibility or the freeness of an election. Number one being the voters' roll. Will the voters' roll be availed today?
Done. Technically done.
Yeah,
well, they say it will be. Right.
Yes. So where we get to a situation by like next week, if the commission has not yet availed the voters' roll,
all right.
then we get concerned.
Okay.
And then thirdly, according to the Electoral Act, there's a specific time which is 3 weeks before an election. The Electoral Commission must have published. They don't necessarily have to publish it 3 weeks before, but by then.
Okay.
So they've got now up until...
Must have published what?
The polling station list, a list of polling stations for political parties to be able to...
But that shouldn't be so difficult if you can go online and see where your polling station is. They should already know these, right? Shouldn't they?
No, so at an individual level, one will be able to know my polling station. However, at a national level, it becomes difficult.
Talking about national media, putting it out on newspapers, maybe going and telling people a campaign, that kind of stuff.
There must be an active campaign to inform stakeholders of the number of polling polling station.
I told you, that's my number 2 question tomorrow to the ZEC elections. Yeah, because these are important questions, are they not? Let ZEC answer, and they'll answer tomorrow night on The Chase, 6:30 p.m.
So when the polling station list will be available.
Okay.
Because it informs a lot of the work that political parties have to do.
Right.
And how they will deploy election agents, how observers will be able to deploy observers.
Got you.
So I think that is a major
All right, so
concern.
again, we have to make sure we watch that, monitor that. Right, continue. I want to know what will make this free and fair.
And there's also this idea to say where the electoral process closed or parked, in the sense to say was there permission for observers to also be able to witness the process? That's where you then talk about your local observers. Beyond the party agents and the party observers, you then have your ordinary, any civilian who wants to observe.
You heard the president of Zimbabwe at that recent debt and arrears clearance seminar. He said that Zimbabwe will accept any request for observer from any country, provided they followed our law. He actually very said that. I don't know what that means in terms of what countries have applied and who's been given it, but the way he spoke, it was like, look, if the US wants to come and observe and they follow our law, okay. If the UK wants to, they can. If the EU wants to, they can. So how do we know the number? Do we know do we know any observers have applied? Do we know any of the details of that?
I'm sure ZEC will then inform us, because there is a period where they give accreditations. It's more like a continuous until the actual day.
All right.
So the ZEC has already informed us to say the fees. If you are local, you pay so much. If you are regional, if you are international. So there is that intimation that they are going to allow also.
But is it enough? Is it enough if I get denied observer status, me to say it's not free and fair?
No, it's
right. This is another problem, and it seems as if the bigger countries, the powers that be, if I can call them that, or think they are, say, well, we weren't allowed to come in as US, or just as an example, by the way, so therefore it can't be free and fair.
No,
I mean, I'm trying to.
No, that can't be. That can't be the main yardstick.
Okay, continue.
Okay.
What is the yardstick?
So the yardstick then has to be in terms of the Zimbabwean people, the people themselves. Do they feel that the electoral process and the electoral outcome was an expression of their will? So that is what is actually more important. What Zimbabweans themselves feel, the perception with evidence of that perception, that I think we should go on. This was a credible process because of 1, 2, 3, and this is why we are encouraging stakeholders, say, do your part, because we don't want people to try to find reason to say there was this.
100%.
So I mean, why don't you just do your homework nicely and give critics nothing to say? This is what we are encouraging ourselves. This is not for the rest of the world to have a comment. This is for us as Zimbabweans to be proud about how we conduct ourselves.
We say, yes, I did vote for X and they lost. I'm okay because it was free and fair. I voted for Y, they won. I'm happy.
Because we have observed that Zimbabwe seems to be on a continuous election mood. There's no end to an election.
And also,
because people still feel aggrieved. They feel that something did not go right. So we're saying, let's learn
we were
from
cheated.
that.
It seems to be the general inclination of Zimbabwe.
So let's make it all transparent. Let's make everyone see that, look, there is nothing here. What happened is what was the expression of the people.
How then, so let's take that point of yours. How then can we get the international community to accept that Zimbabwe say this was free?
I guess this is where it becomes important.
There's always someone who's going to tell you it isn't, right? I mean, always. There's always going to be someone saying it wasn't, it was rigged. I mean, come on. Life is not 100% true.
Of course.
So how can we get the international community or whoever, people who are saying we don't have free and fair elections, to accept that, by the way, this was a free and fair election? I haven't seen you speechless for a while. That was actually quite good.
I think in terms of freeness and fairness of elections, it can never be gauged off an individual entity or an individual characteristic. It needs to be taken holistically. And even though various international stakeholders, like you stated, while one may say the election was not free and fair, another may say election was free and fair. I think for us, it's important for us to gauge it based off our constitution.
Right, now keep that thought, because I need to continue this. Now, we just cross over now to Mercy, our reporter, who's at the High Court. The High Court, obviously, is where presidential candidates are submitting their nomination papers. Mercy. Oh, we've seen the who's who of leadership of political parties coming in and out of the High Court, putting in their papers. We've heard of Edie Mnangagwa has put his, Nelson Chamisa has put his, Professor Maduku has put his. We've also heard of course, Trust Chiko from ZCDC put his in, the coalition parties that are standing there. Tell us, what's an update, Mercy?
So, Andy, the president of Zimbabwe has just left the High Court, where he came and said this is just his way of respecting the whole nomination process. You know, the former president usually had to stand as representative whenever the nomination was received. So the president, I guess,
he came through. And another update I can give you is that Linda Masarira will stop at nothing in as far as filing her papers is concerned, because earlier on she came through again saying that she had just gotten more funds from well-wishers so that she can successfully file her papers. And we have just heard that Triple C leader Nelson Chamisa may be coming through at 4 for the whole nomination process. And like I said earlier on, the nomination court is sitting until 4 o'clock, and then that's when we'll get to know who would have sailed through to run for presidency come 23 August. What we have also heard, of course it's unconfirmed, is that Douglas Monzora of the MDCT may be facing challenges in the sense that he has not had enough nominators for him to then file his papers. You know that one of the requirements is that if you want to run for presidency, at least 10 people should nominate you in each of the country's 10 provinces, and it seems he is falling short on that. But we will be giving you updates as we go.
So, Mercy, a question. Okay, so just recap for us. Who actually has successfully submitted papers that say that they've been accepted? Who has been there and is still scuttling around trying? I mean, you know, maybe just go through some of the list of names, and also probably a list of people who are no-shows. I mean, in my mind, I think of Unity MDC leader, or it says he's the interim leader. Morgan Komichi is one. We've had other political parties that we've spoken to at ZTN Prime. Give us a rundown of those names.
Of course, like besides the president, Edie Mnangagwa, we have Triple C Chamisa, who is said to have filed his papers, but then he filed them yesterday. And then there is Trust Chiko of the ZCPD party. He did file this morning and confirmed that his name is true. Professor Love Maduku of the National Constitutional Assembly has also successfully filed his papers. And maybe just for interest, you know, earlier we spoke about Xavier Kasuku. His chief election agent, Jacqueline Sunday, actually came through and told the media that they have filed papers for him, and that Xavier himself is going to be running his own campaign. We are not sure of his whereabouts yet. She didn't divulge details, but she did say that he is going to be around to run his own campaign when it's campaign time.
As usual, I always ask you this because it's important, because, you know, it is such excitement. It's nomination court day. I mean, are you feeling it there? Are you feeling the candidates, the spectators, the people watching on? Are you feeling a sense of this is democracy in action?
Yeah, so the candidates are actually coming through. People are excited about this process, and we continue to see people coming to look on, as in onlookers are coming through just to observe the whole process, which is, of course, their constitutional right as Zimbabweans. But you can also that there is an array of media houses here. People are excited about this process, and we want to see who is going to sail through for the 23 harmonized elections. And you know, in 2018 we had 23 candidates running for presidency, but now we just need to find out if that is going to happen again this year, given that the nomination fees have been described by some as very exorbitant. presidential candidates have to part with a good 20,000 United States dollars if they are going to participate in the presidential race. And Divine Hove of the Nationalist Alliance Party has already tapped out of the presidential race because he cited that these fees are way too high. And Professor Maduku's NCA is going to be fielding as many councillors as possible. But for their National Assembly candidates, they will be like those who can do it for themselves, who then have to pay for their own fees. It's like one man for himself kind of thing. But we only are going to give you more details come 4 p.m. when the nomination court closes. The process is going on well, but there is a chance that there might be an extension beyond the 4 p.m. that we were told. And earlier on, Douglas Monzora was saying that he is going to hold a presser at 4 p.m. just to give people an update on whether or not he has successfully filed. That's the update from this side. Andy.
Before I leave you, I have two questions. Let me ask them one at a time. Now, you've just said there could be an extension. On what grounds would there need to be an extension of the nomination court? What are you hearing? I mean, 4 p.m. is the official deadline for the nomination courts. What would make the nomination court extend past that time?
So in some cases, we may get candidates that are going to come through by 4 p.m. So as long as they are in the building by 4 p.m., the extension will be there to ensure that everyone who is there to file their papers gets the chance to do so. But beyond that, we don't have intel on that. But if the candidate is going to be around at 4 p.m., then everyone is going to be safe to ensure that whoever wants to run for presidency on 23 August gets the chance to file their papers. And you know, if you are 40 years and beyond, above, then it means you qualify to be president. If you've got the 20,000 United States dollars or 138 million RTGS, you also would be eligible to run for presidency.
So, Mercy, before I leave you, I just want you to just recap on what some of the political leaders said about the 20,000. I mean, we had Linda Masavira from Lead Party being quite strong about it. We had Professor Maduku and also, of course, Ziambi from ZANU-PF. Maybe take us through what each of them said about this 20,000. I heard words like elitist, out of the reach of ordinary citizens, trying to stifle candidates. Talk to us.
So I'll start with Linda Masarira. She is said that these nomination fees are a way of trying to elbow women out of the presidential race, and she feels that there should be separate fees gazetted for women specifically if they want to run for presidency. And then Professor Maduku of the NCA is of the idea that the nomination fees are exorbitant. However, Ziambi, who is representing ZANU-PF, who came through as ZANU-PF agent, is saying that once you want to run for presidency, you have to be serious enough. $20,000 is enough for someone to part with if they are going to be a whole leader of Zimbabwe. So we just want to wait and see who else is going to come and file for presidency. But I did tell you that earlier on we had a young man who came through wanting to run for presidency, talking about crowdfunding, that people are raising money for him on EcoCash. We want to see if he's going to be able to file his papers today. Linda Masarira, like, you know, he's running around like a dog with a bone. She just doesn't want to give up. So we will be giving you updates on whether or not she's going to successfully file her papers.
Mercy, thank you. We, of course, will be crossing back to you. Now, you know, Mercy, they said running around trying to get her papers filed. I had a smile on my face. How about we put a smile on yours and have a look at some election trivia?
Give every morning the smart start it deserves with your favorite homegrown breakfast cereal. Nestle Ceravita. Fortified with Grain Smart, a smart combination of irons, vitamins and minerals. Your family gets all the energy they need to make the most of every day. That's why every morning deserves a smart start. Nestle Ceravita. Highly nutritious, simply delicious.
world's most beautiful game. And we do that in depth. And today our topic is...
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
Pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant and earthy dishes. When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
Give every morning the smart start it deserves with your favorite homegrown breakfast cereal. Nestle Ceravita. Fortified with Grain Smart, a smart combination of ions, vitamins and minerals. Your family gets all the energy they need to make the most of every day. That's why every morning deserves a smart start. Nestle Ceravita, highly nutritious, simply delicious.
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? Through red robots. Basically break every road rule under the sun.
So nini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapa kana handibatsiri
asi ndikazvishaya tetega aiwa.
Deeper analysis.
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of them.
The videos are there.
Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are sub judice. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Good evening and welcome to the program. Just to break the ice, what is ZNF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime. To feel the rush of everyday break on Morning Rush. 6 a.m. weekdays on ZTN Prime. Get the latest news, what's trending on the streets and on social media. Quick explore of some sporting buzz, weather report, traffic updates, and of course, a hot cup of entertainment and some fun. Now, that's how you start your day. Each day, every day, with a rush, only on Morning Rush.
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
Pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant and earthy dishes. When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
Give every morning the smart start it deserves with your favorite homegrown breakfast cereal. Nestle Ceravita. Fortified with Grain Smart, a smart combination of irons, vitamins and minerals. Your family gets all the energy they need to make the most of every day. That's why every morning deserves a smart start. Nestle Ceravita, highly nutritious, simply delicious. following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? Through red robots, basically break every road rule under the sun.
So inini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapwa kana handibatsiri.
Asi ndikazvishaya teteka. Aiwa.
Deeper analysis.
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of them.
The videos are there. Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are subjective. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Good evening and welcome to the program. Just to break the ice, what is ZINEF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime.
To feel the rush of everyday break on Morning Rush. 6 a.m. weekdays on ZTN Prime. Get the latest news, what's trending on the streets and on social media. Quick explore of some sporting buzz, weather report, traffic updates, and of course, a hot cup of entertainment and some fun. Now, that's how you start your day. Each day, every day, with a rush, only on Morning Rush.
Welcome to Chew On, the show that links people, food and culture whilst giving you a diverse culinary experience.
Pure ingredients, wholesome, vibrant and earthy dishes. When you get all the elements together, it all sings. That's what Zimbabwean food is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chew On.
"2023 election nomination court sits." That is today. As you're all aware, August the 23rd is the date for the national harmonized elections in Zimbabwe. All seats are up for grabs. The first one being, of course, the top job in the land. That's the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Underneath that is all the members of parliament across all 10 provinces, all the constituencies. You are voting for them. And then finally, the election, I think, could be where the excitement is, because the one that really does impact citizens' lives, and that is local authorities. I have a feeling that that could be the incredible one. Now, today, of course, there are nomination courts sitting countrywide. ZTN Prime has reporters pretty much blanketing the entire country, but most of our coverage is happening right here in Harare. Of course, you have the High Court. At the High Court is where the candidates for president submit their nomination forms, together with a $20,000 United States nomination fee, something, of course, that opposition leaders have said is too high. currently there. We're hearing reports. And again, I'm going to state this about all nominations. Only at 4 p.m. when nomination courts close, or at least shortly after, as long as you have your documents in by 4 p.m., then it will be officially announced by the courts, nomination courts, who has been accepted and who is a candidate. Only then can I say that such and such a person is officially a candidate. So we've heard at the High Court that ZANU-PF's candidate, Dr. Edie Mnangagwa, has successfully submitted his paperwork. Nelson Chamisa from Triple C has also submitted his. Professor Maduku, NCA, has submitted his. We've also had Trust Chikoora from Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, said CPD, has submitted his. And we understand, we're still to be confirmed, that Xavier Kasukwere has also submitted his paperwork to be president of Zimbabwe. Also, of course, Linda Masaviro is rushing around trying to find, I understand, the balance. She needs at least another $28 million. Remember, it's 138 million Zimbabwe dollars or 20,000 US. So remember, 23 candidates in 2018. We're not going to, I believe, not going to get anywhere near that this election. At the moment, we're down to 5 or 6, but as I said, we still have 1 hour to go. We'll only find out after 4 p.m. exactly how many candidates are standing. Then we move to in this case in Hawaii, you've got Town House and you've got the Magistrates Court. Magistrates Court, of course, is looking at the MPs, if I'm not mistaken, and of course Town House councillors. So basically all around the country, Gwanda, Cholocho, Bulawayo, Mutare, they are all nomination courts sitting at designated nomination courts as put in place months and weeks ago and advised to all candidates by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. And I must say, all the reports that we are receiving here from all our correspondents countrywide is that the process is happening smoothly. It's happening without intimidation, without fear or favor. Magistrates or the nomination court magistrates are taking the documentation in. Those that have issues have until 4 o'clock to go and sort them out. Some, it could be as simple as a picture being a wrong color. They have to go and get a new one, and so forth. But the point is that it's happening peacefully. It's happening with no violence. It's happening with brothers and sisters of Zimbabwean brothers and sisters going about their business, doing their democratic right to choose. What did I say earlier? It's what we fought our independence for, isn't it? The right to have a democratic vote to choose our own leaders. Now, I'm now joined by Ranga Mataire. He's Zim Papers Group political editor. Ranga, welcome. It's been a long day, but an exciting day. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. Me and you, we live for elections in a way, don't we?
Yeah.
So talk to me. 2018, 2023, chalk and cheese. Tell me, I mean, somehow I get the impression, and you should know better than me, I get the impression things are slightly different from the last election.
No, things have changed. Things are changing. If you compare with 2018 and now, you can see that there have been a lot of reforms that have taken place since then. This is the second election that we are having in the Second Republic. And true to His Excellency's word that he needed to reform, restructure, and rebuild, you can actually see with the interest that we are having currently that democracy is maturing. Our democracy is maturing, and you can see from there. So in terms of 2018, one of the fundamental differences is that we had a record, presidential candidates in 2018. I don't think we're likely to have the same record now. And I think it's good. It augurs well for the country because at the end of the day, you need quality leadership to be representing you, either in local authorities, either as the head of state and also in parliament. So yes, fundamental shift has been there. And it shows that the Second Republic is serious about implementing reforms and ensuring that everyone participates in this democratic, sphere.
I want to ask you about two things. Let's first talk about the media. Now, opposition parties have consistently over the years, over past elections, not even under the Second Republic, talked about equal access to state media, as they call it. Obviously, I did talk to my guest earlier and said, look, in the UK, certain newspapers endorse candidates. Probably a Washington Post endorses, The Sun endorses, Daily Mail endorses, The Standard, you name it, okay? So talk to me about this issue of media, the role they play, the freedoms that they're allowed to have, and also the kind of language that we should try and avoid using as a media, because obviously the message is clear, no to violence.
Yeah. No, before we even delve into what conduct the media should be doing and whether the issues raised by the opposition are valid in terms of access to public media. I must, applaud ZTN for bringing this nomination process live on TV, and it was super the way it was done. Everyone who came to present their papers and so forth, and it was live nationwide from all the places that you have mentioned. So I think we must applaud ZTN for that. And when it comes to issues of access to public media, my experience, I've had more than 2 decades in journalism.
Yes, you're a fundi, is that the word for it?
My experience has been that while we want to engage mostly with opposition political parties, they've not been forthcoming in trying to engage with us. So there's a certain level where you can push yourself to engage them. I hope this time around they'll be amenable to, be able to present their vision, their policies, and so forth. So I think that issue in this current environment, I don't think
look, Zim Papers is not a state broadcaster or state media. Let's be clear, we're listed on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. So frankly, we can have our own views and so forth. But I do know, Ranga, that the Herald is open, or has said it, and maybe you can confirm this, that you are going to give coverage to political parties, that you're not going to be focused on the ruling party or Triple C, other parties. Talk to us about that, and also about the Herald's, probably, I suppose if I can call it, media policy in this election.
No, you must be aware that as a public media, of course, we are a listed company on Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, but as the public media, we have a mandate to inform and educate. We also have a mandate to include the multiple voices in enhancing the democratic culture in our country. But you must also be aware that in our coverage, we are also, guided by national interest. National interest means exactly the things that we're talking about. We are careful not to include insightful language. We are also careful to be balanced. We also need to be fair, and we also need to be accurate, because during elections, it's a very sensitive period. And as the media, you have the capacity to inflame emotions and everything. So you need to be cautious in what language you use. You also need to be cautious about the candidates, what you capture about the candidates, what they are saying, and so forth. So I think the national interest is not only going to guide the public media, but is also going to guide all other multiplicity of media.
One thing, I mean, sorry, before I continue asking Ranga, I think you saw some visuals there. That was Douglas Mwanzora, MDCT, is actually arriving at the High Court. We'll hopefully get there. We'll cross over just now. Maybe we'll get some words from him. But Ranga, one thing as well, which I think is important, that I personally, and we as Etienne, oh, hang on, there we go. Sorry, before I ask, there's Douglas Mwanzora. Let's hear what he has to say.
I invite you for lunch in the State House on the 8th of September.
Well, there you go, Douglas Mwanzora. They're so confident that he will win that he's inviting us, the media, to State House for lunch on the 8th of September. Of course, we will see how the election goes, because no one knows what the results of the election will be until the final vote is cast. And the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is the only mandated body that can announce the results of the election. In fact, it's illegal for anybody else to announce the results before ZEC does. I think that's important. So please, all you supporters, don't listen to any of your leadership about what the results are, who's won, who hasn't, because only ZEC can actually do that. Well, let's hear what Douglas Mwanzora actually said. We have more footage.
Are we ready, guys?
Can we tell who we're talking to and what we're doing with? Oh, well, I came here for something else, different from nomination. As you know, in the morning, we were in court. We were sued by one or two political parties who were accusing us of interfering with their nomination process. The matter has been thrown out by the judge, Justice Chinamora. But also my team has just completed the nomination processes. I was one of the first. In fact, I was the first candidate to file their papers. And what was left was the calculation of the payments that have to be done. As you know, it's the 20,000, and then they want it to be swiped, and then they make certain calculations. The team has dealt with that. So yes, I am a candidate.
Can we have your general comment concerning the elections faced and how
It is bad. It is bad. First of all, the nomination fees are prohibitive. And this is transforming the election system into a class issue. Those who do not have means will not be candidates even if they are capable. That is wrong, and that will be the first thing that will go under our jurisdiction. Then the second thing relates to the issue of the MPs. Right now, most MPs are finding difficult to raise nomination fees because most of them are unemployed, and that is a big amount, $1,000. I think the highest in the world. The reason why the Mnangagwa regime did that was to try to discourage people from fielding candidates because they fear that we will dominate parliament, because they fear that they are unpopular with the people. Now we have bad news for them. We are going to contest this election as a full member, as an equal member of the Zimbabwe body politic. So it is very, very unfair. Secondly, the ZANU-PF is monopolizing ZBC and both radio and television. And other political parties are not being given enough space, equal space. That is wrong.
So others have been of the view that if you want to be a whole leader of the country, $20,000 is not much. What's your take?
Well, $20,000 is a lot of money, and it is unnecessary. That's the most important thing. If we were to ask them what they use the $20,000 for, to print presidential ballot papers, you do not require that amount. And at any rate, this is a national issue, and a candidate must not be responsible for the printing of the ballot paper. So what do they want the $20,000 for? They are fundraising. This is a criminal enterprise. And why am I paying more than Obama? Why are we paying more than George Bush, Tony Blair, and other leaders? Why are we paying more than Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa? So this is wrong, and it was meant to discourage other people from participating. It doesn't necessarily follow that if you are rich, you also have the capability to lead. There are people who are not people of means, but are good leaders. They are being crowded out of this process. And that's why we said this has been reduced into a class issue, and it is wrong.
You mentioned that members of parliament, aspiring members of parliament, are struggling to raise the 1,000 required nomination fees. What's your party's criteria as far as them filing their papers? Are you by any chance funding them, or they have to do the fundraising?
We can't fund all of them, unfortunately. We can't fund all of them, and I'm not so sure how much funding has been found by our treasury. And that becomes very, very difficult for a political party. It is forced to segregate against some members of parliament, and that is very, very unfair. So we are not sure how many of our members of parliament will be able to afford the nomination fees if the party doesn't pay for them. But the party is being asked to fork out $250,000 for nomination fees. If you add the 210,000, then I think for the women, the 60 women, that's about 12,000, and the proportional representation Senate, that's another 12,000. And the youth and so on. That's a lot of money that is being put into ZEC, and there is no purpose for that money. We have an election directorate, and also that's an internal matter. The election directorate is looking into that, but we wouldn't really want to segregate against our members of parliament. One of the means that we had thought was to pay a minimum amount for each, and then ask them to top up. And we found that problematic because even the top up, some members of parliament can't afford. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Interesting there, that was Douglas Mwanzora, president of the MDCT. He says that his nomination papers have been submitted, his fees paid, and that he is a candidate, of course, as I keep telling you the whole day until, 45 minutes from now, a bit later, we'll only know then which candidates have officially been accepted for the position, in that case, of President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Ranga, before I move on to the point I wanted to raise before, let's deal with this $20,000 US. Oh, hang on. Wait a second. I'm actually. Hang on. In fact, I might. Before Ranga comes back, let's cross over to Townhouse and hear there from some of the candidates and also an update.
Good afternoon. I'm joined by Mr. Shema, and he's going to introduce himself here.
Good afternoon, how are you? My name is Shema Muguza, Secretary for Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, Harare Province in ZANU-PF, the ruling party. Thank you for having us on the interview.
You can take us through the processes that you've carried out for your party today.
Okay. So we managed to put through all the CVs for all positions within the Harare City Council, as well as for all the quota requirements, which were 14, plus all the wards we filled in a candidate for ZANU-PF. And the process was very smooth, and we are quite happy with the process as it is currently.
Okay, so what are you now waiting? What is the final outcome?
Okay, so now we have finished the whole process. What we are now waiting for is just the announcement of the from the nomination court at 4 p.m. When they close, they will announce the accepted nominees so that we can move forward and get to the next stage. As a party, we are raring to go for the elections, and we are ecstatic about having the elections, and our people are raring to go to start campaigning and win the elections.
Okay, thank you very much for the time that you've given us.
No, thank you very much.
PF, particularly in Harare, secretary there in ZANU-PF for Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, he says, and I think it's the first party that we've heard from, that they have submitted a nomination for every single council seat in City Council, Harare City Council. They've also submitted 30 names for gender, for women representation from ZANU-PF. As I said, it's the first party to tell us that. Obviously, we will hear with time from the other parties, Triple C, MDCT, possibly Unity, MDC, and so on, lead to see how many candidates are fielding. Again, as I said, as much as ZANU-PF has done that, we have to wait until 4 p.m. to hear the final list, the public list, official list coming from the court that will tell us exactly who stands. I tell you what, I don't know about you, but there's an excitement in the air. The 2023 elections, August the 23rd, the D-Day, the election day. I tell you what, I'm excited. People are excited. But I'm excited without violence. I'm excited because I'm allowed to vote. I'm allowed to make the choice of who I want to actually vote for. So we seem to have a little bit of interference there. But Ranga, is there some interference? Ranga, let's talk about this before I talk about social media. This $20,000 US, every single opposition, Linda Masavira has said it's to get women out of deliberately done to get women out, and she's calling for a cheaper amount for women. All the other political parties say, we can't raise it, it's too high. You heard there Douglas Mwanzora saying it's more than if you're president of the US, it's more than the president of the US to stand for would have to pay. What are your views about this $20,000 US?
And I think the first thing is that election is not an event. It's a process. The preparation for elections started a long back. And we must be able to distinguish that Zimbabwe is not a banana republic. It has functional institutions that come up with laws that designate nomination fees and any other fees. I'm sure Mr. Mwanzora has certain MPs in parliament, just like ZANU-PF, just like Triple C. So this matter was deliberated in court. It went back to parliament. And the parliament decision was that there was no adverse report, the fees must go ahead. So let's distinguish that. This is not about ZANU-PF dictating its own, views on how much an individual must pay. No, we have functional institutions that actually decide, sit down and deliberate on these matters. So the parliament is made up of opposition and ruling party, and it came up with a no adverse report. I think that needs to be respected.
So
then coming to your issue about whether the 20,000 is fair or unfair, I think we have had experience since 1980 of having these elections. I think in the wisdom of the people who came up with this, knew that at the end of the day, you need to have an individual who has the capacity. You can't aspire to have a national mandate of managing the national pace when you yourself are unable to raise a nominal fee of $1,000 or $100 or 20,000.
But it's not money politics now. Isn't there a danger of saying I mean, Linda's calling it elitist.
No, it's not a money politics. We believe in a Zimbabwean context that an individual, generally, must be pushed by a political organization. So political organization should have been aware long back about this whole process. So let's be clear that the election itself is an event. It's not that Mr. Monzora woke up today and got to know that the nomination fee is 20,000.
Some of the words, but I didn't like the words. I mean, it's his view, and I have no problem with that. But when you hear criminal, unconstitutional, these are some of the words the opposition are using. And I'm still trying to understand what those words actually mean, to be frank, when it comes to ZEC or when it comes to the constitutionalism of a nomination fee. I mean, we've always paid nomination fees. It's just the quantum amount is the issue.
I think politicians want to play to the gallery by calling it criminal. I think if they thought they had a genuine case, others have already gone. You mentioned about Linda Masarira. They've gone to court and the issue was dismissed. So I think it's just playing to the gallery. Mr. Monzora has already paid, which means that he has capacity.
All right, well, let's move away from that. I think we've exhausted talking about that. The fact is, opposition still think that $20,000 for nomination fees for the president is exorbitant, it's too much, and they are refusing. However, of course, it's the law. And if you want to be president of Zimbabwe and you want to apply to run for the office today, you have to pay $20,000. Unfortunately, that's just a fact. Now, what I wanted to talk to you about, which is something which I think the media and citizens are going to grapple with, and that is social media. Because you said this earlier when I mentioned about the coverage from newspapers like our own sister publication here, The Herald, or even The Chronicle, even Sunday Mail, even ZTN Prime, about being unbiased, giving factual information, well-researched, this isn't lies that we're spewing. But that's very different from what you may find on social media. And the concern that I have is the incitement social media has, the lying stories that people accept as fact and share throughout the whole country, which had turned out to be not true. Talk to me about how, during this election period, we can counterbalance this negative social media, because it's going to happen, in fact, it's already started. I think you've seen it yourself.
No, the issue of social media is a very critical issue that you've raised. And I think it's likely to play out in this election because most of them are not accountable to anyone. We have a lot of online publications that are not accountable to anyone, and some are sponsored. So the issue of social media in terms of accurate, credible information is very critical. However, on the part of mainstream, like ZTN, the Herald that you've mentioned, the Chronicle, ZBC, and other privately owned mainstream publications, it is incumbent upon them during election to be able to differentiate themselves from the social media platforms where sensationalism is the order of the day. And how they are going to distinguish themselves is to invest in fact-checking. Because the electorate wants to have accurate information. So you have to counter-check anything that you see on social media. The unfortunate thing is that the social media has also become a major source of news. But before you take that and follow it up as a news lead, you need also to fact-check your information. And that's the only way that the mainstream will remain as the go-to in terms of information about the election. There is also one thing that I need to highlight before I forgot.
Please.
That during today's nomination court, we had a whole head of state going to see the process of nomination, and also just having an assessment and a feel of how the process is going on. In my experience as a journalist, I've never experienced that.
They send proxies, don't they? Yeah.
They send proxies, they send their electoral agent. Of course, there was this agent there, but he had to go. What that shows is that we have matured as a democracy, and that ZANU-PF governing party is sincere in wanting to entrench this democratic process. And that's why you see a whole head of state going there to assess the process and also get a feel of what's happening nationally. So, like I said before, the whole process of an election is not an event. It starts from there. The things are done transparently, and people are free to come and assess on their own. So I think we needed to note that.
I want to ask you this, and it's something I asked my guest previously from the ERC. It's about this concept of calling Zimbabwe's elections, some international players calling it not free and fair, others, particularly from the AU, SADC, other African countries, calling it free and fair, okay? And one of the questions I asked was, what do we really need to do so everybody accepts? Because what we want is a free, fair, proper election that everyone can accept as fact and be sustained. They say, yes, we lost, yes, we won, they can accept it. What do we need to do as Zimbabwe to have people say that was a free and fair election, starting from possibly the observer side of it?
I think the main thing is that an election is a product of our constitution. So the holding of elections is a tradition that we do in accordance with the constitution. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the elections are held for the people of Zimbabwe. So the people of Zimbabwe are part of SADC that you have mentioned, and there are guidelines, SADC principles and guidelines on elections that Zimbabwe is part to. So if our own regional blocs, including the African Union, say the process was free and fair, I think we must be able to beat our chest in terms of holding these elections. It's not the first time that we're holding elections. However, you always see other people that have certain ulterior motives that are obsessed with painting the country in a negative way.
I mean, they talk rule of law, they talk not free and fair.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm genuinely asking the question to understand, what do we need to do so people say, hey, that was free and fair. And when people try and answer me, I'm saying, but we did that, we've done that, we've done this. So what is holding?
There is never a process that is 110 or 100% perfect. We have had elections in America where until now some presidential candidates,
what is it, the George Bush Gore election.
But in our context, I think even if there are some candidates who are unhappy, there is always a resort to the courts.
Right.
I think in as far as the process has gone so far,
the dispute mechanism process must be transparent and clear. And that's important.
Exactly. And I think we have those mechanisms in our country. Right. But you always have these voices, and it's democratic. It's also the freedom of expression for people to say whatever they feel about a certain process. The main issue is it meeting the tenets of our constitution, of our electoral laws? If it meets those tenets, I think
it's free and fair.
It will be free and fair.
I want us to get on to something which is very close to ZTN Prime's heart, particularly now over the election period, and that's no to violence. And I know that, in fact, even if you look at, as you said, the Herald, looking at national levels, obviously no to violence is a national issue. It's something that we should all be behind. Talk to me about that. I mean, you, as you said, you know more about politics than I can ever know in my lifetime. And we've always seen this violence, we've seen unnecessary violence, we've seen increased polarization between activists, we've seen needless deaths over the many, many election cycles. I mean, needless deaths, I repeat that. Talk to me about what the message should be loud and clear, what leaders should be saying, how they should be acting, what their supporters should be doing, how they can enhance this message of no to violence across the country.
I think the president has been on the lead on that. Each time he has addressed a rally or has addressed Zimbabweans, he has emphasized on peaceful elections. And I think that has been the voice within the governing party. And I feel also that the police have come up to engage with the media, with political parties on the need to desist from engaging in violence. Even ZEC itself has some liaison committee that it has.
But have the opposition parties been loud enough calling for this? I mean, I know they do when they come on ZTN Prime. They alter it. Triple C, MDCT. I've said it here on ZTN Prime. They've said publicly no to violence. But I mean, that message must be taken out there to their supporters all through the land.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have not been on the forefront, although they are the ones who are quick to say that they are the victim of violence. But I have not seen of late any opposition political leaders really calling for peaceful elections. But I think it should be incumbent upon every political leader to call for peaceful elections. Domestic political contestations must not be a source of inciting violence.
I've said it many times. We fought for independence, for democracy, and one man, one vote, not to kill each other.
Oh yes.
And I think that must be our creed.
Oh yes. So I think this time around, the police will be on top of the situation. I think ZEC, through its liaison with political parties, will also preach the issue of peace. And I don't foresee, I know there will be other malcontents who would want to do that.
No one is ever
so
happy.
That they paint, yeah.
Now, what about the police? Let's talk about that. There've always been opposition complaints that the police are banning rallies unnecessarily, don't give permission, they try and stifle the opposition, or if the ruling party and opposition party pick the same place, they pick the ruling party. I mean, these are consistent complaints that have gone through. We had Assistant Inspector Paul Nyati here, spokesperson of the ZRP, on The Chase, on ZTN Prime. They're showing the nation that that wouldn't be the case and there are genuine reasons. Talk to us about those grievances for opposition parties. Truth or fact or not at all?
From a journalistic perspective, I don't think the voices that want to tramp on the police professionalism are genuine. I don't think so. From my experience, you would... that's why recently even the police commissioner came out to say that you must be able to give us your calendar of rallies so that we don't have a clash of rallies. From my experience, some would want to book the same rally that has been booked by another party and so forth. So that causes a lot of friction and clashes. So I think, though, yes, the pockets of violence are always there during elections, but how the police handle them or manage them will ultimately determine whether we have a
But last election, our problem wasn't pre and day, it was post. I think that is also a thing that we need to guard against, because we always said you have rights in Zimbabwe to freedom of assembly, but those rights are not absolute. You can't burn a car, throw things at police people. I mean, that's a fact. Anywhere in the world, you can't do those things. Look at the January 6th riots in America, where exactly that happened, and all those guys are going to jail. So it's that post-election violence and this issue of the fear of calling in the army, calling in security services, which has happened in 2018. I mean, we want to avoid that. We want a peaceful thing. ZEC announces, everyone says yes, we want, everyone says a lot. If there's disputes, they go through the process, even as high as the Constitutional Court or the Electoral Court if they need to, but we all walk away because we're all brothers and sisters the next day, are we not? No. It's not like we're suddenly a different nation.
No, we are, but I can't speak on behalf of the security arms.
No.
But I think any deployment of any security personnel is a product of the prevailing obtaining situation.
On the ground.
Yeah, on the ground. If people resort to violence, anarchy, and so forth, I don't think the police will just stand and watch. But I don't think, I hope nothing of the sort is going to happen in this election. I think we've matured, even as the media, we have also matured in how to handle certain situations. I also think that even as voters, people have also matured that you can have differences with another person, but still you're Zimbabweans.
And seriously, why put your life in danger for somebody who's far away, who you voted? I mean, so if something happens to you, I don't think that it's going to affect them, so it doesn't make any sense. Just vote for the people you want, free and fairly.
The good thing is that the government has invited both local and international observers who are going to be, and that almost every polling station there will be monitors and so forth. So the process will be very transparent, and there is always a recourse in terms of complaints. If you are unhappy with the process, there is always a recourse where you can put those complaints. You know that there are very few countries, particularly in the West, even locally, even regionally, where you have international observers coming. We are so the government is so open and want to show that it's transparent by inviting even those that were previously, adversarial in terms of their attitude. So you will find that it is extended invitation to almost everyone who wants to
Now, Ranga, I know you have to dash off, because don't forget, we still have publications that Ranga has to go and put in, because he has to report on the nomination course. You've been watching it all day. He now needs to put it in print. Ranga, my final question to you. It's the issue around ZEC, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. The accusations, the allegations from opposition parties, from commentators, critics saying that this is a captured electoral body. They're biased, they're loaded with military people, their processes are geared towards one particular party, etc., etc. I mean, these are well, I won't say they're genuine. These are complaints issued from the opposition and from critics. What is your comment about it? I mean, your observation of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission as an outside political expert, if I can call you that?
From my experience and from working with the media for the past almost 20 years, I think you can never have any opposition or political actors being 100% satisfied. What you find out almost all the time after an election or during election is that you have people complaining. But here is the thing, and in our parliament we have a balanced share of parliamentarians from the opposition. How come they get to win, some of those MPs, you see? So I think as a constitutionally mandated body, it has done well. It has done well to be fair, it has done well to be open and be accessible even to political players. But you always find people who are unhappy. I've given the example of America. I'm hoping that we're a young democracy compared to America. But up to now, they're still complaining about the process that got President Joe Biden into office.
They're still calling it rigged, etc., without proof and so on.
Yeah. But I think in our context, I think ZEC has done very well. But there's always room for improvement. And that room comes from the parliamentarians, because they are part of the parliament.
I lied. I said I was going to let you go, but I do have one more question. That's about women. And I think it's an important question for you. We know what our constitution states today. ZEC did gazette new local authority seat numbers to cater for the 30% women quota. But of course, we're still battling with the 50% national quota. I mean, how important is? I mean, I think it's very important to get women involved in leadership positions in politics. Talk to me as a political analyst and expert. I mean, how important is it for us to conform, one, with our constitution, and to get more and more women, young girls, youth women, youth ladies into politics? How important is it for us as a democracy, as a nation?
No, I think it is very critical. Demographically, women are more
They're
than
more than
men.
us. They're running out of us, Ranga.
Yeah. So I think it is very critical that their numbers are also consummated with the representation. And I think if you compare regionally, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, I think we are in the top three, if not top two of women representation in parliament. So I think it is very critical, because also traditionally and historically, women have been disadvantaged in terms of material resources to campaign, in terms of attitudes, from the electorate and so forth. So if we are doing something affirmatively to ensure that women get into positions of representation, it's a very positive thing. And for this election, with the women quota and so forth, I think we're going to get
I hope so. But one thing I did say to some of my guests earlier was that you as a party can put 50% candidates, for example, as women, but they may lose to a man. Right? When they stand, they may lose their constituency to a man. Then you say, there's not enough women in parliament. But so in a way, as long as each party is putting the right quota in, win or lose, it's up to them to campaign, whether it's against a man or another woman, and win or lose.
Sure. I think as a contestation, yes, if they may lose, but at least from a constitutional point of view and from a national point of view, I think we would have done something, And definitely, I think we're going to have a sizable number of women representation in this coming after the elections.
It can only be good for our nation.
Yes,
you know, as they say, you know, mothers, you think of it, mothers, gogos, all our relatives, aunties, all out there around the country. Look at how we look up to them. I think if Mino Ranga's mother or a gogo called us now, we'd get off air and go quickly. That shows you the power of women, and they need to be in leadership positions. Ranga Matere, the Zim Papers group leader, thank you so much for coming and giving us your insight. I'm sure we still have 2 months to go, but I'm sure we'll be talking to you more here on ZTM Prime in our election coverage.
No, thank you so
now,
much.
Now, let's just quickly look at just a recap at what happens. Let's briefly look at this year's elections timelines following the proclamation of the elections date as at the 31st of May by President Emmerson Mnangagwa. The series of activities that are now lined up. Of course, today is the exciting day for me. It's nomination court day. We find out today who exactly will be the candidates for president, members of parliament, and local authorities across the entire country. So that's today. This will be followed by the election of the Council of Chiefs on the 3rd of August. The President and Deputy of the Chiefs Council will then be elected on the 10th before polling on the 23rd of August. The next day, the Provincial Chiefs Council will convene to constitute the Electoral College. If none of the presidential candidates garner a majority vote, a runoff election will be held on the 2nd of October. As you know, the law states 50+1 is what you need to win. Anything below 50%, there's a runoff, and that is the law. Now then, let's just recap quickly about where we stand in terms of the nomination courts, if we can. Look, I can't say to you that these are the candidates. I can't say that these are definitely the ones who are going to stand. I don't have that power. Only the nomination court does, and they will announce that in just over, hopefully, the courts close at 4, so we're hearing after that we'll have results trickling of exactly who has been accepted for nomination and who can stand. Then I always like to say the fun begins, because up to now you don't really know who you're going to vote for. You don't know what candidates. You don't know who your councillor candidates are. You don't know who your MP councillor candidates are. You don't even know who your presidential candidates are, even though they've stated this. So that will be the time when you now can say, is this the person that I want to vote for? Now let's look at recap of the presidential nominations and those who have put their paperwork in. Well, what we have confirmed is that ZANU-PF's candidate, Dr. Edie Mnangagwa, his papers have been submitted and accepted. We know that Nelson Chamisa, the president of Triple C's papers have been submitted and accepted. We know that Professor Maduku from NCA's paperwork has been submitted and accepted. We also know that Trust Chikaora from the Zimbabwe Coalition for Peace and Development, ZCPD's paperwork has been submitted and accepted. We hear, but we can't confirm it, that Xavier Kasikwere his election agent was there at the High Court stating that they had submitted their documentation and paid. As I said, we wait until 4 o'clock to hear, but technically, according to what we hear, Xavier Kasikwere has also thrown his hat in the ring. That gets us to 5. And then number 6, we don't know yet if it's happened, but Linda Masirio of Lead has been running around to try and raise the balance of the money of 38 million Zimbabwe dollars that she owed left to actually be able to put her nomination fees in. So that makes it 6. Now compared to when it was 23 people in 2018, then you can see that 6 people at the moment is good. Anyway, let's again have a look at a little bit of trivia for you. Watch this. It's some stuff, there's some hints and tips about the elections that you probably didn't know, or at least maybe put a smile on your face. 2023 election nomination court sits today. This is a very vital day in the scheme of things in the political landscape of Zimbabwe. Today is the day when three things happen. First of all, you have at the High Court here in Harare, just a stone throw away from ZTN Studios here in the capital, where presidential candidates are submitting their nomination papers. To recap, we know that ZANU-PF, Triple C, NCA, ZCPD, and also, who's the third one? Kasekwere, Savior Kasekwere. I'm not sure what the name of his party is, but I'm told that those are the five, and hopefully, possibly Linda Masirira from LEAD. So at the moment, 6 candidates we hear, but we can't verify because we have now 14 minutes until nomination courts close. They close at exactly 4 o'clock on the dot. After that time, no one can submit nominations. All across the country and other courts and registered points, you have candidates for members of parliament are submitting their nomination papers. And of course, candidates for local authorities are doing that all across the country. Today, here on ZTN Prime, we've been covering the entire event live at Nomination Court. In fact, our election series will continue from now all the way until August the 23rd. Tomorrow night, for example, on The Chase, here live on ZTN Prime, 6:30 p.m. Central African Time, I will be interviewing the Chief Elections Officer of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. We'll be asking him the hard questions. We want to know, is ZEC transparent? Is ZEC put in place the mechanisms to have a free, fair, and credible election? How are they placed in terms of materials for the election, ballots, ink, etc.? What is the organizational ability to do that? What about marshals? What about people at the polling stations? How many polling stations will there be? So many questions. And if you have questions for the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission Chief Elections Officer, please send them through on our social media platforms, our Facebook page, Zim Papers TV Network, and of course our Twitter handle at ZTN Prime. I will try and incorporate as many questions as I can into my questioning of the ZEC Chief Elections Officer, so you should be able then to get your answers from him. Now, as I said, it's a quite onerous process when you want to register or nominate a candidate. I mean, if you look at the presidential election, we were speaking to Trust Chikora from ZCPD. He said that the actual form that you fill in is 36 pages. You need to have 10 registered voters backing you per province, and each of them must be registered as voters in the province that they're backing you from. You need to have certain pictures, information, party logo, addresses, and so forth. If any one of those things is wrong, well, your paperwork can be dismissed and you have to run around quickly and fix it. They're not saying that, by the way, go, don't come back. No, you have until 4 p.m., which is 11 minutes from now, the nomination court closes. 11 minutes. You have until then to submit your full paperwork. In fact, we have reports from Gwanda of candidates frantically putting their paperwork, sitting on the floor outside the magistrate court as they scuttle to get things done. Linda Masirira up and down into the court trying to raise the money. She had problems with her photos. You need 3 passport-sized photos. She had problems with those, etc., etc. But I will say this, from all reports we've received from our reporters at ZTN Prime, well then, I'm told that it's peacefully happening. Nomination courts are operating without any problems, none whatsoever. Zimbabweans are standing next to Zimbabweans of all political affiliations, and they are peacefully nominating their candidate. Let's cross over to Martha. She has some candidates here that she is, Rusty Markham. We managed to get Rusty Markham to give us a comment. We'll cross over to Rusty. He's standing Triple C, Harare East.
Honorable, how was the process for you after the time?
The process is fine. We've finished now. We've all nominated, just about. They'll be announcing it just now. I'm very happy with the process. We had a small issue with one of the signatories, but that was sorted out. And after that, things flowed fine for us.
And this will be your first time running in Harare East?
Yeah, it will be my first time in Harare East. I was formerly I still am MP for Harare North. But one of my wards, the one I live in, Ward 18, is now part of Harare East, and one of Harare East wards, number 9, is now with us as well. So that is Harare East.
And maybe what will be your words to the people of Harare East?
Thank you from our party, thank you for voting for me, and for Harare East, we have interesting times ahead of us, and let's hope we can keep up the development that's been going on.
Honorable, are you happy with the general process?
the country's selection in the Triple C?
Well, obviously, as a winning candidate, that's not a very clever question because, of course, I'm happy. I am glad with the process of the new process that has come out. Yes, there's teething problems, but it is better. It is better for us.
And maybe what would you say to Tendai Biti? He's also a colleague in the party. You ousted him in Harare East. What can you say to him?
But I've said it already. I've said he's my friend, personal friend. He's my lawyer.
Now, if you look at the political landscape, there is one name that I'm sure most people know, and that's Tendai Biti. Now, he's been a parliamentarian for as long as I can remember. In fact, he was the chairperson of the Parliamentary Budget and Accounts Committee, a very powerful committee that looked at things like the government or the ruling party or whoever's in power, their budget statements and their expenditure, so forth. Well, when Rusty Markham shifted to Harare East from Harare North because of those boundary changes, okay, he then stood against Tendai Biti in the way that Triple C elected their candidates and beat him. So for the first time in I don't know how many years, Tendai Biti will not be standing as a member of parliament, at least in Harare East, and Rusty Markham will be doing that. Of course, we keep an eye to see what happens next, because I can't imagine that Tendai Biti will disappear into the shade. But anyway, I have no comment on that because I don't know. We'll have to see what happens within Triple C. But there's Rusty Markham standing for Harare East, hoping to get the votes. And of course, you heard what he said there, which is interesting. Now it appears that Triple C and ZANU-PF have put in all their candidates for council elections and members of parliament in Harare at least. And I would surmise that those two parties at least have probably put in candidates for all roles across the country, be it president, of course, be it members of parliament, and be it local authority. So I have a feeling, and of course I won't know because I will know hopefully 7 minutes the court closes. Maybe just after that or soon after that we'll know exactly who the candidates have been approved and nominated are, and then we can officially say it. But I do get the feeling that across the country, Triple C and ZANU-PF will have filled pretty much 99 to 100% of all the electable positions. I'm not so sure about other parties. ZCPD, for example, said they were focusing on the president with Trustchik Ora as that candidate, and he said that their party, which is a coalition of opposition parties that were sitting in Poland, they will be focusing on council elections. They'll be putting, hopefully, candidates at council elections because there, the nomination fee is pretty much non-existent. It's zero in some cases. So that will be where they're focusing. Of course, the women's quota has to be there. It's a requirement of all political parties to put in that 30% women's quota at local authorities. I'm sure that other parties will probably put candidates where they feel they are strong in. But I think MDCT, we haven't had any feedback yet on their nomination process and how many candidates they put forward. Again, I'm stressed. 4 o'clock, it's now 15:53, at 1600 hours. The court doors close, clunk. That is when no more nominations are accepted. And it's then that they correlate all of the people that successfully submitted and publicly announce who the candidates will be. On top of that, it's been reported that each candidate will receive an electronic copy of the voter's roll. If you're a councillor, you receive it in your ward. If you're an MP, of course, in your constituency. And if you're the president, you'll receive, obviously, the full voter's roll for the entire country in terms of voters, which is something that the opposition has complained about in the past, access to the voter's roll. Well, according to the rules that ZEC themselves have put in place, by end of day today, hopefully, or at least in the next few days, every winning candidate, wherever they are, will get the voters' roll electronically. So that business of saying there's no voters' roll out there will be well and truly over. So now of course, we do have other interviews that are out there. Let's have a look. Let's cross over and see what's happening in some of our reporters in the field. Right, so obviously, we will be crossing over. We're still just trying to get some of the candidates. Sorry, what's happening? Right, we will obviously be crossing over to what's happening, but there's a few election facts for you. It's interesting to know what the elections are and going on. But I think we emphasize no to violence, free and fair. We don't want anyone intimidated. Well, ZTN Prime doesn't. I'm sure every political party, the message should be loud and clear from them and the leadership. We don't want intimidation, no violence. We want people to campaign peacefully without anything in place. The police, of course, have assured the nation that they will treat every political party exactly the same. And if they do ban rallies or tell people that they can't hold rallies, they will explain in force. They put in place a committee that will be monitoring where policemen should be deployed. ZEC has put in place a media committee to monitor how different political parties are being covered in various media, especially the state broadcaster, which of course opposition complain about. The idea here, ladies and gentlemen, is to create an environment, to create a field, to create an electoral field in which these elections are seen and are free and fair. Okay, that is what we want at the end of the election process. And I hear this all the time. What happens the day after? Okay, we are still brothers and sisters. We are still Zimbabweans. We still live here. We're not going anywhere. Therefore, can we not have a polarized election where people can go vote? They're not polarized. They vote for their candidate of choice, win or lose, as long as the issue is free and fair. And if they don't think so, there are legal avenues to follow to actually challenge any of the rules, any of the results given out by ZEC. Again, let me remind you, Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is the only body legally mandated to announce the elections. No one else is. If you announce the results of the elections before ZEC, that is an offense under the law, and you can be arrested for it. So bear that in mind. If suddenly politicians are suddenly saying the results of the election and if law comes. And it's important that as well, we spoke about this. We spoke about making sure that your facts are right, going to sources. If you read social media posts about elections, you obviously need to make sure that you verify what you're reading, because it's important. Social media is a source of news, but it's also a source of misinformation. So it's important, please, that during this period that you monitor that. Anyway, let's have a look again at some election. In fact, you know, I've been here with you since 11 o'clock in the morning. Even I need to smile. Let's have a look at some election facts and information for you. What am I doing? It's just turned 4 p.m. on Wednesday. The nomination courts sit today, and 4 p.m. they are officially closed. Look, we did hear reports that possibly the time could be extended, but I haven't heard that yet. So I'm going to say that as of now, the nomination courts are shut. The doors are shut. Now, what do we wait for? We wait for the names of the accepted candidates who will then be announced by the nomination courts publicly. We're going to find out who exactly will be officially standing for Zimbabwe's president. We're going to find out who officially will be standing for all the constituent members of parliament around Zimbabwe. We're going to find out which councillors, which candidates will be standing for local authority councillors throughout the county in all of the councils. In fact, you heard the numbers from my guest earlier from the ERC, 12,500 polling stations. 2 policemen per polling stations. That's a lot of police out there, and they still have to do their work looking after you and me and keeping us safe. Now then, we have closed again, so let's cross over to the High Court. Of course, the High Court is where presidential candidates were filing their nomination papers. We cross over to Mercy. Mercy, the courts are closed. Tell me, you said earlier possibly the time could be extended. Can you give us an update?
And still Linda Masarira hasn't found any joy. She hasn't managed to file her papers yet, and we are waiting to see whether or not she's going to be successful today.
Where are we now? Let's give us a recap.
But what I can then tell you, the other list of candidates that we have is the president himself, Nelson Chamisa of the Triple C, Xavier Kasukuere, Professor Love Mo Maduko of the NCA, Trust Chikohora, Douglas Monzora, Blessing Kasiamuru, and Wilson Harry Peter. So those are some of the candidates that we know have filed their papers. But then we are awaiting the ZEC presser so that we get to know which candidates have made it to the presidential race come August 23.
Mercy, can you confirm, has the nomination court officially closed? You said earlier there could be a possibility that they may extend the time. Can you confirm, is that true, or is it now done? Nomination court at the High Court is over and closed.
So right now, what we have heard is that 6 presidential candidates are yet to have their papers verified. So what ZEC has said is that once someone is in the High Court building at 4 p.m., then they will definitely have their papers verified. However, what's worrying is that Linda Masarira is still running around because of financial woes. So I'm not sure whether or not her papers are going to then be approved by the nomination court. It's set at 10 a.m. and yes, they have closed now that it's minutes after 4.
I suppose from that, looking at this from a gender perspective, Mercy, it appears that, well, I don't know if Linda will make it, but it appears that if she doesn't, it'll be a field of all men as candidates for president.
So yes, it seems that if Linda doesn't make it, then it's going to be a battle of the boys. Hopefully the women are going to get some form of representation if she then manages to sail through. But still, she has been complaining about the nomination fee, saying that they are a way of elbowing women out of the presidential race. And we are yet to see if then she is going to manage to file her papers. Then earlier on, we had said that there were issues with Douglas Monzora's application, but then he later confirmed to the media when he said that he already filed his papers on the 10th of June. So it means he is going to be running for president. And on a lighter note, he actually said that he is inviting the media to the State House on the 8th of September.
Mercy, I want to talk to you about this nomination fee, and we've had discussions about this all through today. And the issue that the opposition, I mean, Linda used very strong words. Lama Maduku also criticized it. Douglas Bonzora called it criminal. And then you had, of course, Ziyambi, the election officer for ZANU-PF, saying, well, how can you complain about $20,000 and you want to be president of a great nation? Can you talk us through the wording used and what each person said?
So the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission gazetted these nomination fees through SI 144 of 2022 last year, and a court challenge was done by Divine Hove of the Nationalist Alliance Party concerning the nomination fees, saying that they are too high and exclusionary because someone who doesn't have pockets that are deep enough cannot then run for presidency. However, these prevailing fees actually sailed through Parliament, which means they are standing law, and as long as it's standing law, then presidential candidates have to part with 20,000 United States dollars, which then is going to show who has got the stamina to stand for the presidential race come 23 August. And then what I can also then say is that it's important for the people to know that some political parties were then saying that they have to field as much councillors as possible as a way of just stepping in to the political race, because as it stands, most small political parties cannot afford to raise the $20,000 to run for president, as evidenced by Divine Hove, who tapped out of the presidential race, saying the fees are way too much. And NCA's party, that is Professor Maduku's party, is going to be fielding as many councillors as possible just as a way of ensuring that they have some form of say in government. But when it comes to the National Assembly members, those that can stand for themselves, or rather those that can pay for themselves, are the ones that are going to be running in the election. So it's more like one man for himself. But maybe just to reiterate what Ziyambi said earlier on, he said that if someone is very serious about running a party, a whole country, then they need to know that parting with 20,000 United States dollars is not that much. And what's amazing is that Trust Chikohora of the ZCPD was also sharing the sentiment, saying that if someone is going to run for presidency, then they have to be serious about the nation, and parting with 20,000 United States dollars is something that can be done. And then Joseph Bush was also saying that presidential candidates can actually part with even more than $20,000, as much as 50,000 United States dollars, so that you show just how serious you are about running Zimbabwe.
Mercy, you said that, okay, I'd like to find out the process. We're assuming that, as you said, the courts are closed. However, if you were inside the building with your nomination papers before 4 o'clock, well, the court obviously has to look at your papers. But the question is, of course, then is, when are we expecting Zimbabwe Electoral Commission's press conference, where they will then announce the full list of real nominated candidates? So get the ball rolling, so to speak. We now know who's official or not.
Right about now, Andy, it's anytime. Anytime now, we may have the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission addressing the media, giving us the updates on how the day went. So we'll continue to give you more updates, but I'm not sure about Linda's case, how it's going to be handled, because we know that she is not in the building. She is still looking for the money. So we'll give you updates on whether or not she makes it.
Before I let you go, a final question. We understood that Nelson Chamisa was slated to appear at the High Court around now. Is there any feedback on that? Of course, he is the president of CCC. Have you had any news on if Nelson Chamisa will be appearing at the High Court?
I'm sure he's going to be appearing soon, because as you can see, the journalists right here are actually waiting for his arrival. So we are waiting with them. We want to see whether or not the CCC president is going to pitch, but the intel that we've got is that he has already filed his papers. So as long as as soon as the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission gives us more details and updates, then we will be giving them to you.
Mercy, just a final question. Your impressions, I mean, you've been there all day covering the presidential nominations and what's happening around the High Court for us at ZTM Prime. I mean, what are your impressions? What did the candidates say to you? Has the process been smooth? Has it been free and fair? I mean, we've heard from other candidates. We heard from Rusty Markham at the Magistrates Court saying he was very happy with the process. What are you hearing? Is this really a good sign of democracy maturing in Zimbabwe?
So it really has been a long day, and I will admit it really has been a long day, but most of the candidates that we spoke to are okay with how the process has been going on. Most of them are saying that the process is very smooth, but it's also a cumbersome process, and the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is actually quite thorough when it comes to this whole process. So Linda in the morning was dismissed because her pictures were not clear. And you know that one of the requirements is having 3 passport-sized photos that are full color and clear. So hers were not clear, and she had to go and rectify that. So I can say that the process went well for most of the candidates whom we spoke to, but the issue is that of the nomination fees. 20,000 United States dollars has been described by most political parties as exorbitant. But of course, some stand and say that if you are serious about running a whole government, a whole nation, then 20,000 United States dollars is something that one can part with.
Mercy, thank you very much. It has been a long day, but I feel that we're getting to the end because, of course, the nomination courts are closed, and soon Zimbabwe Electoral Commission will hold a press conference. Now, as I said, ZTM Prime has extensive interview reporters all across the country, and to be fair, every one of them is reporting that, aside from literally, I can call it 2 or 3 incidents, it's clear that things are moving smoothly in a free and fair way. No hindrances. People are nominating their candidates without any hindrance. Now then, let's also cross to Mercy. She's also got some candidates that she has been talking to.
Okay. So I actually have one of the presidential candidates with me. I still have one of the candidates with me.
What candidates, because you gave us a list of candidates that managed to get their nomination papers in. It hadn't yet been confirmed, of course. We're waiting for the press conference. But let's hear, who are you speaking to, who do they represent, and what are their views of today's nomination court process?
Okay, so the presidential candidate that I've got with me is Gwinyai Muzorewa, and I hadn't mentioned him on the list that I gave you earlier on. Say, how did the process go?
The process I'm in progress right now. I have not completed everything, so I'm in the process. Yeah.
How do you feel about the nominations?
The nominations were, the process should be okay. The fees are ridiculous. To ask for $20,000 to run for president is unacceptable, because national leadership is not about money, it is about wisdom and leadership skills. That's what matters.
So as you can see, Andy, the CCC leader has just arrived, so we will be giving you more updates as they come.
CCC has arrived at the High Court. I mean, what is nice to see is the head of state, current head of state, and of course the ruling party's candidate for president, Dr. Mnangagwa. Now we have Nelson Chamisa of Triple C. We've had Douglas Monzor for MDCT. We've had Linda Masirio running around there. In fact, pretty much every presidential nominee has appeared at the High Court. And that really shows, one, the democracy level of Zimbabwe. It shows that politicians, that particularly the leadership is out there. They're all working together. They seem to be all sort of endorsing the nomination court process, not just at the presidential level, but countrywide. We haven't heard one candidate that's told us that this process is biased and doesn't work. And I think that's a good step, because if the nomination process, if we start like this, if we feel that the nomination process has been transparent, fair, open, it obviously harbingers good things for the election process to come, because now, of course, once we know the names of all the candidates of president, member of parliament, local authorities, now we know the campaigning is really going to start in earnest. And we have 60 days of campaigning across the country, rallies, different promises being made, manifestos being shown to the electorate, and also the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission being involved in educating where your polling stations are, how you need to vote in all the vernacular languages. Also not forgetting people with disabilities. Obviously they're going to have to do Braille, they're going to have to do those sort of aids to aid people. Then, of course, we also talked to Zek about access to polling stations for people with disabilities, wheelchair ramps, helping people to vote who are, say, visually impaired or whatever impairment they may have, because with 10% of the population of persons with disabilities, they're an important voter. We need to get them to vote, because every vote counts. And in fact, I was once talking to Zimbabwe Council of Churches representative. I think it was, it was Archdiocese of Roman Catholics, I believe. We had them on the chase. And they said that as far as they were concerned, not voting is a sin. And that's a direct quote. So anyway, to recap, exciting day. I mean, we've had the nomination court. And to be honest, I have felt the excitement. My guests have felt the excitement. We felt, because it's great to see democracy working. It's good to see new members of parliament, old members of parliament, some heavyweights falling by the wayside, the political jostling that's going to happen, the political parties that have to now come and spell out to us, the electorate, the voters, what their vision is for our country, both at council level, member of parliament level, and presidential level. And I keep saying this, as much as every single election is important and is going to be exciting as far as I'm concerned, the one that I think I personally want to focus on would be local authorities, because it's there that it is where the most things are done that affect your daily life. Here I'm talking about things like street lighting. I'm talking about potholes in wherever you live. I'm talking about no water. I'm talking about possibly the infrastructure, the lights. If you're walking home late from work and you're having to walk down dark alleyways, particularly women in fear of guys jumping on them, unscrupulous characters. We're talking about the robbery increases and so forth. These are things that happen in local authorities. So I have a feeling that this election may be a bit different. It could be about looking at local authority candidates that live in your area, that care about you, that can make a difference to your life as you live it, wherever you may be, whether you're in rural or whether you are in urban areas. I think the criteria for local authority councillors doesn't necessarily have to be along party lines. I know I may be disliked for that, but frankly, I would prefer someone who's going to make an effort to improve my life, to improve the water situation. I mean, if you're living in Mavuku, you haven't had water for what, 10 years? Chitungwiza gets water, I think, once a week. It gives you an idea. Your garbage hasn't been collected. There's outbreaks of cholera because of burst sewage pipes, and so forth. I mean, at some point, you have to think to yourself, who must I vote for? It could be the incumbent councillor. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't vote for who's there right now, but I'm saying that I think that is how a democracy evolves, about picking candidates that will do the best for you and that will really secure your future and generations of children's futures. Anyway, we've been covering, of course, the election, the nomination court sitting for the whole day. And, of course, just to recap very quickly about what happens after the presidential proclamation. Well, let's have a look briefly at that. We have a graphic to show you. Basically, once the election date was proclaimed on the 31st of May by the President, Dr. Edie Mnangagwa, a series of activities are then triggered. Okay, so of course, the nomination court sitting today is really the first one. That's where we find out exactly who you're going to vote for. Nominated ZEC will announce that officially. This will be followed by the election of the Council of Chiefs on the 3rd of August. Now that's very important. The President and Deputy of the Chiefs Council will then be elected on the 10th of August before polling on the 23rd. The next day, the Provincial Chiefs Council will convene to constitute the Electoral College. Now you understand how entrenched and how important the chiefs are in our psyche and in our nation. If one of the presidential candidates garners a majority vote, or they don't, remember, majority vote is 50+1. If one of them doesn't garner that, there will be a runoff election held on the 2nd of October. So now then, let's quickly go back to the High Court and join Mercy again. Remember I told you Nelson Chamisa, leader of the Triple C, had arrived there. Let's see, Mercy, what's happening there? There's a lot of
and we need some new faces. And we need some people with proper ideas to take this country to the next level.
Which party are you representing?
Democratic officials.
Sorry, what's the name of your party, sir?
Democratic officials.
How long have you been in the country?
How long have I been in the country? I stay here. I've born here.
Have you managed to Msafamba guys, msafamba.
And that he will be addressing the media. Remember, there is about, I think Mercy, when we cross over to Mercy in a bit after the Chamisa presser or his statements, we should be able to get, hopefully, who she understands was officially putting their papers in. Of course, we cannot verify them as official candidates.
You can see that I came with my colleagues, Advocate Mpofu, our head of the legal team, and our brother, Honorable Tendai Biti, also an advocate, but who is also going to play a very pivotal role in this big march to a new Zimbabwe. We are so excited that the new Zimbabwe is loading. There's no way Zimbabwe is going to remain the way it is. Change is in the air. The change season is upon us. This is the time. Victory is certain. Victory is obvious. And of course, it's all victory around. We have managed to file our papers. We have concerns around certain of the issues, particularly the issue of the voters' roll, but it's an issue that we hope is going to be resolved. Once the candidates have been nominated, the next hurdle is the issue of the voters' roll and the issue of making sure that all those who registered and participated in 2018 or post-2018 as registered voters, their names have to be reflected. The information we have so far is that most of the names are missing and would want to understand why, and that issue has to be rectified. But we are otherwise, so far, so good. We understand that the candidates are still registering. I'm not so sure if Mr. Mnangagwa has come. He's a courageous man. I don't know why he's willing to even have the courage to stand in this election, because he has no reason to be in the election. Decency must teach him that he must just hand over to the next government.
Are you happy with the conditions so far?
Well, there you have the leader of Triple C, Nelson Chamisa, addressing the media at the High Court, where, of course, presidential candidates go to be nominated. A very fiery Nelson Chamisa there, giving his predictions of what he believes his party will achieve in the election. Of course, we wait for the election day. No one can say what will happen on the election day until after the election. And even then, only ZEC can announce the results. But the fact is this, you are free and free to go and vote for the candidate of your choice. Wherever you may be around the country, it's a free, fair and democratic election. That is what we fought independence for, and that is what we're reaping today for ourselves and for future generations. So please, you exercise your vote. You need to go and vote if you can, if you're a registered voter, and you can check your name on star, I think it's *265# or you can go to the ZEC website, put your name down and see exactly if you're registered, where your polling stations are. That's another issue. You need to also understand where. All right, let's quickly cross across to Nelson Chamisa.
Marginalized. You have been left behind. But here is a leader who is coming for you. Jobs for everyone, dignity for everyone, prosperity for everyone, and of course, happiness for everyone.
How is the process so far as far as other constituencies are concerned?
Well, we have received reports. It started slow. We had problems administratively. ZEC were telling us they had challenges with some of our signatories because they don't receive from their headquarters. But we hope that it will be resolved. Of course, we had our team yesterday. They had their car impounded and our papers almost withheld. But we've sorted that one out. So we are going to assess the situation and give a comprehensive report after the end of the day.
Have you experienced any issues with double candidates?
Well, we don't have any double candidate except for certain individuals in Masvingo who stole some papers yesterday and forged signatures. So it's not a case of double candidates, but fraud and some fraudulent activities. So it's a criminal thing that has been reported to the police. We don't foresee any...
Addressing the press, trying to highlight that there aren't any now double candidates. But it appears, as I said earlier, that ZANU-PF, CCC have put up candidates or nominated candidates for all positions, whether it be presidential, whether it be members of parliament or council. So it looks like in terms of 100% of those positions, it'll be a head-to-head against them. Now, other political parties, of course, have put up candidates, particularly at council. Because of this nomination fee, remember, it's $20,000 for president, $1,000 for members of parliament, and free or minimal amount for councillors. It appears that a lot of political parties are putting forward candidates for councillors or for local authorities. And so that's why I said that, in a way, there'll probably be many, many more candidates standing at local authority level than there will be at members of parliament. Already, of course, at the presidential level, I think Mercy counted about 7, maximum 8 candidates. Of course, we can only confirm that when the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission holds its press conference and announces the official candidate list for president. Then we'll know who we can and can't vote for. Until then, I'm just talking and we're just getting information from our reporters. Now, also, let me just tell you this, across the country, ZTN Prime has pretty much reporters in most major centers following the nomination court process, trying to catch up and interview some prospective candidates. And to be frank, the reports I'm getting through our social media, through our platform, through my producers, is that the nomination court process has been smooth. It has been thorough, because don't forget, these are people that stand for you. They stand and represent you. So it's very important that they're vetted properly, that they're the people they say they are, that they live in the areas they say they do, that their addresses are correct, that the people that back them are on the voters' roll and live in those areas. These things are important, that the logos they use are important and don't clash. Now then, we're actually now going to cross over to Bulawayo, where our reporter Andile is there and to fill us in and talk to some of the candidates and what's happening in that beautiful city.
Well, the nomination process started smoothly this morning here in Bulawayo, where candidates for Member of Parliament, Council, as well as provincial councils, which is under the devolution, have been trying to file their papers. So far, everything is going smoothly, and some candidates have already filed their papers. However, it is alleged that members of the Citizens Coalition for Change have failed to submit their papers for now, as they are said to be still still en route from Harare.
Yeah, of course, we are going to cross back to Andile. She has another update that was earlier in the day. But the fact is this, is that even in Bulawayo, things are going smoothly. We actually, earlier this morning, I can't remember how long it was, that's how exciting it is. It's almost as if the day has gone past in a flash. We spoke to Professor, we heard from Professor Ntuli Ngube, who, of course, is standing as a Member of Parliament candidate in Cowtree Park in Bulawayo. Anyway, let's go back to Andile to give us an update.
Well, thank you very much, Andy. As you can see behind me, there's so much chaos. It's already after 4 p.m. and some candidates are still yet to submit their papers. So we are expecting that this process is going to be extended, but we are not sure for how long, as some candidates are still trying to sort out their paperwork. Well, as for the people from the Citizens Coalition for Change, they are finally now able to submit their papers, as they have since arrived from Harare, and some ZANU-PF officials have already submitted their nomination paperwork as well for their candidacy, and we're still trying to talk to some people. However, for ZAP, we understand that its president has withdrawn his candidacy, and he will not be contesting in this year's presidential elections, and the party has since issued a statement. There's so much noise behind me. I'm not sure if you are able to hear me clearly, but this is what is going on. People are chasing time. There's very little time left, and everyone is just trying to ensure that their paperwork is in order. We'll be coming back with more details and more updates as soon as we get them. Thank you very much.
The nomination courts have closed in Bulawayo. They're still, of course, toing and froing. As they said here in Harare, if any candidate, any nominated candidate is in the courtroom at 4 or before 4, then obviously the court has to look at their nomination papers. But now we're going to cross over to Patience. Our Patience has been all day at the Harare Magistrates Court. And I just wanted to know, are they caught? Are they caught? Well, we'll actually catch up with Patience, because I'm just trying to get hold of her now, because obviously I want to know, is the magistrate court closed and what's happening? So you look at Bulawayo there. Now, one thing about Bulawayo, which is interesting, is I was down there recently. Oh, hang on. Now, in fact, I've got Patience. Patience, so Harare Magistrates Court, it's where MPs were filing their nomination papers for Harare. So closed or not closed? What's happening?
Silence in court. Time now is 4 p.m. The court is now closed for receipt of nomination papers. So those who are in are the ones we are going to be saving from now onwards. No more to come in with forms to be submitted. Officers, can you check who's the last person on the door who wants to submit their form? Stand guard so that we make sure that those who are in this spot by this time, we will save them. But those yet to come, the court is closed for receipt of nomination forms. Thank you.
Right, as I highlighted, of course, so the Harare Magistrate Court there, the official announcing that the court is closed. But of course, that means that the door's closed. But anyone who's inside still there, they physically in the courtroom, has to be served. That is just the way it is. But no new nomination papers can come through that door. And that is all around the country. It happened 4 p.m. Most centers closed, and that was it. If you weren't in that courtroom at 4 p.m., well, that was the end of that. Now then, we cross again over to Mercy, our reporter at the High Court, where, as you know, the presidential candidates were putting their nomination papers in. That's the only place you could put your papers in if you wanted to be nominated for president. Mercy, it seems a flurry of activity. You've got Nelson, we had the president and ZANU-PF candidate, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, coming in. We've had Nelson Chamisa address the press. We've had Douglas Monzora address the press. I mean, it seems as if the field is shaping up. Can you give us an update on what's happening?
So the Triple C leader has just left the High Court, but as you can see, doors have now closed at the nomination court. Just like we said earlier on, doors close at 4 p.m. But what I can tell you is that Linda is still on because she just walked in before the doors closed. So we now await the ZEC presser to find out if she has made it to the presidential race, and that would be a good thing for the women. But while the Triple C leader was giving a lot of promises on what he will deliver once he then runs for president and win. He's actually very confident that he's going to be victorious in this election. But of course, we need to then wait until the polls happen so that we get to see who is going to come out victorious once the polls are done.
So, Mercy, can you recap for us? Let's go through the candidates who say that their papers were submitted and accepted. Of course, we can't confirm who they are until ZEC does, but give us the names and parties of the candidates that say that their nominations are in and should be on the list of nominated candidates when ZEC announces it.
So it is quite possible that we missed some, but some of the candidates that we saw are the President, Emmerson Mnangagwa, Nelson Chamisa of the Triple C, Trust Chikohora of the ZCPD, and there's also Douglas Monzora of the MDCT. Then there is Mr. Wilson Harry Peters, who is also running, and another Blessing, who is going to be running for the elections. And then Xavier Kasukuwere filed his papers through his chief election agent, Jacqueline Sunday. And this election agent was actually telling us that he is going to be campaigning on his own. She didn't divulge details on his whereabouts at the moment, but she did say that Kasukuwere is going to be running his own campaign when the time is right.
Mercy, thank you. Well, obviously, we'll be coming back to you when the ZEC presser comes. But I'd now like to cross over to Town House. Our reporter Samantha is there. Samantha, interesting. Council elections look like they'll be very busy because that is where most parties are focusing because, of course, of the low or zero nomination fees. It seems as if it's going to be a crowded field. Well, what's happening there? Is it closed now for nominations? Just fill us in.
Thank you very much, Andy. As you can see, we are still here at the town council, and as you also heard throughout the day, we spoke to different party representatives, and of course some exciting information there of women who are also participating. There is equal participation in women as well as the youth. Right now, with everyone that we spoke to, there is a huge turnout, and it seems like with everyone that we've spoke to, everyone is happy with the initial processes. Since morning, everyone is happy with the paperwork that they submitted and the process of submission of the paperwork. And right now, we're just waiting for the big announcement. And we were expecting it at 4 o'clock, but I think we're going to be waiting here for a little bit more time as we spoke to some officials who are inside, and they said they're still working on the final lists. So we will be keeping you updated. We are still here at Town House.
So, Samantha, just to get a sense, I mean, we heard from ZANU-PF in Harare, we heard from Rusty Markham, Triple C, I'm not sure about councillors. I mean, is it, oh, okay, well, what I really wanted to find out was which parties, and, you know, from what we've got in our intelligence, talking to the leaders of some of the parties, if they've managed to nominate, how many people they managed to nominate for all the positions, because it's important that, obviously, a political party's ultimate goal is to put a candidate, nominate a candidate for every single position up for elections. But as I said, it appears as if there's sort of two two levels here. On the one side, you have some political parties that are putting up candidates at every single level, every single position, president, members of parliament, and councillors. You've got some who are saying that, look, if you put together all the fees, it's 250,000 United States dollars in total that you'd have to pay for every single candidate if you wanted to sit in every single election or position up for grabs. So therefore, they're only focusing on the presidency. They're putting someone for president as 20,000 US, and then they're focusing on local authorities where it's zero in some cases where you don't pay. And of course, don't forget there's the women's quota, particularly at local authorities, the 30% quota that has to happen for women. It's constitutional, and it's about time that we did do that. It's about time more and more women did join, did actually get into politics and leader positions. And of course, the youth. There's also a quota for youth. It's important that the youth also get involved in leadership positions, because at the end of the day, when 70% of your population is under the age of 35, well, you definitely need the youth up there. And remember, the way things are changing technology-wise and so forth, the youth is a huge demographic and a huge vote. So therefore, as I said, there's two sort of political views. And this is why I've been saying all day about how I think at local council elections, you're going to have lots of candidates to choose from. And I suppose the question would be for you, the electorate who are sitting in urban and rural settings, to say, well, what am I looking for in a local authority councillor? Should they look after me? So that is what is important. That's what's important to you. Well, now then, let's have a look in Bulawayo, because we're hearing some news about possible candidate being removed from the party ranks. Let's cross over to our correspondent in Bulawayo.
Abakhuluma ukuthi amabizo athintelwe abakhuluma ukuthi amabizo athintelweni awutshelwa ukuthi ibizo lakho lesithi
amabizo suka khonapha izwakabhalwe khonapha ahlangabhalwa khonapha thina amabizo ethu ngoqalisa kuye Harare thina kade sikho list ye Harare ema-senate but ngiyabuya ngicabanga sithi everything day sayenza into esasiyenza but lapha sokuqalisa ukwenza isingude sokubhalwa lapha amabizo lapha phakathi lapho kwehhovisi sesibona bosiphiwe sebengenile baqeda 28 basekuphalamende lokho kwaqalisa isenate waba nguseneta lokho lakathesi ukuthi ngisebenze kanzima ukuthi ngivuse ukubulawayo mina ngisebenze kanzima ngithe ngivele egoli ekuguleni kwami mina ngalandwa ngabantu abaseprovince bethi iphathi isihambile ngithi ye ngaphi bathi buya ngathi ngifika khona phana banika sona isikhundla ngoba ngangingu-vice chair banika isikhundla sokuchair ngisebenze nzima into yona leyo ekhulunywa kuthiwa ngumgwazo le ngingakwanisi nje njengoba uyangibona usengendleleni ngisebenza nzima mina ukuthi abafazi bakobulawayo khona bagoqwa yimi ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi yithwe njani abantu bevele bekhetha belobundebeli mina kakhetha umhlobo mina ngikwazi ukuthi ilizwe leli ngelomuntu wonke wezimbabwe.
Wena kunjenje lithini kumongameli ke uNelson Chamisa?
Ngithi kumongameli kanti yena umongameli ngalalihlo yini elokuthi asifakele abantu abaqondileyo abaziyo abantu bonke khathesi nxa ngikhuluma so abantu bonke abasungula iphathi yona labayisebenzeleyo sebekhutshiwe sokusele abantu abatsha babuye ngezikhundla hayi
wena ngoba la ukhitshiwe so sekuphela ukuthi yenzele naso siyala
hayi mina ngiyahlala ngithi
awulalizwa umongameli.
The activists or Triple C members who arrived at the nomination court to find that their names were removed from the party list. And of course, you could hear them there being quite irate and upset about it. Why that happened, we have no idea. But it's also good to see what's happening and how, if you aren't on those lists, just to show you the transparency and openness of what's happening in the nomination courts today, is that it's clear. If you're not on the list, you can talk and say you weren't on it, and this is why, and it's down to your party that you're not on the list. It's got nothing to do with ZEC, it's got nothing to do with the nomination courts, it's nothing to do with them. All they do is accept nominations, they accept party lists, that's all they do. Then they vet the candidates and ensure that they meet criteria and have paid their fees. And then, of course, they announced it officially at a press conference, which should be happening any time. We're not sure when that press conference will happen, because you can imagine, as I said to you, the doors are closed of the nomination courts. However, there are still candidates inside the courtrooms who are now still putting in their paperwork. And so it's not as if at 4 o'clock every single paper is submitted and vetted. No, any candidate who's in the nomination court when the doors close still has their paper, still is allowed to submit their paperwork, and it could be accepted or not. But if, for example, they do find something wrong with that paperwork, well, the candidate cannot then rush off and fix it. It's now done over. Okay, you should have done that earlier and come in earlier and then run around to fix it to get back by 4. So if any candidate's paperwork is not up to scratch now and they're standing in the court, well, they will not be nominated for any position. They will not legally be allowed to stand in any or contest for any seat. So anyway, to recap, today, nomination court sitting. It's a very important day for Zimbabwe. Today is the day that all of us here and from officially through the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission press conference, who officially will be standing for the various political positions that are up for election on August the 23rd in Zimbabwe's national harmonized election. This will range from the president of the nation, the president of Zimbabwe, the highest office in the land, an office that all politicians, particularly leaders of parties, aspire to get, a position that has been held by the ruling party, ZANU-PF, since the inception, I would say, of independence in 1980. So the question is what's going to happen in that race? Will anybody be able to topple the ruling party's candidate, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa? Will the opposition win? You can see the excitement. Then, of course, we move to members of parliament. Okay, there we have various seats being contested across the country. Well, it appears that I'm hearing now that there's been an extension of 2 hours for really clarifying all the nominations and so forth. So we will be looking at that a bit later. It's 2 hours from now, so still a lot of time to go. But as you can expect this, guys. You can expect that. We've had this whole day. We've had thousands and thousands of candidates going into various courts. I suppose the presidential one is quite easy, because it's really a smattering of people. I mean, even if it was like 2018 of 23 candidates compared to, imagine, local authorities. Can you imagine how many candidates for local authorities are going to nomination courts? How many candidates for members of parliament are going to nomination courts across the country? It's going to take some time to compile and verify the list, and also to double check it, make sure they've done it right, they've wrong, they put all the names before ZEC announces. So this is nothing to be alarmed about in terms of the delay. There's no ulterior, there's no conspiracy. This is just normal verifying, ticking the T's, is it putting the dots on the I's and crossing the T's? So obviously we will be waiting for the ZEC press conference to announce all of the nominated candidates. Anyway, so just to repeat, so what happens is, of course, it's a pretty simple, well, it sounds simple, but it is a cumbersome process. In particular, the presidential election, we had Trust Chigora from the BD, who's talked about how he had to fill in a 36-page form for president. It ranges all the way from your party's logo to your names, to your pictures, address, all sorts of information, as well as obviously you have to be nominated by 10 registered voters across every province. They even check to make sure that the 10 people that nominated you are on the voters' roll and actually physically live in the place that they say they do. Okay, if any one of those doesn't, well, then by you go and you have to fill in the forms once again and come back with the right paperwork. It appears that there were little hiccups here and there, but it appears that at the moment, what we know of, look, there could be more. Okay, we know at least 7 candidates have said that their papers have been submitted and accepted, but we can't confirm that. The only person who can confirm that is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, ZEC. Now, throughout the day, we've had various guests. Now, two of our guests earlier in the day were 2 gentlemen from the ERC, and we spoke about what really makes elections free and fair. And it could range from the administration, it could range from security services, how the elections are run from that perspective. It could range from the internal processes of parties in terms of their nomination at their primary elections. Do people know the rules? Do people know that they can vote? They vote freely and fairly for their candidates. All of these holistic issues. But one thing that came out very clearly, the one voice that matters when you determine whether an election is free and fair is yours and mine, no one else's, because it's up to us. We need to believe in the integrity of the results. We need to believe in the integrity of the Electoral Commission. We need to believe that our vote mattered and our vote went to the person that we wanted. If we believe that, I believe an election is free and fair. We also need to believe that if there are grievances, well, there is a formal process to be able to air those grievances and get them resolved quickly and surely without any dispute. Winners win, losers lose. But one thing is clear. One thing must be clear to all of you, all political parties, all leadership, every single person in this beautiful country of ours. And it's simple. Hashtag no to violence. No violence in the run-up to the elections, during the elections, and after it. That is the call that we here at ZTN are making, and I'm sure all political parties should echo that as well as all media. Because, as someone said, after the day after the elections, once we've put our X's and we've walked away, it's not your brother living next door to you. It's not your sister living next door to you. Are we not one nation under the sun? Therefore, we cannot be fighting. We didn't fight for independence to fight and have violence. That is a very clear message. Anyway, what we have, of course, as I said, ZTN, all of us, all around the country. Reporters in every place you can think of giving us feedback on what's happening. Because today is really what I can call day one. Sure, the president proclaimed at the end of May, he proclaimed the election date, and technically campaigning could start 2 days after that proclamation. That's the law. But really, today is the day when you know exactly who you can and can't vote for, okay? Because it's the day that the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission will announce the candidates that will stand at president, at members of parliament, and at council level. But anyway, again, let's have a look, as we've been doing during the day, because I don't want to get too serious. We also want to look at some election trivia for you. Have a look at this. It always puts a smile on my face.
Give every morning the smart start it deserves with your favorite homegrown breakfast cereal. Nestle Ceravita. Fortified with Grain Smart, a smart combination of irons, vitamins and minerals. Your family gets all the energy they need to make the most of every day. That's why every morning deserves a smart start. Nestle Ceravita. Highly nutritious, simply delicious. deserves with your favorite homegrown breakfast cereal. Nestle Ceravita. Fortified with Grain Smart, a smart combination of ions, vitamins and minerals. Your family gets all the energy they need to make the most of every day. That's why every morning deserves a smart start. Nestle Ceravita, highly nutritious, simply delicious.
Following the story.
What is happening on Zimbabwe's roads? How did we get here? Through red robots. Basically break every road rule under the sun.
So inini ndakadhakwa nembanje dzangu ndikaenda kuchipatara ndaunorapwa ka handibatsiri asi ndikazvishaya tetega aiwa.
Deeper analysis.
So, are you ready and prepared if violence rears up?
Jacob Mafume's party has taken hostage of them.
The videos are there. Do not be drawn into the debate of discussing issues that are subjective. He said when he grows up, he would like to be like me.
Good evening and welcome to the program. Just to break the ice, what is ZINEF's mandate?
To promote media freedom.
And money matters.
Coming up, Tanganda Limited is set to bring online a macadamia processing plant.
Now, Zimbabwe Stock Exchange listed company Seedco Limited has resolved to suspend indefinitely its proposal.
Every week on ZTN Prime.
My sister, she needs me. She's still out there.
I followed your friend from work yesterday.
You did what?
Have you ever seen a dead body?
What?
Kay had to put it in the trunk.
Kari, you don't know who these people are.
It feels organized, too connected. It's like a syndicate. There's no evidence, no body, nothing.
Farai, you need to pick your fights wisely. Hey, stop! Get on the ground now!
But you can't tell anyone because Kay will probably come for you.
DJ on the move is for all board. Baba live pa ZTN Prime TV yevanhu rakupadagu inonaka yevanhu matina tangira kutsoka
matinotangira kutsoka manyowa
Shakata. Yes.
Bolato.
Bolato makainzwa kupi koko?
Nemi.
Go pane nubu boys dangu. Ayo hamba one.
Welcome, passengers. This is your captain speaking. You are on flight CB27. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet and at an airspeed of 400 miles per hour. Fasten your seatbelts. It appears we're about to encounter some turbulence. Hot flicks coming at you. Welcome to Cinema Buzz. And here's what to look out for this week. Book Club, the next chapter, follows the journey of four best friends as they take their book club to Italy for the fun girls trip they never had.
Rome is a great walking city.
Delle donne, le viti più vecchie danno l'uva più dolce.
What did he say? The older the vines, the sweeter the fruit. Oh, yes, we still got it.
I'm delighted that you'll be joining us tonight.
There's no problem if four random women show up.
This is Italy. There's always room for random, beautiful women.
Gianni! Who is Gianni? What are you doing here?
Rally Road Racers! Racers compete in a high-stakes rally along the famous Silk Road trade route.
I laugh at the idea.
Why the long face, kid?
Kinda have to sort of race the Silk Road Rally.
That race is no holds barred. 200 miles per hour for 4 days straight across unforgiving terrain against the...
Fool's Paradise. A fool for love becomes an accidental celebrity only to lose it all. Aww.
Take a look at this guy. What about him? He's a dead ringer for you. Man don't look nothing like me. I mean, look at him. He's too short. Get finished the day for you. Action. Cut. Latte pronto.
Excuse me, Mr. Pronto. Can I call you Latte?
Latte. Latte pronto.
Latte Pronto.
Is that your name?
Amazing. You and me are gonna do big things, pal.
The Starling Girl. 17-year-old Jem Starling struggles with her place within her Christian fundamentalist family. But everything changes when a magnetic youth pastor, Owen, returns to their church.
I know I've given in to lustful thoughts and actions that take my focus away from you and onto me. I know that's wrong.
What were you doing there?
You cannot tell anyone right now, okay?
You've let Satan into your heart.
I haven't.
Fast X, aka Fast and Furious 10. Dominic Toretto and his family are targeted by the vengeful son of drug kingpin Hernan Reyes.
The great Dom Toretto.
If you never would have gotten behind that wheel, I'd never be the man I am today. And now, I am the man who's going to break your family.
I can't say I didn't warn you. Trailers will always tease you. To the movies we go. Catch you later.
Life, just as we all know it, is full of emotions. Hakuna kana game one, where in 90 minutes you can be able to fully express yourself. Like football.
Are we ready, guys? Yeah. Okay.
Can you tell me who you're talking to and what you're doing?
Oh, well, I came here for something else, different from nomination. As you know, in the morning, we were in court. We were sued by one or two political parties who were accusing us of interfering with their nomination process. The matter has been thrown out by the judge, Justice Chinamora. But also my team has just completed the nomination processes. I was one of the first. In fact, I was the first candidate to file their papers. And what was left was the calculation of the payments that have to be done. As you know, it's the 20,000, and then they want it to be swiped, and then they make certain calculations. The team has dealt with that. So yes, I am a candidate.
Can we have your general comment concerning the elections faced and how come
It is bad. It is bad. First of all, the nomination fees are prohibitive. And this is transforming the election system into a class issue. Those who do not have means will not be candidates even if they are capable. That is wrong, and that will be the first thing that will go under our jurisdiction. Then the second thing relates to the issue of the MPs. Right now, most MPs are finding difficult to raise nomination fees because most of them are unemployed, and that is a big amount, $1,000. I think the highest in the world. The reason why the Mnangagwa regime did that was to try to discourage people from fielding candidates because they fear that we will dominate parliament, because they fear that they are unpopular with the people. Now we have bad news for them. We are going to contest this election as a full member, as an equal member of the Zimbabwe body politic. So it is very, very unfair. Secondly, the ZANU-PF is a mono.
Well, for those joining us, welcome back. Of course, you're watching ZTN Prime, and today has been a full, intensive day of our coverage here live all around the country for the 2023 Election Nomination Court sitting. We've had sittings here in Harare at the High Court for the presidential candidates, at Town House for councillors, and of course, Magistrate Court for aspiring members of Parliament. I'm joined by ZTN's own Eben Mabunda, the money man. Eben, welcome. Now, it's been an exciting day. I mean, this is a day when we can proudly say our democracy appears to have really come of age. So, give us a recap. Let's talk presidential for a moment. What have we heard? What is there? Who do we think may make that final list?
Right, quite a flurry of activity with multiple candidates coming through. It was a little bit difficult to ascertain how many people were actually coming through to make their submissions because some of the faces were being seen for the very first time. So I think we're looking at a number of anywhere between 12 to 14 submissions where the presidential candidate is actually concerned. Maybe just a quick short list of some of the names that we were able to capture. We, of course, had Wilson Harry Peter, who participated in the 2018 elections. We also had Blessing Kasia Muru, Douglas Monzora, of course, of the MDCT. You also had Trust Chikohora, who also came through to make submissions. We also had Professor Lovemore Maduku, and we also had a representative for Xavier Kasukwere, who also came through to make submissions on behalf of Xavier Kasukwere. Of course, the representative was careful not to divulge the current
whereabouts.
Correct, of the particular candidate. And we also had the leader of the Triple C, Nelson Chamisa, and of course the incumbent presidential candidate as well as runner for the ZANU-PF, President Edi Mnangagwa. We also had Gwinyai Muzorewa coming through, as well as Linda Masarira.
Now, there's a bit of controversy about Linda. We heard from Mercy, our reporter there at the High Court. She was in and out. She needed to go and raise 28 million. She vehemently attacked the 20,000 fee. That seemed to be the theme from the opposition.
Right. So looking at the fee structure for the presidential, that came in at about 138 million Zimbabwean dollars. using some exchange rate vis-a-vis a $20,000 figure in as far as US dollars are actually concerned. So Linda, we spoke to her, and of course she told us that she had made a payment of 110 million US dollars, and she had 110 million Zimbabwean dollars. I beg your pardon.
She'll be very rich. Yeah.
Right.
So she had a balance left of what? 28 million she needed to find.
Precisely. So she actually went out. I recall this was about 20 minutes before 4 o'clock, and she had to go fix some issues with the bank. And surprisingly, she came in just before the gates were actually closed. And when we spoke to Linda, she told us that some of the candidates, about 6 of them, if Linda's statement was anything to go by, she was saying that 6 candidates were yet to finalize their details. But some of the issues that the candidates were facing in the process had to do with fingerprints. Some of them had to do with payments. Some of them had to do with photos. For example, Linda, she brought the wrong set of photos because they said they needed 3 passport-sized photos in full color. So I think these were some of the issues that we're facing. But of note is the fact that this process, by and large, to put it in the simplest way possible, is a process of finalizing where those that would have made their endorsements. In fact.
All right. In fact, let's cross over to the High Court. We could actually hear directly from Linda Masseria to see whether did she or didn't she, I suppose, is the question.
Okay. Umbrobongo sort of pillar de shara.
Okay. All right.
So just give us an update. Okay. My application has been accepted. What we await is the payment. We've been having payment challenges because I'm using local currency, and my bank limit per month is 2.5 million. I had actually requested to make the payment on Saturday when I went to ZEC offices, when the money was still equivalent to last week's auction rate. And they told me that I can only make the payment on nomination day. So today when I came, I inquired about the rate today, and I was told that it had increased, and I had to run around and look for the balance 28 million, which I got at around 3:15. When I came back, I found out that my papers had passed through and that I was supposed to make the payment. So when I showed them the correspondence from the banks that I could not make 138 million payment through Zipit or Swipe, I was told that there's nothing that they could do because the payment is supposed to be done by midnight today. I was then advised to go and see the presiding officer. After speaking to the presiding officer, she asked me to sit down as they consult and try to look for a remedy. That is what we're waiting for as we go back at 17:30. The whole nomination process, I think it is excluding ordinary Zimbabweans who can only access Zim dollar. And I've always raised this issue that it is not every Zimbabwean that has got access to US dollar. I've never pretended to have access to US dollar because I only know that my limitations are with the local currency. I've done a lot of advocacy work even to have our own fuel being sold in local currency because it is a burden to be running to the black market time and again when you want to buy fuel. But when we talk about these issues, people don't understand because everyone is just thinking of how to store value. But at the end of the day, we are making life difficult for ourselves as Zimbabweans by continuing to run with this US dollar, which is not really practical considering the inflationary rates that we are now facing in our country.
Well, there was Linda Masseria as well. It still seems that her application is in limbo. You did hear her there. Her paperwork has gone through. It's now the issue of the payment. And she's, of course, confronting the challenge of sending it. Now, we have been with you since 11 o'clock. The nomination courts opened at 10 a.m. this morning. It's now just 5:15 on a beautiful Wednesday here in Hawaii, Zimbabwe. Now, of course, our election series continues tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m., The Chase, where we interview one-on-one with me, the Chief Elections Officer of Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. Well, all that's left for me to say is this. It's been a great pleasure with me being with you today and all my guests. It's been a great pleasure for you to watch ZTM Prime. And all I can say is, get the picture. Good night, and please, you all be safe.